Come on in, and we'll get going shortly. Welcome.
Let's just check from here our slides. Okay. There we go. I always have height-wise, I have to. You're taller.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our second Family Day. For the first time, the Epilepsy Foundation is able to join in and host Family Day because we are newly merged with the Epilepsy Therapy Project. And the first Family Day was hosted by the Epilepsy Therapy Project as part of the Pipeline Conference. And for some of you, you may have been part of the Pipeline Conference over the past couple of days, where innovators, venture capitalists, industry representatives, family members, and community partners participated together to think about and discuss and strategize about how we can accelerate therapies in a way that would make a meaningful difference for people living with epilepsy. And it was a very exciting couple of days. And today, we have the chance to celebrate together and think about what we can do as a community to continue that acceleration so that we can dare to live meaningful lives and help others live meaningful lives with epilepsy. And my name is Phil Gattone. I'm president and CEO of the Epilepsy Foundation. And first and foremost, I am a father of a 27-year-old son with epilepsy. And to my left is, that's all right, I'm sure it'll work. We're going to move a slide. Now we're good. There we go. Thank you, Patty. And thank you very much. And I am the father of a 27-year-old son who lives with epilepsy. And so this is very meaningful for me as a father, not just as an advocate alongside of all of you. I want to say a thank you to some people for making this conference happen. We have some sponsors that will be thanked a little later in the morning, but Catherine Keeney is the executive director of the Epilepsy Foundation of Northern California, and I want to thank Catherine and her board of directors for their support of this event. And what you may not realize is that probably by the time I'm done talking and the time we get into our agenda for the day, this room will be full. We have over 400 people registered for this meeting. So as people come in, please wave if you have a seat available next to you because it's going to be a full room in just a little bit. But I do want to say that Catherine has been instrumental, her board has been very instrumental, along with the other California affiliates. We have an affiliate in Greater Los Angeles and in San Diego County. Susan Peach Escueda and Kathy West have been great partners and great leaders right here in the great state of California. And some of you have traveled well beyond California to be here, and I really appreciate that as well. I'd like to recognize our chair of the Epilepsy Foundation Board of Directors, Warren Lammert, who's here to my left. Warren is the founder of the Epilepsy Therapy Project and the co-founder of epilepsy.com. I might have that reversed, but Dr. Orrin Devinsky and Warren really came forward to make a difference by bringing an incredible idea forward, which is maybe there's another way to help. Maybe there's another way outside of the traditional mechanisms that exist that can help and maybe even support those traditional mechanisms. And so he started the Epilepsy Therapy Project and has led a decade of funding support along with the Epilepsy Foundation, 60 of the 120 drugs, devices, and therapeutics to help people living with epilepsy. So I'm really thankful for Warren's vision and his leadership, along with other members in this room who are members of our board of directors. Warren, thank you so much for all you've done to make this a really wonderful partnership. Awareness, awareness, awareness. What is the one thing that we as family members feel needs to be better in epilepsy? Awareness. Well, I have the privilege of serving in this role as CEO, so I get to do something about that. But I will not be able to do something about that without your help. We are going to raise awareness of epilepsy in a way that it has never been done before. We, for the first time, have a friend on television. He owns a shop in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's a pawn shop. And people come into his store and have items that they want him to buy from them. And his name is Rick Harrison. Rick has had epilepsy since he's been 8 years old. And Rick has agreed to help us raise awareness of epilepsy. And he has just completed shooting a public service announcement that will be played all around the country on all of the A&E network stations that can help people with epilepsy in the community understand that there are services and people available to help. So that's going to be happening. We're going to launch that right around Epilepsy Awareness Month in November. So watch for that, and you can help raise awareness as well in your own community. We're going to get into that in a little bit. Education. With epilepsy.com, our education and digital platform is stronger than it's ever been. We have 500,000 people come to our website every month, and we are going to be able to provide education in a way that it has never been provided before. So I hope and encourage all of you will go to epilepsy.com to check it out. It's new, and it will work on your smartphone as well as your laptops and your iPads and your desktops. So we're really excited about the new digital platform that we're going to be able to provide. When it comes to services in your local community, we're going to build out connectivity so that you can build a community both digitally and geographically that's meaningful to you. And we're going to do that in a way that's going to ask for your involvement and participation. And so be watching for that this summer. You'll see on epilepsy.com how you can participate in your community to help bring services, raise awareness, advocate for epilepsy. And then lastly, I just want to tell you that this is extremely personal to all of us, I think, because epilepsy affects everybody in your family. It doesn't just affect the person with epilepsy, it affects the whole family. And so for us, Philip was 4 years old when we had found him in his bedroom having a seizure. He has had thousands of seizures and has had 2 brain surgeries for his epilepsy. He is one of the fortunate individuals who, after surgery and further treatment, has gone from needing an aide in the classroom to being rather independent and living on his own now, married and employed, and smarter than me and stronger than me and better than me in every way. And we're proud of him, but we do know my wife Jill, who went on to become an epilepsy nurse for 10 years in Chicago, we know that our families in this room do everything right. You find the good care, you find the best care you can for yourselves and your loved ones. Doctors are doing everything right. They're using the very best treatments available. And you have all the support you need, ideally, and still epilepsy persists. Still, epilepsy impacts our lives, still epilepsy takes lives. Why is that? When you're doing everything you can. It's because epilepsy is insidious. Epilepsy affects anybody at any age. So it's up to us to continue that fight together, to see what we can do to put an end to this and provide opportunities for people to dare to live their lives and live their dreams. So today, we're going to share how we can help each other become more well-equipped with good information about epilepsy and ideas that we can take with us back home into our communities so we can strengthen ourselves and our communities. And there are so many people involved in preparing this day, but there's a person who really took the lead and organized this, and her name is Patty Schaefer. And Patty has served in key national roles in addition to her day job as a nurse out in Boston. Patty has served as the chair of our professional advisory board. Patty has served in just about every capacity you can serve in epilepsy. I was talking to a colleague of hers just before I came up who is highly respected, won our National Volunteer of the Year award, Pat Dean out of Florida, and Pat said, Patty is the hardest working person in epilepsy. and I don't disagree. Patty, it's an honor to work with you, and thank you for all you've done to put this conference together. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, help me join me in welcoming Patty Schaefer.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil. One thing, I'm not as tall, so I need to turn a little bit to see. So we want to get us rolling, but we do have a little bit of set the stage. First, you're going to hear a lot today. We had 2 days of a pipeline. Really, you're going to hear what that pipeline is. But really what we're talking about is some of the new therapies and what does that mean for each and every one of us. With kind of 3 key words, I hope that people will have resonate with them. That sense of empowerment, that you can get some power out of this conference to take home with you, to feel some hope in your journey with epilepsy, and to find the right help that you need. Here are a few of our sponsors that we really want to thank, Synovian and Isai. And I can't even see, UCB. So thank you very much. We'll be having these throughout the day. The goals of this conference, as I said, is to become empowered. I can't empower anyone else. No one can give you power. It's your job to do that. Whether it's as an individual, becoming a more active part of your healthcare team, working towards the best control of seizures that you can, to learn more about new therapies, but also to understand the importance of research, what it can mean for you, what you can do for research in the broader sense, and what it can mean for your communities. Right? There's a few housekeeping items. If any of you have devices available, iPads, iPhones, or so on, or tablets, you can access all the presentations and the slides through an app. You can go through iTunes, plug in Epilepsy Pipeline, and you can download that. If it's through an Android, I think if you just write in Epilepsy Foundation, it can be downloaded. If you need some help in doing that, we do have some instructions right at the registration desk. Once you get to actually get the wireless internet, you need to be able to put in an access code, and this is the access code, 16645-1030, okay? 16645-1030. Right? Bathrooms, go out here, down to the right and another right, and we have bathrooms, so we always need to know where those are. Registration desks to the left. You should have had a handout where you could get an agenda for the day. Also a one-pager with kind of gives you a brief synopsis of some of the talks. Again, the detailed slides you can get online afterwards or through the app, right? We know many of us have seizures, right? Anyone's having a problem, turn to your neighbor, ask for help. We have designated first responders too, so we got plenty of help. If anybody needs it, just raise your hand. We're here, okay? We do have another room for participants that we're streaming live in, so that we may end up using that, and when we do, I'll let you know how to ask questions. For those of us in our online audience now, you can go to www.epilepsy.com/pipeline/live-stream. Now, if you're hearing this, you're probably already there. But I'm saying it again because on that page, if you look down the bottom, there's response section. So when we have panel question and answer time, I welcome our internet audience to write in questions there, and we'll be forwarding your questions to the speakers, and there'll be time for all of you to be asking questions during that time. Okay? We do have exhibits out here and down to your left. I really encourage people, if you need to take a break, go visit them during our breaks, during lunch. And we are having kind of a research presentation during lunch, but it's also a free networking time. Okay, so with that quick highlights, I'd like to introduce Dr. Elson So. He's going to talk with us about the challenges of living with epilepsy. You guys are the experts with it, but we all want to get on the same page in terms of the challenges of epilepsy in general, what that might bring to each and every one of us. Right? Dr. So is the president of the American Epilepsy Society and the professor of the Mayo Medical School. Before I invite him up, I kind of went out of my own order of notes, and I just wanted to raise a thought here. I have epilepsy. Mine can be controlled, but I always have to be on medicines. I've got a son who is on the good side. I mean, his seizures went away. He's off medicines. He's a U.S. Marine right now. Yes, hoorah. Hopefully he comes down here sometime today. But we're going to hear from people who have lost someone to epilepsy, who have had horrible times with it or have gone through surgery and come out the other end with a different life experience. Each and every one of you may have these different experiences with that. For many of you, you might feel hopeful. For others of you, what you hear might feel sad or scary or worrisome to you. So epilepsy is unique, and it affects us all very differently. So we appreciate how different that can be and how difficult it may or may not be for you. But we're all here together, your neighbors sitting next to you, your speakers, your networking time. So reach out to those here if you're hearing things that are bothersome or have questions, and also take that information back to your care team to help get the answers for yourself. And with this, Dr. So, please. Thank you. So there you go. Your turn.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this important conference. And I know it's not right to start off the morning by talking about challenges, because the word challenges really suggests something negative. But I would like to sort of show you why we have challenges and what needs to be done, at least. And the subsequent speakers for the rest of the day will address some of these challenges. We have to begin to accept, to know about the challenges, to be able to improve the lives of people with epilepsy and their families. So we're going to talk about the challenges in making the diagnosis in some patients, not in all, and for some doctors. It's not only patients who have challenges, it's the doctors. For some doctors, we're going to talk about the challenges posed by the condition, because there are terms like seizures versus epilepsy. It's like disorder. You have heard of the term seizure disorder. We have not used the term seizure disease or epilepsy disease. But there's beginning to be some talk about whether we should use the word disorder or disease. There's also the fact that epilepsy is a spectrum disorder. So that poses a challenge. And of course, we know about the comorbidities of epilepsy. We also know about the negative impact of epilepsy and the socioeconomic status of the person and the family with epilepsy. So what happens when a person has a seizure? Person sees the doctor. And you wouldn't be surprised if the doctor, especially if the doctors and neurologists ask a lot of probing questions. That's the history. And in fact, I interview the patient separately from the family, the witness. And 30% of the time, I would have to pick up the phone and call the witness or the friend or the fiancé to get the other side of the story. So what happens next is your doctor most likely ordered an EEG, a brainwave test. And what you're looking at, I don't even have to use a pointer to show you. You know where the electrical spark is. It's close to the middle of the page. That's the finding. Often, that's what the doctor is looking for, some evidence from the brainwave that there is an excessive electrical surge. In this country, another test that will be done, of course, is MRI of the brain. In most cases, it can be done with only very few contraindications. In this particular patient, you can easily see the scar tissue. Again, I don't have to use my pointer to point it out to you. And the scar tissue is causing the seizure. However, the challenge is this. Only 60% of the first EEG would be, 40% would be positive. 60% is negative. So, at least half of the time, your test, EEG or MRI, is going to be negative. This is across the board, from newborns to the elderly, regardless of the cause. This is sort of the general sort of yield of EEG and MRI. So the history is so important. 70% of the diagnosis is based on the history. That's what my mentor, Dr. Kiffin Penry, told me. And that's still the case, despite the developments in MRI and so forth and so on. So what is the challenge? Well, the challenge is this. The seizures may not be witnessed. You all know that. The person who had a seizure may not be able to recall how it happened. The first thing they knew, their eyes open, and the first responders are ready to get them into the stretcher, into the ambulance. The history itself may not be reliable. So there are several challenges. So don't blame the first doctor who saw you not making the right diagnosis, because I don't make the correct diagnosis in the first visit all the time. Now, another challenge is there are many kinds of spells that can mimic seizures. Fainting alone can have jerks. In fact, that's probably one of the more frequent mimickers of seizures. Heart attacks, for example. So when the diagnosis is uncertain, the other problem is it's not a condition where you can say, take an aspirin and call me back tomorrow. So it's very, very complex. Now, the other thing is the terms, the names we use. So what do we mean by seizures and what do we mean by epilepsy? And that's often a thing that not only confuses patients and families, but also general practitioners. When we say seizures, we are referring to the episodes of symptoms. The word I prefer to use, but I avoid using, is attacks of symptoms. Attacks is too scary, so I try not to use it, at least not with my patients in my office in the first few visits. But it's an episode, the spell of symptoms, due to excessive electrical surge of brain electricity. So that implies that normally there's electrical fluctuation in all our brains. That's how we are kept alive. But when there is an excessive surge, what can happen is that when that surge spreads, the person can have symptoms. The symptoms can range from not being able to speak, jerking of one side, to something as dramatic as a grand mal seizure. So that episode is what we call a seizure. A seizure does not equal epilepsy. Epilepsy is the predilection, the propensity for having the seizures repeatedly, if untreated. And that the second part of the definition is that that propensity is not easily and totally removable. What do I mean by this? If a person had an epileptic seizure, the episode, because of low blood sugar, because that person is diabetic, and the diabetes is not well controlled, the amount of insulin does not match with what the patient consumes in terms of sugar. So the patient had a very low blood sugar and went into an epileptic seizure. If the diabetes is better controlled, that propensity, that risk is removed. And so that person does not have epilepsy. That person did have an epileptic seizure. So epilepsy is different from epileptic seizure. And again, it's something that even general practitioners often sort of fail to make a distinction. Now, the other thing is that we have this situation where we have to struggle sometimes between seizures and epilepsy, whereas other neurological conditions probably do not. If I had a stroke 2 a.m. this morning, I had a stroke. A year from now, I'll still be telling my friends over wine and dinner that I just had a stroke. I have a conditioned stroke. I had a migraine attack, and I have migraines. I have a family history of migraines. So there's less confusion in using the same terms to indicate the condition and indicate the attacks. The other problem is that you and I know that the condition of, and I hate to use this word, pseudo-seizure, psychogenic spells, is quite common. At any time, in any center in the United States, and around the world, in fact, because I just spoke with someone from Australia, 30% of the patients in the epilepsy monitoring unit would not have epilepsy. They have psychogenic spells. And the problem is, even that particular term endorsed here in our country has the word seizure in it. It's psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. I don't agree with the use of the term, the word seizures for that condition. Even pseudo-seizures is something I hate using. So I try to tell my patients, you have spells, you do not have seizures. You have behavioral spells. It doesn't mean to say you have bad behavior, it's not under your control. But I try not to use the word seizures. So here comes the sort of dilemma. Do we call seizures or epilepsy a disorder or a disease? Some people prefer disease. The reason is because disorder sounds a little bit more like mental disorder or disorderly conduct. And this is not me saying, this is some people with the condition saying. We say heart disease, we don't say heart disorder. We know cancer to be a disease, not a disorder. So some people would rather say I have a disease rather than I have a disorder. However, this is not the consensus. We don't know yet. We probably need to survey people. Some people prefer to say disorder because the term disease may be thought of as something incurable or something that can spread, something that is infectious. People with well-controlled seizures may not consider themselves as having a disease. And the term disease is probably a little bit more stigmatizing. We don't know. Now, the other challenge is epilepsy is a spectrum disorder. So let's look at this. There are many types of seizures in epilepsy. You all know that. But the other thing is the biology. The meaning of biology is the chemistry and the cellular structure behind, underpinning each type of seizure or epilepsy is different. You then have different prognosis. You have different treatments. You have different approaches to treating patients according to their age, their gender, their conditions. We shall see. So let's look at the causes of epilepsy. This is an epidemiological study done in the town where I live, Rochester, Minnesota. And you can see that across the board, from age 1 year to the elderly, majority of the time, 60% of the time, we won't be able to quite pinpoint the cause of epilepsy. Embedded in this, of course, is genetic factors. But here, this would be somewhat representative of the whole country. Over the past, this study was done more than 30 years ago. We now have more minority population, but this is a little bit skewed towards the Caucasian population. It was done a number of years ago, but it's still representative of many places with some changes here in this country. The big causes of epilepsy, if it can be found, would be strokes, something like brain tumor or brain trauma. Now that we know that, the other side of the coin, knowing that, is this other picture. What is this picture showing? Well, these are bars. The farther they are to your right, the higher the risk of developing seizures after sustaining the condition. So you can see that brain tumor, not all, I'm not saying 100% of brain tumor patients will develop seizures, but the score is 40. If you look at severe head trauma, traumatic brain injury, TBI, at the bottom, the score is 29, high risk. Okay, so what I'm saying is not all causes of epilepsy have the same risk profile. Something like encephalitis or meningitis has a lower score. The score is only about 2 or 5. On top of that, you look at this particular patient of mine, and this is something I got the internet, this accident was very similar to what my patient sustained, unfortunate accident. And here's the MRI of my patient. It's a little bit dark, but if you can see to your left side is scar tissue. You're looking at Swiss cheese. The brain, unfortunately, on that side has been damaged tremendously. If you look at the other side of the brain, it's also been damaged, fortunately not as bad. Okay, guess what? This patient of mine does not have epilepsy. Why? I don't understand. Maybe another 10 years from now, we'll discover that patients like these, they have a particular chemical in their brain that protects them, despite the fact that they have a bad MRI. So we don't understand yet. I'll have to tell you the story about this patient. It was in a medical journal. So this is a 27-year-old patient who had a first seizure in his lifetime. He went to the emergency room, and his doctor, rightly so, took a history, but before taking the EEG, decided to get an MRI, the right thing to do. It was an acute seizure out of the blue for the first time. When the MRI machine was turned on, the patient started screaming. You all know why, right? Because when the doctors did the skull x-ray, they found a big nail in the patient's head. So doctors went to the patient and said, hey, you got a big nail in your head. So the patient said, what are you talking about? The doctor said, look at the x-ray. The patient, I don't know how it got there. Are you sure it's my x-ray? The patient thought about it a little while. I said, oh, when I was 5, I was playing with my older brother with a powered handgun that would shoot nails. We had a shot. We didn't know where the nail went. So you tell me, and by the way, the doctors, of course, had to pull out the nail, big surgery, and then did an MRI. What you're seeing on the other side of the picture is big damage. The whole temporal lobe is damaged. Now you have to tell me why it took 22 years for this gentleman to develop his first seizure. What is protecting him from doing that? We don't know. That's a challenge of epilepsy. We do know after a serious head injuries, if the patient is going to develop seizures, it's going to happen in the first few years of life, but that's in no way absolute. It can take a long time before the first seizure occurs. I'm showing you this EEG, and the reason is because if I were taking an examination and I'm showing this EEG, I'm supposed to give the diagnosis even without reading the history. And why is it so? This condition called infantile spasms, West syndrome, which I know some of you are familiar with because you have children who have this condition. Why is it that they have this EEG that you don't find in adults, for example? We don't know. Why is it that people, mostly adults, but children too, but mostly adults, you say emerging condition which we call autoimmune epilepsy, antibodies in the body, in our bodies that attack our cells, our brain cells. Why is it they have this EEG with all this, as if someone is sketching on top of the EEG lines? Why is it they have that? We don't understand. So there's still a lot of things in the biology of epilepsy we don't understand. In older people, the way they absorb medication, the way they metabolize, break down the medicines, is very different from other people. In pregnancy, you've heard about this already. We have to be careful about the kind of medication we use because we know it can affect the fetus, the baby. The way that the pregnant woman metabolizes the medication is very different. So it's a whole spectrum. So we have many types of epilepsy. The biology, treatment, prognosis is different. Some people don't develop seizures at all, despite for the same or even more severe degree of brain damage. Seizures are not the only manifestations of epilepsy. I'll show you that with the comorbidities. And that's why the recent Landmark Institute of Medicine report, for its title, this is a 500-page report, has epilepsy across the spectrum. Now, what are the comorbidities of epilepsy? Depression. So we are used to thinking, I just was diagnosed with epilepsy. I cannot drive in my state. Fortunately, it is only for 3 months, if I can prove that I can control my seizures for 3 months. But that can trigger depression in me. That means to say, my wife has to take me to work all the time. I can no longer drive to see our son in Wisconsin and things like that. But that's not the picture. We have found out that in some patients, not in all, depression precedes epilepsy. People with major depression have a 6 times higher risk of developing a first seizure than people without major depression. In fact, if you look at people with seizures, you'll find out even before they had their first seizure, they had a 2 to 3 times higher risk of a suicidal attempt, even before the first seizure occurred, than other people. So we know that depression is not only a consequence, it is something that could be a precursor, if not a cause, we don't know yet. But it can occur side by side. That's what we mean by comorbidity. So there are other things that is a comorbid condition to seizures. People who have brain tumors then develop seizures and epilepsy, their lifespan may be affected by the type of brain tumor they have. Persons with uncontrolled seizures, especially grand mal seizures at nighttime when they are sleeping, well, they are at high risk of SUDEP, sudden unexplained death in epilepsy. And you and I know that we have negative impact of seizures and epilepsy diagnosis. Driving is one consequence. In some persons, learning may be affected, thinking, memory, by medications, or by the seizure episodes, or both. We all know that people with epilepsy have a harder time finding a job. We also know that often their insurance coverage is denied, whether it's for health insurance or for life insurance. And as we have seen, the impact on women of childbearing age is different than in other populations. Now, I would like to say something positive about the challenges in epilepsy, because I don't want you to leave my talk thinking that we have problems with epilepsy. It's the worst condition we'll have. I think the first step in trying to eradicate epilepsy is to recognize what it is and what challenges it poses. The organization I represent, the American Epilepsy Society, is a sister organization of Epilepsy Foundation for many, many decades. We are an organization of professionals, researchers. Our mission doesn't say that we want to get more money so we can do research. Yes, we need more money. Our mission is we want to eradicate epilepsy. I want to tell you that I'm reading a book called The Second Machine Age. It's written by 2 MIT professors. And I think we are at the golden age of scientific advancement because of the digital revolution and the currently developing artificial intelligence revolution. Things are going to develop and evolve very fast. I personally cannot promise you we'll have eradication of epilepsy within a number of years, but I think this is an exciting time. Thank you very much.
I took a shortcut. Thank you, Dr. So. Your leadership and your friendship is greatly appreciated and highly treasured. And I look forward to our ongoing partnership. And as a community partner, I do want to say that in addition to the American Epilepsy Society, who is such a strong partner of the Epilepsy Foundation, we're very fortunate to be building a community of partners. There are leaders in epilepsy in our community who are doing great work every day for people living with epilepsy, and some of them are here with us at this conference, and I would like to recognize them at this time. Christina Sanincenzio leads the LGS Foundation, and thank you, Christina, for being here and for your work. We really appreciate you. Lisa Moss and Kari Rosbeck represent the TS Alliance. the Tuberous Sclerosis Alliance. And Lisa, thank you so much for your leadership and support. The Danny Did Foundation is here as well, represented out in the lobby, and Tom Stanton is their leader. He is a great friend and leader, and Tom, thank you for your support as well and for your leadership. The Charlie Foundation is here with us as well today, and Jim Abrams and Beth Zupank are right here. And Jim, Beth, thank you so much for all you do. We appreciate you. And the Dravet Syndrome Foundation is here as well, represented out in the lobby. And Lori O'Driscoll, thank you so much for your leadership and the community that you serve. Thank you, Lori. I have great help on my team, great leadership on my team. That was Dr. Jambulo, who leads our programs and research. I want to thank Barbara Kroner from the Accardi Foundation. Barbara, thank you so much for your leadership in helping driving research and community. Thank you, Barbara. And Paige Figge and the Realm of Caring are here with us as well in this conference. Paige, thank you so much for all you're doing and your leadership and advocacy. Thank you very much, Paige. And we do have a community partner, in a sense, from Minnesota, who is also a performer and has been a great friend to me and to the foundation. His name is Billy McLaughlin. He's a world-famous guitarist who has a son with epilepsy. And Billy, I want to thank you for your leadership and your advocacy and for being here as well. Thank you. There are others, and I will introduce more later, but I wanted to take just a moment and introduce our next speaker. Trish Barnes is a friend who has a very special story to share. And through that story, people's lives will not only be touched, but I believe will be saved. And I just want to say that, Trish, you are a great advocate, a great leader, a great mind and heart, and a great spirit. And on top of all that, you're a great friend. So I welcome you to the stage. If you'd help me welcome Trish Barnes.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you today and to share my story, and an honor to be invited to speak at the Pipeline Conference Family Day. San Francisco is actually where I started my family almost 33 years ago with the birth of my son Alfred in 1981. So for me, this is a homecoming to a city I dearly love. Thanks so much to Kim Mocker and Patty Schaefer for including me in this most special day. I'm here to tell you about Kevin, my second son, who came along in 1984. He was a normal, healthy child, happy, loving, precocious. One day, though, when he was 10, I found him in the midst of a grand mal seizure, and this was the beginning of a long and difficult journey with epilepsy. Over the coming several years, I lost count of the number of medications we tried and the different combinations. Each time one proved ineffective, we experienced the crushing disappointment, the long road backward to get off the drug before the attempt to add a new drug or a new combination. No matter what we tried, the seizures were unrelenting. In desperation, we finally opted for surgery. It too was unsuccessful, and Kevin's seizures actually got worse. Additionally, he was left with a deficit, which caused him to hypersalivate continuously, which became extremely problematic while he was sleeping. By this time, he no longer even attempted to attend school on a regular basis. Excuse me. As a self-employed single mother, our small family faced incredible emotional and financial stress, which only added to the surreal quality of our experience and our existence at that time. We ended up less than a year after the initial surgery at the Montreal Neurological Institute, where a second surgery proved successful. To our incredible relief and joy, Kevin became almost magically well. In one wonderful year, he grew a foot and took great delight on looking down at me and calling me short stuff. It seemed his life was back on track, seizure-free for months on end, building toward that goal of seizure freedom, with the ultimate goal, of course, being a driver's license so he could date. Life seemed normal, peaceful, and happy, so much more, so much so that I was seduced by the relief from stress and worry, and I was not vigilant enough. I believed what I could see and what I wanted to see. One beautiful, warm summer day, as Kev asked enthusiastically if we could join our friends at the swimming pond, his seizure disorder wasn't even on my mind. I believed he was well. He had been, to my knowledge, seizure-free for 18 months. Kevin drowned that day. I used to be haunted by memories of every second of that final day, but I have, through grace, found a new life, and I have been able finally to forgive myself, but I cannot forget. I was asked to speak today about how epilepsy affects the family. Of course, I know that all of you here could tell us any number of ways that your lives have changed, all of them inconvenient, difficult, frustrating, and so often frightening. As I thought back on our lives during Kevin's illness, what came mostly to my mind was an image of absolute and unrelenting stress, anxiety, worry, fear, exhaustion. How can we possibly gauge the effect this has on an individual, not to mention the family? The random chaos of seizures dominated our lives, and the ferocious quality of epilepsy was paralyzing. Kevin's epilepsy and his passing changed my life forever. His death has had more impact on my life than any other single event. It is now coming on 13 years since he left his body, and there's not a day I do not think of him, wonder what he's doing and how he is. I miss him still in innumerable ways. The early months after Kevin passed are sort of blank for me, as if I lived in a cold, gray fog bank. With a child's death, the future dies as well, and it is difficult to find reasons to continue. But of course, I could not leave Alfred, who has Asperger's syndrome, and now he needed me even more than Kevin. A break in the fog occurred one morning when I awoke with a conviction that I was to begin working with stained glass. I acted on the conviction immediately and began. I spent endless hours with glass, being in the quiet, still flow of creation, without thought. Beautiful windows were being brought into being. I learned that creating in silence brought peace and comfort to me, and eventually healing began. I still create in glass. Because in that space I am surrounded and infused by God's peace. It is now an absolute necessity in my life. It is in that space that I am connected to Kevin still. Eventually, the first pyramid was created, and over the coming 10 years, a collection of 20 was built. A book emerged as well. Both the book and the pyramids were donated to the Epilepsy Therapy Project. My goal for the pyramids, since I first realized I was making a collection, was $1 million, with each pyramid generating a donation of $50,000 to be held in trust, creating an annual gift in perpetuity for the development of epilepsy therapies and research. I could not be more delighted than I am to tell you that this dream is becoming a reality, with the first pyramid sponsored in December by the incredibly generous gift of Bob and Terry Smith. I thank them with all my heart, and I thank them on behalf of each of you, because ultimately, all of you will be the beneficiaries of their generosity. As Kim and I brainstormed about how to introduce Kevin's pyramids, this is so weird. Could you take this? Thanks. As I considered, we developed the idea of a pyramid campaign. One thing that became evident, though, upon reflection was that we were one pyramid short. If you can imagine a pyramid and then build one with blocks, there would be like 6 on the bottom, then 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, and if you counted that up, that's 20. So we were missing the capstone. So I have now begun work on the 21st pyramid. As I considered the theme of this last pyramid, I thought about how focused we tend to be on the pure awfulness of epilepsy and how cruelly it defines the lives of people. But that's not what I want to remember. What I think about now is the beautiful smile Kevin always shared with everyone he came into contact with. I think about him laughing and joking and his exuberance and loving embrace of life. Out of this came the name for the last pyramid. It will be called Joyful Remembrance. It is a comet flying through a purple night sky, free, exuberant, and joyous, just like my Kevin. My intention is to inscribe the names of those we have lost to epilepsy and epilepsy-related conditions and accidents onto the pieces of the pyramid. I intend to present the pyramid to the Epilepsy Foundation at the gala in December this year. So today I'm issuing a call to all of you to help me in this creative effort by sending along to me the names of those you have lost. Please include their age, a picture, a paragraph, and a thought about what you remember and love most about them. Feel free to pass along this request to anyone you know who would like to have their names and their loved one included in the pyramid. As I inscribe their names, I will be thinking of them and reaching out to them in remembrance of the joyful, loving times they brought into this world. I need to have a final list by early November so that I can finish the pyramid for December. So please send your information to me at trish@kevinspyramids.com. The website is almost up. You just need to give me 2 more days or so. But you can still give me emails. Those work. I just need to do a little bit more, but it's almost finished. And I did put I showed a picture of I put my book right there so that you would know. And of course, all the profits from the book will go to the Epilepsy Foundation. And if you'd like to see a copy of the book and find out how to order it, you can go to the website. And also, you'll be able to see all of the pyramids there. Kevin and I thank you for listening to our story today. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish, for that powerful story. Your life is an example and an inspiration to all of us. Thank you. We are going to move forward. We are going to accelerate. And we're going to make sure that we are able to steward all 21 of those pyramids. And I thank Bob and Terry for their leadership, and we will continue until all of those pyramids are funded. And we will continue to drive forward new therapies as a result of that. So thank you, Trish. And I have the pleasure of introducing another person who has an experience with epilepsy. And I had the privilege of meeting Christina Bertoldi this morning for the first time. I've known about Christina, and meeting her just confirmed everything I had heard. She has exceeded my expectations upon meeting her, along with her parents. And Christina, if I can ask you to come to the stage, you're going to hear another story of someone's experience living with epilepsy. Please help me welcome Christina to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christina. I have been living with epilepsy since I was 12, and I'm 22 now. I was diagnosed when my parents found me one morning with not waking up, and I got taken to the hospital. Took a while to get diagnosed, and I ended up getting misdiagnosed with neurocystic psychosis. I was told that there was nothing we can do besides seizure pills. I had to learn how to live differently with how to adjust to having a seizure disorder and that I should be lucky that I was only getting them every so often and not getting them every day. So I went through high school with my seizure disorder, just going through everyday life, randomly having seizures. And once I turned 18, I moved from pediatric neurology to adult neurology, where at my first appointment, my doctor asked me, my mom and I, why we thought I had neurocystic psychosis. And my mom's response was, because we were told so. He looked at my mom, then looked at me and said, no, you're wrong. You actually have a brain tumor. And then I had to have surgery right away. So I went through my first school year in college with knowing that once I'm out, I had to have brain surgery. Once I went and had my surgery, I first had a grid put on my brain to map my brain out. It turns out I was having 20 to 30 seizures a day without knowing. So once that came about, they were about like 2 minutes long, and I wouldn't even know. I was sitting there talking with my friends, not even knowing. And so once they figured that out, they're like, okay, we need to have your surgery now to remove it. So they removed my tumor. It turned out I had a ganglion glioma tumor, which is a really rare tumor that only 2 people can diagnose in the country. So that's kind of cool. I'm special. I forgot what so that was 4 years ago. I had one breakthrough seizure a couple months after my surgery. Now I'm 22, graduated college with a psychology degree, and I have not had one seizure yet since. So now I'm 4 years seizure free. So.
Thank you, Christina. And now I am going to ask Patty Schaefer to come to the podium to introduce the next part of our presentation. And then after that, we'll take a short break. So Patty, thank you for taking the next step in our program.
Okay, so now we hear the challenges from a physician perspective, give us a good overview, and then from the real personal perspective of making this real for all of us. Right? So at this point, actually, Brian, could I have Mr. Lammert's slides first? I'd like to welcome Warren Lammert up to the stage. He's going to be talking with us about the Epilepsy Pipeline. He is chair of the Epilepsy Foundation, co-founder of Epilepsy Therapy Project and epilepsy.com, and a dear friend. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, good morning. Thank you, Patty, and I want to say thank you to Ken Macher, too, and to our entire Epilepsy Therapy Project, Epilepsy Foundation team for the great work they've done in organizing and hosting the conference. And those are remarkable talks that I'm following, so thank you for sharing those incredible experiences. As you know, and you've heard from Alison, 1/3 of people with epilepsy live with uncontrolled seizure. Probably 50% have unacceptable side effects that impact thinking, memory, cause fatigue, sleepiness, have impacts on coordination. And SUDEP and mortality in epilepsy are major facts of seizures in epilepsy that still get too little discussion. I'm here both as the chairman of the Epilepsy Foundation, but also was the father of a 17-year-old girl, Sylvie, whose journey with epilepsy began at 9 months with 2 seizures out of the blue one afternoon that was followed by an episode of status and a journey through every available drug on the market for epilepsy. An implanted medical device. We've tried the ketogenic therapy. And, it's been a life of seizures despite all available therapies. Recently, we've been fortunate to try a new medication, which for the last 16 weeks has provided remarkable control over tonic-clonic seizures, at least. So it shows the promise and potential of the pipeline that you're about to hear about. So the pipeline, what is it? Really, it's all forms of new therapies. It's drugs, it's devices, diagnostics, dietary, and alternative therapies. The objective, the end goal is eliminating seizures and side effects and SUDEP and mortality in epilepsy. These individual therapies that you'll hear about, though, are really the steps along this journey to a cure. Cures don't come whole-baked. So this goal of advancing new therapies for people with epilepsy in a time frame that matters is the mission of the Epilepsy Therapy Project of the Epilepsy Foundation. And we really, have had a remarkable 2-day conference that's led into the family conference, which is our annual review of the epilepsy pipeline with presentations by many of the researchers and innovators who are developing these therapies. And I really am excited about what the future can bring us as a community through this pipeline. And the central message I would have of this talk is both the hope that exists in that pipeline and a plea for the community to recognize that the pipeline is our future, our chance to really change what seizures and epilepsy mean, and ultimately to move towards a cure, and that it's a process that requires support from the community in terms of participation in research, but also financial support to move things forward. So with that, we will look forward into the pipeline. We present a view of the pipeline on epilepsy.com, epilepsy.com/pipeline. And this is sort of what it looks like on the right side of the screen there, which is going to be hard for you to see in short, but it's there for everyone in the community as a resource. Roger Porter works with our team to keep this up to date, and it gives you a visualization of the new therapies, their sponsors, where they are in their development, what kind of therapy they are they drugs, devices, therapies, and provides links to more information about each therapy too. There are today about 123 projects in the pipeline. 19 of those have sort of fallen by the wayside, are dormant for the moment. And the Epilepsy Foundation and the Epilepsy Therapy Project, as you heard earlier, have over the last decade played a significant role in providing funding, generally seed funding, and a very small share of the dollars that go into advancing these new therapies, but nevertheless important to getting them off the ground and in motion as projects to 60 of these 123 new therapies. And it really is very diverse in terms of the approaches that are being taken with everything from genetic therapy to drugs and advances in dietary therapy and detection and prediction, part of this pipeline. So 4 therapies for which the Epilepsy Therapy Project and Epilepsy Foundation have provided key funding have actually emerged from the pipeline and are out helping people with epilepsy. These are really home runs for us as an organization and for our community. The first I'll mention is the Visualase MR-guided laser for doing epilepsy surgery. And this new approach to surgery means that for many people where they can reach the area that needs to be ablated, instead of doing a complete craniotomy and removing significant golf ball-sized tissue, you can do a small burr hole in the side of the head, put a laser through, and take out the tissue that's causing the seizures, and people can go home the same day or the next day. It probably is now somewhere over 10% of the epilepsy surgeries that are being done, and this is a profound change. Our former ETP president, Joyce Kramer, deserves credit for this. She found Visualase at a meeting she attended in Houston, talked them into the idea of trying this in epilepsy, and said, we'll fund it. And we funded sort of a proof of principle in epilepsy, which worked. And they were able to get more venture funding to really ramp up and commercialize and market, and it's become a great success. The smartwatch by Smart Monitor, I think they're here today with a booth. Bob Fisher, who's here today, has been the scientific leader of this project, but it's a device that can detect tonic-clonic seizures, or seizures that have significant motion. It has an accelerometer in it, and on detecting a seizure, it can send a GPS coordinate to caregivers, initiate a phone call, and alert, and most recently can track your seizures and enter them right into our My Epilepsy diary. So there's a lot of good innovation going on in this area, but this is an important product that's available now and can give greater comfort of mind to caregivers and independence, we think, for people with epilepsy. Our first Shark Tank winner 2 years ago is the SAMI system, which is an infrared camera developed by Charles and Cynthia Anderson that can detect abnormal motion at night, record that, and notify a caregiver. They have a table outside. We're in the middle of an Indiegogo campaign to give them funds to further develop this system. But I think it's a wonderful tool. As somebody who's still not sure whether my daughter is having seizures at night, I need to get this actually working for us, but think it could be very helpful to many families. Finally, we have the Monarch E-TNS system from NeuroSigma. This is a trigeminal nerve stimulator that it's an external device, so they can basically do it just above the forehead. And the promise here is partly that it has, some promising early data. It needs further clinical study to really show efficacy. It is available now in Europe, which has a regulatory regime which looks first at safety and then at efficacy, and so allows products, especially on the device side, to get to market much faster than in the US, where we require really convincing, thorough, expensive, time-taking trials to prove efficacy. We ultimately need that data, and so we'll need more data from NeuroSigma. But this is a very promising device that could be very complementary to what we're doing with vagus nerve stimulation, and maybe get a sense of whether that could work for you before you would have to have a device implanted. So these are some of the newer therapies that have emerged from the pipeline, and I'm going to run through this pretty quickly, but there are 3 new drugs that have come to market in the last 12 months, which is pretty remarkable. One has a new mechanism of action. The others are new formulations, some of which, though, have data which really suggests they changed the efficacy of these drugs with these formulations. So it's really exciting and an unusual year to have had 4 new products come to market in epilepsy. On the device side, we really got the second major new device after a 16-year journey from conception and funding to being available to patients in the NeuroPace responsive neurostimulator system. This is a device which can detect a seizure and then use electrical stimulation to try to disrupt and abort a seizure. A device that should have been available probably even earlier to patients in the US, but is now available to patients in Canada and Europe, is the Medtronic Aptiva deep brain stimulator, which Bob Fisher's played a key role in developing, but it provides deep thalamic stimulation on a regular pulse basis that has very strong efficacy as well. You know, we've spoken about Visualase and NeuroSigma. On the diagnostic side, I think these developments ultimately over the next 5 and 10 years are truly going to revolutionize epilepsy therapy, and it's the source of my greatest excitement. I mean, I think the diverse aspect of the pipeline is another reason for excitement, and I'm sure there'll be things that none of us can imagine that will actually be more important than the things that I can get excited about today looking out 5 to 10 years. But already the new gene panels from companies like GeneDx, Cortigen, and Athena Quest Diagnostics can provide tremendous value in both diagnosing genetic epilepsies, but also in beginning to guide therapy and helping physicians and families think about which of the many epilepsy drugs that are available are appropriate for their epilepsy. There's a lot more coming in this space. You know, I'm involved with a company called Intellimedics as well, which may make contributions in this area. Seizure detection and alert, again, will not only help caregivers realize that a loved one is having a seizure and give some independence to people with epilepsy, but the ability to get automated seizure diaries where we get objective data so that we actually have some sense of what drugs are working, and when you change doses, you change therapies, quickly getting that data back to doctors and informing the patients themselves. I know how hard it is to try to keep a seizure diary. As dedicated as I am to, you know, my daughter's care and helping Sylvie, it's very, very difficult to keep a paper seizure diary. And there's just a whole array of new technologies making it possible to sort of automatically track seizures and get them uploaded into a database. You know, Smart Monitor and HiPass are the first. What is coming in the pipeline? This is a look sort of at some of the things that I think are near. GW Pharma is doing trials of CBD, their Epidiolex product. Sylvie is now on that in a trial out of New York University. The Epilepsy Foundation helped support that first trial. And you know, I'm really appreciative to GW Pharma for their 15 years of work on looking at the medicinal potential of medical marijuana and for doing the trials necessary to determine if it'll be effective. You know, I think they have just gotten fast-track designation maybe yesterday in Dravet, and I'm hopeful they could begin to do a larger efficacy trial even by the end of this year. Medical marijuana is now a reality in many states. Charlotte's Web, you know, and Paige Figge in the Circle of Care, and the Stanley brothers have been key players in Colorado who are also working to do a clinical trial to help show the efficacy of that product. There's a lot of anecdotal enthusiasm for it. We'll need clinical trials, you know, to really know. It does seem to be helping, you know, Sylvie's on the GW Pharma product, does seem to be helping my daughter now, but you can't know until we really have a clinical trial. Cyberonics in the device world is working on several products which are fairly advanced. A responsive vagus nerve stimulator, which stimulates in response to accelerated heart rate. And they also are working on a nighttime seizure detector called ProGuardian Rest, which is exciting. The not so far includes a number of new pharmaceuticals in Sero, huperzine A for Dravet. There's another product that's been used in Europe for Dravet, which seems to have real promise and has, had the experience in people, could get to market relatively quickly. In a short amount of time, Sage Pharmaceuticals has gone a long way in developing a new GABA-based drug for people who are in status epilepticus with remarkable results in just 4 patients. But that's a project which feels like it could get to market in a relatively short amount of time. UCB has a follow-on drug, brivaracetam, that is in late phase 3 trials and could be another important compound available for us. On the seizure detection side, we've provided support for work for the development of a new seizure detector that might be able to detect not just tonic-clonic seizures, but also partial seizures if the results bear out using autonomic system information. There's another seizure detector based on EMG that's well under development, and transcranial magnetic stimulation is being used already on a research basis. It's been approved for depression. 2 companies have products on the market and has real promise in epilepsy. And the far but visible Asclepios has a project in doing gene therapy for epilepsy, which we help fund. There are other companies working with technologies that could be valuable to a variety of genetic disorders, including Dravet and other epilepsies. Cell therapies have shown value in animal trials, and companies are working hard to get those into human trials, and it has real promise where you can take an individual's skin cells, grow them into neurons, sometimes correct whatever genetic defect they have, and then grow up a population and re-inject them. It's kind of science fiction type stuff, but it seems to be working. Again, personalized medicine informed by genetics and biomarkers is something I'm enormously excited about, and the device world is going to bring a lot more, including closed-loop devices and device-drug hybrids. Alternative therapies are another key area of investment and hope for the community. Dietary therapies, we've had a wonderful champion in the Charlie Foundation and Jim Abrams. These alternative therapies lack commercial agents who have economic incentives to get out and evangelize and educate patients and doctors. So this is an area where the Epilepsy Foundation and the community has to play a greater role in sponsoring research and showing their value and educating. And from that recognition, I'm thrilled to say that Phil Gattone, in our plan for 2014, has proposed creating an Epilepsy Foundation Wellness Institute, which will try to drive research and education around alternative therapies, including dietary therapies, health and wellness, exercise, stress, and mood. I think it's enormously promising and important. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about this. You'll hear more later. But there is a lot of good work that's been done on dietary therapies as alternatives and complements to other therapeutic options. And again, we're lucky to have a hero among us in Jim Abrams for his advocacy in this respect. Health and wellness, exercise, stress and wellness, it's been recognized as important throughout the history of epilepsy, but it's still underutilized. We also need more good studies to show how it fits into treatment as serious treatments in the way that we've begun to do with dietary therapy. But there's a lot of data suggesting that exercise has huge impacts on seizures. And, it's obvious that the goal of all of this therapy and everything we're doing is wellness and better lives. Obviously, many of these therapies not only can have an impact on seizures, but they speak to the higher goal of wellness and good lives. So there's a lot going on in diagnostic and seizure detection devices, with a real need for biomarkers that help show whether someone has epilepsy. Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? And there's interesting work going on there. I think we've talked about some of these opportunities with seizure detection devices, the ability to marry that to cloud databases, bring that together with genomics, and I think that will help in terms of finding new biomarkers, advancing new ideas about possible therapies, and informing sort of personal genomics. Medical marijuana, again, we need randomized controlled trials, but there actually is a long history of use of medical marijuana in epilepsy. There are positive anecdotal reports of use by patients, and there are numerous animal studies of both CBD and THC suggesting efficacy in epilepsy. So EF has come out very strongly across the country on behalf of support for research and unimpeded research into medical marijuana and access for parents. We have, now more than 100 families, I understand, that have moved to Colorado to gain access to medical marijuana. And, we think that it's just fundamentally wrong that people living in one state have a right and access to try medical marijuana, and others, because of their zip code, do not. It's a frustrating, difficult situation that we hope to help without having the strong kind of clinical data we'd like to have to support use, and with issues, especially for the artisanal growers, about knowing what you're getting. You'll hear more about that later today. There's been a remarkable role of the community, in the development of medical marijuana. 2 years ago, there was an individual, Jason David, who was at this conference talking about his son's success with medical marijuana. People looked at him a little bit wild-eyed. Fortunately, Catherine Jacobson listened to him, went to do more work and bring together the data that we had from use by a small group of parents of medical marijuana, and with Evelyn Nussbaum, Oren Davinsky, and others, we're fortunate to gain the ear of GW Pharma and really kick off an amazing movement. So it just shows the incredible power a few parents in our community can have, working with industry and moving new therapy options forward. You'll hear more about these issues, and I've spoken to them already to a certain degree with medical marijuana. So our community and the Epilepsy Therapy Project of the Epilepsy Foundation really can be and has been a key driver of this pipeline of new options for patients and families. And I just can't emphasize how your involvement in research, participating in clinical trials and supporting our foundation and other advocacy groups, can be so important to creating better lives and better futures. So ask everyone to take charge and join with us, and let's move to end epilepsy, seizures, and SUDEP. Thank you.
Okay, so we're not going to a break. We need to go to Dr. Porter's slides. Here we go. Okay. This is my shortness. So Dr. Roger Porter is Chief Scientific Officer of Epilepsy Foundation. and much, much more in his bio. He's going to be here talking to us just a brief overview of kind of the new drugs and kind of how to make one so we understand what the process behind it is. Right after a break, we're going to really be talking about, what are some of the new things that are out there. So I know we're a little bit off kilter on the break, but we're going to make up that time to make sure you hear from everybody. Dr. Porter?
Thank you very much, Patty. And congratulations on a terrific job of organizing this. Well, it's a great pleasure to follow Warren Lambert's incredible overview of what's out there. And really, I'm a bit of a prelude to Dr. French right after the break. She's going to tell you what's actually coming down in detail in new drugs. And my job is relatively simple. I'm just going to tell you about how we make them, okay? And some of you know some of this, and so I apologize in advance. But some of you may not know all of these little details. And so we're going to quickly go through this. First thing I want to do is clear up a kind of mystery that may be bothering you sometimes when you hear the word anti-seizure drugs and anti-epileptic drugs. Okay, if you think about seizures, those are the symptoms, and the epilepsies, you heard Elson talk about whether they're diseases or disorders and so forth. But we know that patients with epilepsy have seizures. That's very straightforward. Well, drugs that we use for epilepsy are really anti-seizure drugs. They're not really drugs that are fundamentally against the inner process of how epilepsy actually occurs. So they're not really anti-epileptic drugs. Now, the big textbooks use the term anti-epileptic drugs, but I just want you to understand that we're really treating drugs, using drugs as symptomatic therapies, okay? We don't really have very much evidence that these drugs have a long-term effect on epilepsy. But there are anecdotal reports, of course. But in general, we think of them as symptomatic therapies. So anti-seizure drugs is the term that really we should be using. So how do we find them? I'm going to talk about how we find them, and then I'm going to talk about how we develop them. By that I mean how we get them to the registration and to the patient, okay? So let's jump back for a second. I'm getting pretty old, actually, and I was a resident in this city. I think I'm in San Francisco. I was a resident in this city from 71 to 74, okay? And at that time, the first 4 drugs, plus some benzodiazepines, were all we had for epilepsy. It's hard to believe. I started using Tegretol, or carbamazepine, and the chief of the service said, well, this was like 1972, I was using it off-label, as you were, and he says, do you know what you're doing? Huh? Do you really know that this carbamazepine, this Tegretol, is really good for seizures? Well, it was approved just about the time I left my residency. But it's amazing, and you're going to see another picture of how far we have come since I was just finishing my residency in neurology. So how do we find these drugs? Well, basically, there are 3 possible ways. We can be lucky, okay? We can discover it just by accident. And that's true for several drugs. It's true for phenobarbital. It's true for valproic acid. Sometimes you just sort of stumble over it, okay? Screening. That's where we're really good. And I'm going to come and describe that in more detail. Because we, in the CNS, the central nervous system world, okay, epilepsy has an advantage in that we have relatively predictive animal models. And this is why we've had so much success in finding new drugs. The last is rational development. How can we figure out how the brain neurotransmitters work and use that to develop a new drug? An example would be vigabatrin, which it inhibits the degradation of GABA, which is an inhibitory neurotransmitter. Okay, so it stops the seizure in that way. Now, unfortunately, rational development hasn't been as successful as we'd like. Okay, tiagabine is another example. It hasn't been nearly as successful as screening. Now, how do we screen? Well, the NIH, specifically the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, big mouthful, NINDS, okay, has since 1975 supported the anticonvulsant screening program. This was started in 75 by 3 people who are listed here. I actually happened to be on the spot as a kind of a fellow at that time, and watched it all happen. And the contract from NINDS is to screen compounds, and they're accepted from all sources, academia and industry, they even come from abroad, and more than 30,000 compounds have been screened in these animal models at the University of Utah. It's currently run by Dr. Steve White, who just got the Accelerator Award, well-deserved, just in the last day or two. So this is an old slide. It's actually not even exactly accurate anymore, of how the plan of how a drug comes in, it gets identified, it goes through certain tests, and if it doesn't make it in those tests, it's dropped. But if it makes it in one of those tests, it moves on and gets more quantified in term to see if it really is a drug, and then differentiate it if you can, and then they can do advanced studies. Okay, so the whole process is one of an iterative process, and a drug can fall out of the process at any time, and most do, of course. Success rate is not expected to be very high. But since 1990, these are the drugs that have come through, almost all from screening, okay? Not all of these came from the ASP, but almost all of them came from one kind of screening process or another, even if not the ASP, then in industry. So now how do we develop them? After we get them, how do we develop them? How do we take a drug that we find in the laboratory and say, okay, how do we get it into the patient? Well, the first thing you have to do, unfortunately, is you have to do about $1.5 million worth of preclinical formulation and tox studies, okay? And that expense is called the Valley of Death, okay? Because a lot of companies can send their compounds to, or even academicians can send their compounds to Utah, which does that for nothing, not for nothing. We pay for it as taxpayers, but it's free to the individual who sends it. But after that, then we have a problem, and we actually have a problem right now in that. And if you've got a spare $1.5 million, please come see me afterwards. I'll be in the back. Okay. So, what do we really want? We want an ideal product. Okay. We want a drug that works for people who have refractory epilepsy. Now, I have to tell you, we don't have very good methods for finding drugs that work for refractory epilepsy. If we did, obviously, we'd be using them. We're trying to develop them. A lot of energy is going into that. Obviously, we want minimal adverse effects. Once daily dosing would be marvelous. Twice a day would be actually okay. We don't want it to interact with other drugs. We won't have to titrate the drug up so that it takes a month to get up to it. I mean, these are the ideal things. And we'd like to have a logical mechanism of action, but we often usually don't find that out until after the drug is actually in clinical trials, interestingly enough, in this particular disorder. This is the product flow, okay? So where we hang up is the so-called blue bar there, the IND track. That's where we need that's where I need that money that you're going to give me after my talk, okay? Then we go into phase 1, which is typically human volunteers, just to do pharmacokinetics and things. We don't really learn much about the efficacy, if anything, for epilepsy. There are drugs where you can learn something about efficacy in phase 1, but unfortunately it doesn't happen for. Then phase 2 is really proof of concept, okay? Phase 3 is the big studies that give you a broader view, especially of safety, and then finally you get to an NDA, a new drug application, and hope that the FDA won't take forever reviewing it. And in general, they're not too bad. The real problem is there's no really good shortcut that provides reliable preliminary efficacy. I'm sure Dr. French is going to talk to you about some novel ideas on this front, but so far, an expensive randomized controlled trial is unfortunately the only way to ascertain whether a drug is efficacious. And I wish I had more time to expand on that, but just think about the bias. You don't understand what bias is. I mean, it's a kind of a mental leaning, and everybody wants the drug to work. Okay? If you think about all of the bias in looking at a drug, okay, how many people want the drug to work? Well, everybody, the patient, the patient's parents, the EEG tech, the doctor, the pharmaceutical company, everybody wants it to work. So if you just hand out a drug, the probability is, oh, it's going to work because everybody wants it to work, and that's unfortunately why we have to blind studies, and so that we won't be affected by our own intuition. I'm going to skip this because I don't really have time to go into it, but I just want to mention that these are some of the drugs that we have that are ready to get that $1.5 million that I need from you, and we have even more of them, okay? And these were discussed in detail in the last 2 days, and some of these are really exciting drugs. And I'm working very hard with the Epilepsy Foundation, which is a terrific team, and I'm pleased to be honored to be part of it, to try to help find funds so we can get some of these drugs moving. And there is clinical stage drugs, and I won't spend any time on that because Dr. French is, I think, going to emphasize this issue. So the bottom line is, and you've heard it from Warren, you're going to hear it from Jackie, Dr. Jackie French, new drugs are coming. It's a complex process. It takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of money. We can't stop. We have to continue our iterative step-by-step process of trying to find new drugs, because each one of those new drugs helps us in a big way to get seizure control for our patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Porter. So what I'd like now is for everyone's going to get a chance to step up and to stretch, grab some coffee or juice or whatever. We're going to be coming back in here by 10:20 because we're starting immediately at 10:25. So please come right back in. And for the speakers for this next session, can I have Dr. Servin, Dr. Chong, Dr. French, and those of you so we can get set up. Thank you very much.
Switch it. We're going to go ahead and get started at this time. Just going to do just a slight change in order, and we're going to get into the meat of the matter. And I have Dr. James Cloyd, who is professor of pharmacy at the University of Minnesota, and he's going to talk about a big trend, which is looking at our rescue medications. So, Jim, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Servin, and it is indeed a pleasure to be back. I've been out of the epilepsy loop for about 2 years, and it is with great appreciation that I've been able to rejoin the community. Let's see here. These are part of my disclosures, and they are relevant because some of these companies are involved in the development of rescue therapies. I have a couple of other disclosures. My father had epilepsy, and on this day after D-Day, it's appropriate to note that he was a Navy officer and also in the Office of Strategic Services and fought behind the lines in Burma. And there he acquired malaria, and part of that malaria infection eventually went to the brain. He developed epilepsy. And on occasion, as a pharmacist in his pharmacy, he would have seizures. And as the lowest member of the family on the work totem pole, I would sometimes be there to try to administer some kind of help, which was woefully inadequate at the time. We've come a long way. I have a couple of other disclosures to make. I'm a clinical pharmacologist, and you're going to see some tables and slides that are written in pharmacology. It has been shown that this kind of information causes somnolence, nausea, and vomiting, and for that reason, I am lowering the dose. If I fail to speak in English, please let me know, and I will translate, but I will try my best to make it clear to all. Now, let's see if can we go back? Thank you. As I thought about what my job was today, it occurred to me that perhaps we needed some appreciation for what's old in rescue therapy, and I'm going to tell you this because it is a story about how the epilepsy community has had an impact on the development of new therapies. Now, I've learned, thanks to Patty and others, that rather than calling these treatments for seizure emergencies, the better way to look at this is rescue therapies to prevent seizure emergencies. And so in this diagram, which looks like a triangle, you can see that for those individuals where there is a propensity for recurrence of seizures, that's a good time to treat to prevent it from either escalating to status or the patient continuing to experience repetitive seizures. Likewise, another optimal time to treat would be when the seizure seems to be lasting longer than it ordinarily does. And these are the conditions in which one might provide rescue therapy. At the end of my presentation, I'm going to tell you one other possibility for rescue therapy that represents a very exciting future development. Now, this is a big problem. And the numbers are fairly rough in terms of their accuracy. The best estimates we have are that those with epilepsy, and this would typically be the individuals with refractory epilepsy, about somewhere around 100 to perhaps 165,000 people have something along the lines of an acute repetitive seizure phenomena. Some other people will call these cluster seizures or serial seizures. In general, they mean the same thing. Many people with epilepsy end up in the emergency department, and oftentimes this is because of breakthrough seizures for some reason or another. The most serious of the seizure emergencies, status epilepticus, is a common occurrence in emergency departments. Perhaps as many as 250,000 episodes per year, but with fewer than 200,000 individuals. Now, the good news is there is some evidence to suggest that the number of patients going to the emergency department for prolonged seizures or status epilepticus is going down. And we think this might be because there's better management of events such as acute repetitive seizures or prolonged seizures at home, work, or while you're traveling, in school as well. Rescue therapy started early, but with a bumpy start. Now, St. Valentine meant well, and he attempted to cure people with epilepsy using a blessing. However, the Italian, or I think it was the French FDA, demanded controlled trials, and in those trials, blessings were no better than no blessing at all, which may turn out to be a blessing. All right, so we move to the modern era. What do we want from a drug, or a device for that matter, but in this case a drug, that might be used for rescue therapy? Ideally, you want a simple approach. Therefore, one or perhaps two drugs that would treat this wide variety of seizure types that Dr. Porter and Dr. Soule discussed. You want a wide therapeutic index. Now, this is one of those pharmacology terms that really is quite simple to explain. A wide therapeutic index simply means that you need this amount to produce your desired effect, and you need this amount before you have an adverse effect. The wider that index, the better the treatment. You want the drug to be potent, and some people confuse sometimes potency with efficacy. Potency simply means that you need a certain amount of the molecule of the drug to produce your effect. Highly potent drugs require only a few molecules, relatively speaking. Now, we need this because if you think about where we put rescue therapies, they tend to be in small spaces. The rectum, the nose, maybe the buccal cavity, or maybe it's even an injection. So you can't deliver large volumes of fluid in those spaces. Therefore, you need potent drugs. What other properties do we need? Well, you need a drug and a device that allows you to provide this medication quickly, safely, and easily. Rapid onset of action, that's obvious, and now we're talking about minutes. However, the ideal preparation would have what I'm calling an intermediate duration of action. If it works, you might have a little bit of that somnolence or drowsiness, but you don't want it to last very long. And so we look for compounds that will produce the effect quickly, have an adequate period of protection to prevent recurrence, but then the effect will dissipate so the person could go on to activities of daily living. And of course, we want a product that has few or no monitoring requirements. And nature has given us a family of drugs that fit most of these characteristics. They are called the benzodiazepines. You're going to see an abbreviation for that later, BZD. And you've heard of these drugs: Valium, Versed, Xanax, Ativan. And of course, they have generic names as well, and we'll be using those generic names. But we have the tool chest from which to develop the products we need. Now, here's the first problematic slide. And I'm showing you this because of what it can tell us about how to understand whether a product's going to work well or not. And with my able assistant in the back, I want to direct you to the y-axis. I can't do this because of the position of this lectern. And that axis, that particular axis shows what's called the spike count. It's a measure of the frequency of spikes on an EEG. It's not seizures, but it represents abnormal electrical activity. On the other y-axis, very good, is the concentration of a drug called diazepam given rectally. And if you follow those two and you look down at the bottom on the x-axis, you'll see time. Look what happens when an individual gets a dose of rectal diazepam on the EEG. How quickly does it change? Gosh, it looks like it changed in about 15 minutes. And was there a concentration associated with that change? Yeah, around 200 nanograms of drug in a ml of blood. That gave us the information we needed to determine that a drug like diazepam, Valium, might be useful, and we had a target concentration that might guide dosing. That's a principle
that we can now apply again and again for new rescue therapies. So how did Diastat start? It started because the epilepsy community demanded that we have something better than what was going on at the time. And this story, I am proud to say, in the United States starts in Minnesota. Now, we don't brag very much. It's against our rules, ask Garrison Keeler, but this is one occasion where we'll have an exception. Bob Kreil is a wonderful pediatric neurologist. He practiced at a specialty children's hospital in St. Paul. And he had word from one of his colleagues in Europe that the Europeans, particularly the French, were using a rectal form of Valium to treat seizures outside of the hospital. And he came to me and said, can we do the same? Well, we didn't have a product, but we went down to the pharmacy and we grabbed a vial of injectable Valium, we grabbed a syringe, we got some needles, we got some Lubrifax, and then the most important thing is we went to the nurse in the epilepsy clinic and said, can you construct and develop a teaching module to train families how and when to use this jury-rigged system. And Carolyn Jones-Sadie, who is still involved in epilepsy, did that. We then carried out a study. This was 1982. Not as well designed as perhaps we should have, but we were working on a nickel and a dime. And we found out 3 years later that this intervention was highly effective. It reduced emergency room visits. Families said things like, we can go out on a date or go on vacation. The next part of this story, and let's see, it was Roger who said serendipity. Serendipity means those chances of fate that occur in life. And I'm sitting in a conference across the room from a former graduate. I'm trying to remember her name, and so I faked that by saying, where do you work? And she said, Upshur Smith Laboratories. What do you guys make? Well, we make a rectal aspirin and a rectal Tylenol. We just got approval for a rectal morphine solution. Has that shaft of light ever come down to one of you? So sitting across from me was a representative of one of the few companies in the United States that would even think about working in this space. And Upshur Smith jumped on board, began the development of this with assistance from our group at the university. The FDA jumped in on several occasions, including getting orphan designation for this product. The NIH jumped in and funded the first pivotal trial. And the academic community joined in, nurses, pharmacists, and neurologists, adult and pediatric neurologists, to make this work. It was a wonderful example of a community-driven effort to develop a product. This slide, the y-axis shows the probability of having no seizures. That's the response rate. And on the x-axis is time after administration of Diastat. And within literally 15 minutes, you begin to see a separation from the treatment group from the placebo group. And I want to do a shout out to all the nurses who were involved in this, because they were on 24/7 providing backup for the families who were using this treatment, because if the treatment didn't work, the families were going to need help. And the nurses were just remarkably supportive of this. You don't see separation like this in many drug trials. This and another trial led then to the development of our first formally approved rescue therapy called Diastat. It's now considered a standard. It's in the textbooks. However, and I may use the word but, thank you. Thank you. At least in Minnesota, we found that if you were over 6 years of age, you did not want your pants pulled down at the Mall of America. So there were people who would benefit from this therapy who were reluctant to accept the therapy. And actually, there were clinicians who were reluctant to talk about it. So then came the next wave of development. And I'm going to talk about there are 3 areas listed here. There'll be an additional one I'm going to briefly mention. Buckle. Now, what does buckle mean? Buckle means that you lean on the side, or at least your face is on the side. You open up the pouch, if you will, of your cheek, and you put in a little liquid medication. And this, in fact, is available in Europe. This graph on the x-axis is the y-axis is the concentration of drug, and this compares midazolam, Versed, IV versus the solution in the buccal pouch, the cheek pouch. And you can see that the drug concentration, that's called the time of the maximum concentration, is 30 minutes. And in some studies, it's even faster. And it's pretty well absorbed. So buccal is actually a possible option with some caveats about putting something in the mouth of someone who might be having a seizure. And I've listed here the advantages and disadvantages. It's on the handout, and I'm not going to belabor this, but the actual onset of action even precedes the peak of the drug concentration. These products are available in the United Kingdom and in Europe. It may be possible to import them. It's probably not easy. But I do not know of a company that's currently working to develop buccal therapies in the United States. So keep that in mind. Now, let's go to intramuscular and subcutaneous, and I'm aware of at least 2 drugs under development, and I'll just quickly show you a couple. There is an auto-injector of diazepam that has been developed by now Pfizer, and this graph simply shows the drug concentration of an IM administration versus a comparison with rectal. And as you can see, the drug concentrations reach a higher peak, a higher drug level, and a little bit faster than rectal. So this might be a possibility, but let me show you the next slide. This is a remarkable study done by a group of academics led by Dan Lowenstein and Rob Silverglide, in which they asked the question, could a cohort of emergency medical technicians give IM, auto-injector midazolam, versus an IV drug, ativan or lorazepam, for patients in the ambulance who have status? And they carried out this study, and at the conclusion, if you look at these 2 bar graphs, the higher response rate was actually with IM midazolam versus IV lorazepam. IM beat IV. And why? Because about 10% of the time, these really skilled emergency medical technicians couldn't establish an IV line. Now, that's real world. So you're going to see, I believe, at some point in the future, a therapy around at least IM, auto-injector midazolam, that might be useful in acute in seizure emergencies and rescue. You can even give these drugs subcutaneously, not into the muscle, but into the little tissue below your skin, and there it can be done in a needleless way. Now, this is a graph simply showing Versed or midazolam and the time course for the sub-Q injection. The higher peak is IV. IV is always going to win, but the second option is how quickly can the drug get in by another route. And you can see that the peak concentration here is within 5 to 10 minutes. Subcutaneous. An auto-injector, needleless, subcutaneous you have in your purse or your coat pocket. Lastly, intranasal, and I'll quickly go through this because my dear friend is giving me the high sign. This is your nasal cavity. You probably haven't looked at it this way in the past. Let me just say a couple of things about your nose. It's actually a small cavity. It doesn't have a lot of surface area, and therefore you need very small amounts of the drug. And it's an active organ, if you will, and there's mucus and other things causing things to drain out of your nose very quickly. So you have to give your drug in a very small volume, and it has to be absorbed fairly quickly, otherwise you're going to swallow the drug. So this is a remarkable piece of work done by Lahat and others in England, in which he asked the question, very much like that emergency medical technician study. He said, if the kids come in with long febrile seizures to the emergency department, and I have a choice between giving IV Valium or intranasal midazolam, what would win? IV, intranasal, same problem. And you can see here that when the physician said, give drug now, that cute little nose indicates where the nurse was able to give the intranasal midazolam because all you had to do is drip it in the nose. It took about 4 or 5 minutes to get the IV Valium ready. The response rate shows that the response is actually faster with intranasal midazolam than IV diazepam, but if you wait about 8 or 10 minutes, it becomes a tie. So work is underway now on both intranasal midazolam and intranasal diazepam. This is one example of how fast you can see. This is work done by a product that is now under development by Upshur Smith. And the peak concentration here, the Tmax, occurs in 10 minutes. The response is likely to occur even earlier. We and others have been working on intranasal diazepam in the past, and you see a similar picture where certain nasal solutions of diazepam can also work fairly quickly, but it appears not quite as quickly as intranasal midazolam. We'll have to see if there's any difference in terms of outcomes. So this brings us to where we are today, and it's all good news, folks. We have the following. The route is, if it says IN, that means nose. If it says inhalation, that means you're breathing it into your lungs. IM is intermuscular, sub-Q is under the skin, and buccal is in the pouch of the cheek. These are the drugs that are listed, the sponsors of the companies in which these are under development, and I'll just briefly say something about status. You now know what phase 1 means, thanks to Dr. Porter, and the diazepam products are under development, and some are potentially in late stage. Midazolam is phase 3. Clonazepam, that company appears to have stopped development. We're working on a less toxic, water-soluble prodrug of one or other of the benzodiazepines. Yesterday, we learned about a very exciting development with aprazolam inhaled, and it looks like it'll have a very fast onset. The last thing I will point out is that IM diazepam, will be more friendly to you and to the patient than before. And the most exciting thing I can tell you is that in the not too distant future, it is likely that we're going to be able to couple devices that predict seizures. Let me be clear, predict seizures. And you're going to couple that with something that you can give. It could either be a closed loop or it could be an external application that works very rapidly so that you stop something before it happens. Thank you very much.
Perfect, Jim. Thank you, Jim. Please remember we are going to have a panel, and if you have questions, write them down so that we'll have that available for questions for the panel in a moment. We're going to go back to our first order. We have Dr. Jackie French, Professor of Neurology at NYU and also head of the Epilepsy Studies Consortium. And Jackie, I'll turn it over to you.
See, obviously I have paid dearly for not being here when this started because I now have to follow Dr. Cloyd, which is absolutely impossible. So, but I do have one little addition, which you've probably heard. I actually have two little additions to your wonderful work with Diastat. So the ad campaign was when all else fails, in the end, there's Diastat. Nice. And also, the second one was the bottom line in seizure control. But we do hope that we will move away from those. All right, but seriously, folks, I am here just to tell you, the pipeline is moving so quickly that all I have time to tell you about in the 20 minutes that I was given, which is now 19, I just gave away a minute in a joke. Shouldn't have done that. What's coming, what has just come within the past year, and should you think about taking it? Should you think about taking a brand new drug? So let's get started. This is just to remind you, as you've been hearing all morning, that things are going very, very quickly. The line of new anti-epileptic drugs is going up extremely rapidly, and we have a few that have come in the last, as I said, year. So what do we know about new epilepsy drugs when they go through that wonderful pipeline that was laid out by Dr. Porter and they are finally approved by the FDA? So we do know from the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials that they have an ability to control seizures, and this is usually tested against a placebo or a sugar pill, as you've already heard. But we only know that for usually a single seizure type, and the seizure type that is usually the one that's tested very early is focal, what we used to call partial seizures, complex partial, simple partial seizures. These are seizures that come from one spot in the brain. We know this for people who have failed multiple other drugs, people who are called treatment resistant or refractory, and we know that only as it is measured against, again, a sugar pill. So both of those are added on, and we know that the new drug is better than nothing. You know, we would like to know a little more than that, but that's what we know. We also know something about how tolerable the drug is, but we only know how tolerable the drug is when used as it was used in the trial that was performed over a very short period of time. And we'll talk a little bit about what the implication of that is. What do we know about safety when a drug is approved? We know about safety in the population that was exposed during the trial, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And usually that's anywhere between, depending on what kind of drug it is and what kind of trials have been done, anywhere between 1,500 and 15,000 people. Now, there's something called the rule of threes. Now, you would think that if you test a drug in 100 people, you know the side effects that occur approximately 1 in 100 people. That would make sense. But in fact, statistics say that is not correct. If you test a drug in 100 people, you only know about how many side effects occur in 1 in 33 people. That's the rule of threes. You have to expose 3 times as many people to know that 1 in 100. If you wanted to know 1 in 100, you'd actually have to expose 300 people. So if you've tested 1,500 people, that means you probably know serious side effects that occurred about the frequency of 1 in 500. 1 in 500 is pretty rare, but it's not extremely rare. So there are things that pop up after the drug is approved and more people are exposed, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So all of this comes down to the fact that this is what we know at the time a drug is approved, and this is probably what we don't know. And we've been talking over the last couple of days about the fact that drugs really prove themselves when they go out into the clinic in terms of what they can do, what they can't do, how good they are, how safe they are, how well tolerated they are. So there's still a lot to learn. Having said that, what do we have that now is in the clinic and we're going to learn a lot about? We have one new drug approved in 2011. We've already learned a lot about it since it's been approved. That drug is called retigabine or Patiga. And I'm going to subdivide these drugs into what I call revolutionary and evolutionary. So revolutionary drugs are drugs that we know work with a brand new mechanism of action, and we know what that mechanism of action is. And we hope that because the way they work in the brain is very novel, that they're going to help people who maybe weren't helped by other drugs with different mechanisms. And then there are drugs that are evolutionary. And the way I describe evolutionary drugs is everybody's got their cell phone. You remember what the first iPhone looked like. And now we have a much, much better iPhone. And I bet you, or whatever it is that you use, that when the new version comes out, everybody's going to want it. So that's an evolution. And we've done quite a bit in cell phones as well as in drugs with moving things along and making better versions. So the evolutionary drug here is S-like carbazepine or Aptium, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And then we also have 3 new sustained release formulations, and I'm going to talk about why you should be excited about that. So we have Oxtellar, which is a sustained release oxcarbazepine. We have Trokendi and Qudexy that are both sustained release dopyramates. So let's start with Patiga, because I think not a whole lot of you are going to be taking Patiga, but we can learn a lot from what happened with Patiga. So Patiga actually is a drug that Dr. Porter spent many, many years of his life bringing to the clinic, because in animal models it is a fantastic drug. Actually, in clinical trials, it was a very, very effective drug. And it has a brand new, shiny, exciting mechanism of action, which is that it works on most drugs that we use, or many drugs that we use, work on calcium or sodium channels. And this one works on potassium channels. And whereas the others are blockers of channels, this one is actually a channel opener. So it's a completely different mechanism of action. One that we kind of have a reason to believe has something to do with epilepsy, because we know that babies who have a genetic defect in this channel have seizures. So we know that this channel has something to do with producing seizures. And the drug was initially approved, as I mentioned before, for add-on treatment in partial or focal seizures. And this is the results of the trial, one way to look at them, looking at the difference between, and we talked before about how expectations can make people better. So this is how many people actually had a 50% drop in the number of seizures they were having over the 3 months of the trial. And you can see even when only a sugar pill was added, 18% of people, which is not too shabby, had a 50% drop in seizures. But when they took the highest dose of the retigabine or Patiga, 44% of them had a 50% drop in seizures. And as seizure medications go, that's pretty darn good. So we were kind of excited about that. But unfortunately, after 2 years, Patiga got a black box warning because the people that actually were in the early trials, who had been on it for the longest period of time, came to their doctor and started to report something very unexpected. They started to report that their fingernails and lips and the whites of their eyes were turning blue. And that is a unique enough thing that immediately people started to realize that it must be related to the drug. And whereas having blue lips and nails cannot be considered to be a wonderful thing, we wouldn't worry so much if it was controlling people's seizures, except that when we looked in the back of people's eyes, the back of the eye, called the retina, was also blue with pigment. And that, people worried, could affect people's vision. And when they looked at these people's vision, they found that even with any kind of eyeglasses, they couldn't correct them back to 20/20, some of them. Unfortunately, we didn't have any vision testing before they went on the drug. So we can't know that this is absolutely due to the drug, but it was worrisome enough that there is now a black box warning, and that drug is now going to be sort of the last in line of the new drugs to be used. And this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes it takes a while for a side effect to show up, and we don't know, in fact, if people took Patiga for years and years, whether everybody would get this or whether some people would get this. I personally still have people taking Patiga who are doing very, very well, who didn't get success on any other drug, and we're watching them very closely. We're just observing, they're observing, and we send them to the eye doctor every once in a while. But obviously, this is something that only could be learned with time. The next drug I'm going to talk about is perampanel or Fycompa. It's also revolutionary. It's the first drug to work on excitation rather than inhibition or stabilization of membranes that I was talking about before. So you can look at this. You know, we have lots of drugs that try to inhibit seizures. And you can think about that. If you think of seizures like a fire in the brain, then I'm going to come and throw a blanket over it to try and get that fire to go out. That's inhibition. Now, the way that I would work on it for excitation is that I would take away the kindling or the match. And this is sort of what this is doing. It's inhibiting an excitatory chemical in the brain called AMPA. So we're taking away the kindling of the fire. And this drug is approved, again, for add-on treatment in focal seizures first, although there is a trial that just completed for generalized tonic-clonic convulsions, the most severe, form of seizure, and we're very excited to see whether the drug is going to work on that as well. Now, how did it do in the studies? You can see that in this study, the sugar pill got a quarter of people to have a significant reduction in seizures, but the 8 and 12 milligrams of perampanel did better than that with 37 and 36%. As far as side effects, very, very common side effects that we see with medications for seizures, dizziness, sleepiness, some irritability, and unfortunately this drug didn't have to wait 2 years. They already got a black box warning, and the black box warning is for severe aggression and homicidal ideation. That doesn't sound very good, but it's extremely rare. And, you know, if I tell you, I know, it's not, but if I tell you right now, I know that this is a possibility, look out for being, you know, having these feelings. We're going to know very early on, and we're going to be able to manage that either by lowering the dose or taking you off the medication if necessary. So we think of this as a manageable side effect. I mean, I'm not going to put you on it and tomorrow you're going to go kill your mother, I promise. It's just something you're going to have to look out for, and if you start feeling those aggressive feelings, then it needs to be managed. Let's go on to S-lycarbazepine acetate, or Aptium. And this is an interesting drug. If people are worried about what are we going to find with new side effects, this might be the drug for you, because it is not really a completely new drug. This is the one that I said was evolutionary. So it's closely related to a drug called oxcarbazepine, or Trileptal, which has been on the market for several decades. And when oxcarbazepine, or Trileptal, which is a prodrug, enters the bloodstream, it immediately gets transformed into mirror image compounds. We call them an enantiomer, and they're called S-lycarbazepine and R for the left and the right side of the mirror image. Interestingly enough, S-lycarbazepine, as the name might imply, is just the left side. So that means that all of those hundreds of thousands of people who have already taken oxcarbazepine have had this chemical in their body. So if it was going to cause people to turn blue, we would know that already. So in that way, it's maybe a safer bet than some of these brand new compounds. But the question is, if we're giving the left and the right, and now we're only giving the left, why would we do that? What's better than oxcarbazepine about this drug? Well, first of all, there seems to be less effect on blood chemistry. So one thing we watch very closely for people on Trileptal or oxcarbazepine is that the salt in their blood can drop. And that seems to happen less when you give only the left side of the compound. It seems to be released more smoothly, which reduces side effects, because when blood levels bounce up and down, as I'm about to show you, that can really have an effect, an impact on side effects. So it's a smoother release into the bloodstream. And in fact, it only needs to be given once a day, whereas immediate release oxcarbazepine has to be given up to 3 times a day. So that's obviously an advantage. Hopefully it will work equally as well, and it remains to be seen whether it's going to be better. It's also been approved in Europe already for 18 months as the drug Zebenix, so we do have some experience with this Aptium already. Now let's talk a little more about the immediate versus the slow release. So when you take a drug that stays in the bloodstream for 8 or 12 hours, you can see I've put arrows there. You take your dose, it gets released, and Dr. Cloyd was talking a little bit about release into bloodstream and that kind of thing. It gets released into the bloodstream, and immediately you get a peak. It's called the Cmax, the maximum concentration, and then slowly the body eliminates the drug, and you have less and less in your bloodstream. Then you take another dose, and you get another peak. Now, sometimes that's not a problem, but other times, now I've tried to show on this slide that the green is sort of between the green line and the red line is what we call the therapeutic range, where you want to keep the amount of blood in the drug in the bloodstream in order to not have side effects, which would happen if you go above the green, and not have seizures, which might happen if you go below the red. So if you have a drug that has a short transit through the blood, you can actually have peaks and troughs that can both get you into trouble, okay? And in addition, let's say you need more drug because the amount, you know that when you have a breakthrough seizure, the first thing that the doctor often does is say, take a higher dose. Now, under these circumstances, taking a higher dose may actually get you above the red line, but it's going to get you even higher above the green line. So you may have more and more side effects, particularly when the drug is first released at Cmax. And a lot of people with certain drugs will come and say, and Trileptal is one of them, after I take the drug, for 2 hours, I'm dizzy. And they are feeling that peak. And I see even some nods in the audience. They're feeling that peak. So wouldn't it be nice if you could stretch that line out, right, so that you don't get the peaks and you don't get the troughs? And then you can actually increase the dose and not go above the green line. You can actually get better efficacy with less side effects just by changing how the drug is released into the bloodstream. And that is the science behind a sustained release formulation. So the first sustained release formulation that came out was Oxtellar, which is a sustained release trileptal, and trileptal does cause those peak dose side effects. So we're very excited about that, and you can see that in the US part of the study, the amount of people who got a 50% reduction in their seizures was 52%, so that's not bad. So we're very excited about Oxtellar, and even people who didn't do well on trileptal might do better on Oxtellar. Now, I'll tell you, one problem with the sustained release formulations is that they are very expensive, and a lot of insurance companies right now are saying, we won't pay for them, just take the drug more often during the day. But it's not quite the same thing, so we're going to have to fight that battle. And I fight that all the time, quite honestly. Topiramate is another one that is coming out in sustained release, and I just want to point out the 200 milligram dose in the original formulation, which was immediate release. And you can see that it wasn't that much better than the placebo. So a little less than 20% of the patients on placebo, as in other studies, had a reduction, a 50% reduction in seizures, and a little, about 25, 26% on the 200 milligram dose, and those two didn't even separate statistically. But now look at the 200 milligram dose in the sustained release, where you see now almost 40% of people having a 50% reduction versus the placebo. So for whatever reason in the sustained release, it seems like the ability to control seizures was quite substantial at a relatively low dose. And a relatively low dose, as we said, means that the side effects will be less. So less of the sleepiness, dizziness. Sometimes you get tingling in your fingertips with topiramate. So this is something, again, to consider even if the immediate release didn't work. So finally, I'm going to say, should you try a new anti-epileptic drug? Well, if you've tried all the ones that are appropriate for you and they haven't worked, it may be time to move on to a new one. Well, how do you know you've tried all the appropriate ones? You got to ask your doctor, unfortunately, because there are 20 drugs out there, but not every drug is appropriate for every person. You should discuss the risks and the benefits. The data that's available, like what I've showed you, what's the likelihood that I'm going to get my seizures reduced? What's the likelihood that my seizures are going to go away altogether? What's known about the side effects? Was my particular type of epilepsy or seizure studied in a study yet? Or are you just presuming because it worked in another seizure type that it might work in my seizure type? So in summary, there's interesting, novel, evolutionary, and revolutionary drugs in the pipeline. Lots more coming behind, as you already heard about. Sometimes a small change, even a formulation change, can make a big difference. And there's potential now for new screening models and other things that will make the future, maybe it won't be what it used to be, but maybe it'll be even better. Thank you.
Right up there in this chair. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jackie. Again, when you have questions, write them down, as we'll have a panel right after all the talks. We're going to shift a little bit to the topic of medical marijuana, and we're going to start off with two perspectives. We're going to start with the medical one, and that's with Dr. Derek Chong. He is an assistant professor of neurology and epileptologist at NYU in New York, and I'm going to turn it over to Derek.
Thank you. So how many people here consider themselves experts in marijuana? Do you have any experts?
No takers.
Okay. No one's, I mean, we're in California. It's legal here, isn't it? All right. So I'm gonna do some teaching, I think, first of all. I hope this projects. It's actually a very complicated plant, and the terminology is actually very complicated, too. So let's discuss. Cannabis is the Latin name for the plant. It was derived from the Greek and is actually synonymous with hemp. In the 1700s, they decided to make it an official scientific term. So it's Cannabis sativa, Cannabis indica, so it's the genus. And now it's used by botanists and pharmaceutical companies. The term marijuana, generally, currently anyway, refers to the leaves and the female flowers, or the bud, of the cannabis plant. But it can refer to the whole plant itself. The name was derived in the U.S., but kind of stolen from the Mexican immigrants who used the term marijuana, either spelled with a G or an H there. And there was a lot of campaigns against both the immigration and the marijuana, and so they were trying to use this very negative term. It sounds foreign and dangerous, and they would also call it loca weed as well. And that was in the 1930s or so. The term hashish comes up every once in a while, and that's the name is derived from the word for grass in Arabic, and it's a resin or an oil that comes off the glands off of the cannabis stalk, and it has some of the substances are very similar. Now, hemp is the cannabis plant, but it currently refers to a specific subtype that's grown purely for industrial purposes. The cannabis plant has very strong fibers, so it's excellent for rope, for clothing, for paper, and the hemp subtype has very minimal quantities of any psychoactive substances. And I'll show you a picture of it. It looks very different. They really are interested in the bare stalks rather than the leaves and the flowers. The term cannabinoids are substances that act on the cannabinoid receptor in our cells. And, basically people would take cannabis and they would feel funny, and they would wonder, some people would wonder anyway, why they feel funny, and they figured that something in the plant, so they called them cannabinoids, and then they figured that there must be some receptor in our body that it's attaching to or modulating. So then they came up with a cannabinoid receptor, and they found it. And then somebody thought, well, if we have receptors in our body, what are they for? So we actually must make our own cannabinoids, and we call this endogenous cannabinoids or endocannabinoids. So as it says here, we make them ourselves, we discover them much later, and you can read that reference there if you're more interested about them. What is important for today is to understand the system itself. So there is one receptor that's called the CB1 receptor, or CB1R, and it's there here in that little purple squiggly guy. This picture is of two neurons. So the top neuron is what we call the presynaptic neuron. It is the talking neuron, so it's talking to the guy below it, who's the listening or the postsynaptic neuron. And we have these things called synapses, and the synapse basically is the location of where the talking occurs. So this picture right here. So let's think about an excitatory synapse. So the glutamate is an excitatory synapse. It's one of those things that Jackie French was talking about, the kindling part of the fire. So it's excitatory. Anyway, so when the top guy talks to the bottom guy, it excites the bottom guy. And what happens is that the bottom guy then releases some of these cannabinoids that float upwards onto the top guy and basically tell it to chill out. Okay, that's kind of the function of it. It kind of makes sense. So then your synaptic activity for the subsequent responses from the top guy actually goes down. Okay. Now that sounds great for seizures, right? You want to reduce that kindling fires and all that sort of stuff. The problem is that these guys also exist on inhibitory neurons, so your GABAergic neurons tend to be calming neurons. And so if you inhibit a calming neuron, you may have insufficient inhibition to be able to blot out seizures, so like your natural defense system against seizures. So in every brain, in every region of the brain, that balance between how many CB1 receptors are on the excitatory versus the inhibitory can differ. So it gets kind of complicated, and that's why maybe it's quite a unique system. So we actually have CB2 receptors too, and you can see there on the left, the CB2 receptors live on the immune system, and we're not really going to talk about that very much. It's just to kind of give you an idea of what the whole system's all about. And the CB1 receptor, as you can see here, lives in the brain and central nervous system. I'm going to skip that slide. We're going to go to this slide, which is about where we have the CB1 receptors in the human brain. So you can see the cerebral cortex, so it affects higher cognitive function. Here in the hippocampus, learning, memory, and stress, maybe reducing. All three of them will make you less stressful, but you also won't learn much and remember why you were stressed. The cerebellum that controls movement, and this is why I think it causes people to not do very much of it. The medulla is, there's receptors in there that deal with nausea and vomiting. So this is why marijuana is good for nausea, because it actually ends up reducing the reception and that causes the nausea and the vomiting, so for chemotherapy and such. Whereas in the hypothalamus, it actually increases the appetite. So as you can see, how the receptors, excitatory and inhibitory, are in the different areas of the brain, you actually get some things increase and other things decrease. So let's talk about the exogenous cannabinoids. So these are the things that we find in the plants. So THC and CBD, those are our two main ones. THC is short form for delta-9-tetrahydrocannabinol, and it is the substance that we think is the psychoactive one. It's the one that causes euphoria. It may also be contributing to the anxiety. And it's the one that really binds strongly to the CB1 receptor. So it's an activator of that receptor. It chills out those neurons. The CBD is cannabidiol, and it's not psychoactive at all. It doesn't really bind to CB1 or CB2, and when it does bind, it doesn't activate. In fact, it antagonizes it. So when it binds, it actually blocks the THC from binding. So it actually opposes some of the effects of the THC. And so when there's all these different varieties of marijuana out there, and they have different levels and ratios of THC and CBD, that's why you get kind of different levels of euphoria and anxiety and calming. So there's two main species, the Cannabis sativa and the Cannabis indica, and they look a little different in the subleaf structure. Both species have about 80 cannabinoids. So THC and CBT are the two main compounds, but then there's over 70 other ones that are floating around, in addition to over 400 other compounds that have been found and isolated, some of which also have effects in the central nervous system. So the sativa species tends to have more psychic and stimulatory properties sometimes, and causes a lot of anxiety, and that's because it tends to have a lot more THC than CBD. The indica strains tend to be more sedative, mellow, and people feel very heavy with it. And then there's very many hybrids out there. Hemp, so the hemp there is shown on the right. You can see the person there, and basically it's like a tree. It's taller than the person, and there's a lot of stalk and then a few of the leaves. On the left, you can see like a hydroponic lab, I guess. I got these off the internet. So they're very short and very broad, and there's mostly leaves and flowers, and so that, you know, you're going to expect a lot more THC out of the one on the left than the right. So hemp looks very different. It's tall and thin. There's hardly any THC actually in the plant. You have to smoke about 8 times as much to be able to get the same response of hemp than the other one. And unfortunately, there's not that much CBD in them either, relatively speaking, to some of the other plants. And that'll become important in a second. So hemp and cannabis, it's been around forever, 1800 BC or BCE, depending on what term you like to use. And it's been used both for the industrial stuff and the medicinal properties as well. In the 1800s, even in the US, it was indicated for multiple things: neuralgia, depression, etc. And in Ohio, it was even indicated for epilepsy back then. And then, you know, in the 1900s, as I said, with all that negative press, it sort of disappeared. And now it's kind of come back in the past 10 years or so, or the past maybe 100 years, actually. So I guess 50 years. Well, doesn't really matter. Anyway, so so we have a bunch of animal models. People became interested in this, particularly in the 70s, I guess. And what's important here is THC, that little bar that showed up there. You can see 61% of the studies showed anticonvulsant effects, 29% showed no effect, but 10% actually showed a proconvulsive or tended to cause seizures. And CBD, on the other hand, 81% anticonvulsants, 19% no effect, but none of the studies have shown that it promotes seizure activity. So that's important. The CBD then has anti-seizure effects without causing a lot of the side effects that you might get from the THC part of things. Human data is the first stuff that came out was anecdotal, and it was very similar. I'll summarize the slide saying that people either did better or it had no effect. In surveys, so a lot of people have been using marijuana for many years for their epilepsy. It's only now become more seriously looked at. So this is a study from Edmonton that looked at 136 adult patients, and about 50% had used marijuana at some time. And as you can see, you know, about 50% thought that their seizure severity and frequency improved by using it. It's interesting that although 50% had used it sometime in their life, only 15% had used it in the last month, meaning that I guess a lot of people didn't get that much benefit from it or had some side effects. So, you know, the retention there was actually not so good. This survey was published in 2013. It was, they found a Facebook group for people, parents who had found a CBD-enriched medical marijuana, and it was sort of like a Facebook support group. So they did a survey of the parents to see what sort of effects they thought were going on. Of course, this is biased because they're in the support group, and they obviously they seem to think it's working. So you're going to get positive results, but it's still interesting to see what happens. So the dose was quite variable. So on the second line there, from less than 0.5 milligrams per kilogram today to 30 milligrams per kilogram per day, which is huge because you multiply it by how many kilograms that person is. So if someone's like 40 kilograms, that's a huge difference. And the THC amount didn't vary as much, but it still varied. Most of these children had Dravet syndrome, so 13 of the 19 were Dravet. This is a graph I stole from the GW Pharmaceuticals website, but about this study. What you can see here on the rightmost bar is that there was a greater than 80% decrease in about 50% of the children of their seizures, and 2 children were reported to be seizure-free. In terms of side effects, there was better sleep and actually better alertness and a better mood and decreased self-stimulation. And actually, appetite decreased, and about 40% had some drowsiness. But that's about all that they reported as being negatives. So the positives very much outweighed the negatives in terms of the side effects, not even talking about the seizures. So, of course, surveys are biased. We know that. It still provides some information. But what we really need are clinical trials that are less biased or not biased at all, preferably. So here's a summary slide of 4 clinical controlled CBD trials. The yellow box there highlights the number of patients total since 1978, which is less than 50. And only half of them have been on the CBD, and the other half were on placebo. Again, the summary here is very little adverse effects except for some drowsiness, and people were either did well, had less seizures, or were seizure-free, and maybe half of the people had no response. So that leads us to the current study that we're doing now, so the Epidiolex study, which is 98% CBD. It's extracted, it's a very, so this GW Pharmaceuticals gets it from plants, but they're all marijuana experts there, so they get really high levels of CBD from their plants. And basically this is an open label study. So there's 6 sites, and each site was supposed to enroll 25 patients each, and every one of the children with treatment refractory epilepsy would get the medication. And NYU actually, because I'm from there, I know we had like 100 patients who wanted to be on it, and families who wanted to be on it. And so, I mean, our enrollment went so fast that they allowed us to add another 35. So we have, 60 patients who are in the study now. Preliminary results, according to GW Pharmaceuticals, will be available in the next month or so. And, this is going to be biased as well because, everyone wants the study to do well, but part of it is for the safety and to try to figure out what doses might work, and that will be helpful for planning a randomized controlled trial. And that's really the only way that we'll be able to get a CBD product all over the country, because once it's approved by the FDA, we can get it everywhere. And the problem here, my last 2 slides, is that it's really the high CBD substances are really only available in Colorado and California, and this is a case of Charlotte's Web, so Charlotte, Fiji, and we're actually going to have Sophie's case presented here just in a second. So I'm going to skip these summary slides and just go to this last slide here, where cannabinoids, there's a lot of miraculous claims. The problem is that they're all not tested, and we need very rigorous testing of the same dose and the same supplier to be able to know what works and what doesn't work. Okay.
To kind of get a more personal and patient perspective, we have Elizabeth Aquino, who is going to kind of provide that perspective for us. Elizabeth.
I have a timer up here. Okay. Hello, I am Elizabeth Aquino. I have much experience in the world of uncontrolled seizures because my first child, Sophie, was born in 1995 in the dark pre-internet days, and she was a normal baby and born normal term and went home and was nursed and breastfed. And then around 3 months, she was diagnosed with infantile spasms, which, of course, back then, when there wasn't an internet, I was told, oh, don't read anything about it. It's so bleak. Just take your baby home and start giving them high-dosage ACTH shots, but don't read anything about it. So, of course, me being me, I'm a writer and pretty opinionated and strong. I ran up to the Barnes & Noble. This was in Manhattan, and I went up to Barnes & Noble that had just opened up, and I went to the bookshelf on children with special healthcare needs, and I pulled down the Freeman book, Seizures and Epilepsy in Childhood, and I opened it up to infantile spasms, and there were 2 lines, and they're like in my head to this day about how has a particularly bleak outlook, and only 8% of children diagnosed with it will go on to do well. So of course we were going to be that 8% because that was the way I was. Well, we were not. We were the 92%, which means that Sophie is now 19, and up until we started Charlotte's Web in December, she had every type seizure you can imagine, atonic, tonic, clonic, partial, complex, all diagnosed of unknown origin. She was on 22 drugs, 2 rounds of the ketogenic diet, tested for surgery, but thankfully not a candidate, which is a whole other story. But I guess that path led me from New York to California, and we saw the best neurologists, as most of us who are parents and advocates will take our children to the best neurologists. And I think in preparing my words today, I mostly, because I'm a writer, I'm mostly struck over the 20 years that I've been doing this by sort of a disconnect between the family and the medical profession that I still, as a writer, kind of chew and mull over it, because I think a lot of it has to do with why would they understand if they don't themselves have epilepsy or have a child who has epilepsy? So I would let them off the hook for that bit of it. But on the other hand, I see the same thing happening now with the medical marijuana, the kind of disconnect in communication between what those of us who have watched our children seize with, unremitting for years and years and years, every single day, and then finally find something that helps them. And instead of there being sort of an outpouring of excitement, and I think it calls for it, that there should be, the motivation should be less the cautious and more like, wow, that's incredible, let's figure it out. I think if I hear one more time about we don't have long-term studies that show the efficacy of medical marijuana, I feel a little bit like I might scream, and I don't think I'm the only person. I think there are a lot of parents out there, because I can remember day, 5,000 when, not 5,000, I can remember those top neurologists literally saying to me, prescribing drugs at this point is more an art than a science. Or, there's a dartboard, let's take another hit. And I think that that's like a reality, and to acknowledge that the reality of the way our babies and children have been prescribed drugs up until now, it's a crapshoot. We all know that. And although the medical community doesn't need to say that, I think acknowledging it, the darkness of the field with these kids that have uncontrolled seizures who have been on multiple drugs in combination, it should be acknowledged. So where Sophie was seizure-wise, so she's 19, and I also have two boys, one's 15 and one's 13, and like one of the other speakers said, all this affects the entire family, and it's devastating. My other big beef about it is I don't want to hear about miracles anymore, because the cost of, if medical marijuana helps your child like it's helped mine, it's not a miracle. There's an enormous cost behind all of us. 19 years of watching your child seize, of her bursting her head open, of cutting her mouth, knocking out permanent teeth, having her little brothers help me drag her to her. It's intense. Having your marriage frayed, having exhaustion, everything. We all know that. We heard it from a few of the other parents. It's unlike any other disorder, I believe, and I have many, many wonderful friends with children with all different kinds of disabilities, and we all agree that epilepsy for medically refractory is unique in its devastation in families and for people. And I get a little emotional. So the miracle thing, I just said, I don't like it being called a miracle because it takes also so much work. There are people who have been working and working and working, whether they're growing the plants or distilling or making it, or Realm of Caring Foundation in California and Colorado. These people are working. It didn't just drop out of the sky, Charlotte's Web. It's like a long chain of work and work. And now, thankfully, the medical community's on board and contributing to that work. So if you could just think of it less in terms of a miracle and more that there's like a whole lot of people working toward it, and it didn't just drop out of the sky. It seems that way for me because, like I said, the great cost. So Sophie is 19, and she's been on 22 drugs and is currently on Onfi and on Vimpat. And she's been on both for many, many years, and her seizure control was this. She had up until the end of December, she had between 1 and 5 tonic-clonic grand mal seizures a day, hundreds of myoclonic spasms. So every morning she would wake up and have maybe 40 minutes of spasms, kind of like the old-time infantile spasms. They look like that, just myoclonic. And then they would slowly dissipate, and she would have a few hours, and then she might have another cluster. So she had those. She had partial complex, and periodically she'd have a drop seizure, but the drop seizures disappeared when she was about 6. She used to have, I don't know, 100 a day or something. But, so this is the end of December, but the big tonic-clonic were happening between 1 and 5 times a day. And she was, of course, she's kind of amazing because despite that, she's still up. I mean, she can walk, but she's nonverbal. She wears diapers. We feed her. We assist her with everything, bathing. She's profoundly developmentally disabled. But she has a certain kind of intense like awareness that I've always kind of clung to despite the seizures and the medications, in that she's almost like trapped in there. So years ago when I took her to a Chinese doctor, the Chinese doctor said, "She in there, she know." And I've always like said, I mean, that's kind of terrifying because of all the stuff that we do to her, but it's also been a big motivator for me to keep going when I wanted to lie down on the floor and just give up. So how I got the medical marijuana is I am a writer, and I'm also a big advocate. I've worked for many years with the Epilepsy Foundation. I founded a nonprofit called PACE. I was on the board of the Epilepsy Foundation in LA. I worked for years as the parent co-chair for Project Access, so I'm very familiar with all the systems of care and all that. But I knew that if I had to do the medical marijuana, it was going to be me. I wasn't going to get any help. So I went and got a card. We live in California. I'm not a pot smoker, but I went to get a card. It was hilarious. It was alarmingly easy, and I encourage all of you to at least go get a card and see what the whole scene is like, because why not? I think I told him that I had stress, and that's how I got a card. So then I got a card, and then I went and started looking for high CBD, and it was nowhere. I couldn't find it. There was 1-to-1, there was high CBD that turned out not to be high CBD. So I had nothing to give her. Then I found someone in California who did have the product. It was 14-to-1 ratio. I gave it to Sophie. She responded. I can't tell you how, because at first she just seemed different, alert, more alert. So then we, as a big surprise, I had also been on the waiting list for Charlotte's Web. And as a big surprise at the end of December, Ray, who's here, and you should visit his table for Realm of Caring, we were one of the first 26 families that went home with our very own bottle of CBD, of Charlotte's Web. So we gave it to Sophie. It's a tincture, the oil. And within 2 weeks, she had the first day and then 2 with no seizures in her life. So we're talking 19 years. It was kind of so shocking that our family just didn't talk about it because, you know, I'm Italian and they're jinxes, and I wasn't going to talk about it. So we didn't. We just kind of went along our way. And then she went 2 weeks with nothing, no seizures, nothing, none at all. Like crazy, right? Crazy. Not anecdotal, there was no placebo effect there. I know when she's having a seizure, she doesn't know anything like that. She had no seizures. So she had a few breakthrough seizures, and then we started kind of experimenting with dose, which is ongoing. So to this day, she's going up to 3 weeks sometimes with nothing, no seizures. Now, side effects. These are the side effects. She started, I think, how do I progress my thing? I'm sure I have to leave, sorry. How do I do this? Okay, that's her and me. That's a picture that I took when she started smiling again. She hadn't really smiled in about 10 years. Over the years, her affect dulled down, which, here's my geek Venn diagram, which I was excited to see you had some. I was thrilled. I have a friend who made this for me, and since diagnosis, which will be next week, which is symbolic to me that next week will be 19 years. She's lived 6,935 days when the slide was made. She's been on pharmaceuticals only 6,772 days. She's been on CBD 163. She's been seizure-free on those 163, 121 days. And if you can see that the days on CBD completely envelop the seizure-free, or the seizure-free days are enveloped, and there's literally never been a day on pharmaceuticals where she's had seizure-free. So December 13th, she had a terrible fall. She had a drop seizure and smashed her nose. And I think there's a handout that I wrote about it. And then we went and visited her neurologist at USC in April, who I'm going to secretly say almost jumped up and down when she saw her, because she was seizure-free and very alert. So her things are smiling, she's alert, she sleeps well. She's profoundly changed. She's in there, and now we do know it because she's showing us. So that's it.
Thank you for that very powerful story. We're going to begin our panel discussion, and that's why I had everyone sitting here so that we wouldn't have to kind of spend some time at this moment. But I'm going to start off, we kind of started with, we were going to have Maureen and myself talk about how do we take these medications and put it into practice. And so I'm going to, in the spirit of honoring the fact that we were very nice in giving our time, I'm going to turn to Maureen and ask that question. You just heard about new rescue drugs, new ongoing maintenance drugs. You just heard about cannabis. How do you incorporate this into day-to-day practice as a health practitioner?
So, are you going to turn it on over there, or am I supposed to do something here?
It is working.
It's working, great. So, I'm a nurse practitioner here in the Bay Area at Stanford. My only commercial disclosure is that you can walk to Google from my home. So that's out of the way. So in moving therapies into day-to-day life and practice, I thought about the example of moving therapies into schools. And I'm hoping that the next big one to come to move into schools is going to be intranasal midazolam. I work with many different counties, dozens, hundreds actually, of school nurses throughout Northern California, and there are concerns about it. So based on both literature and myself as a person who's been working with kids with seizures for 45 years, my recommendations are to both make it personal, as we've heard so eloquently from families here today, and then also take a systemic approach. And I think the personal approach is making sure that that school nurse meets you and your child, and you sit down together to do that seizure action plan. I receive literally dozens a week, hundreds over the course of a school year. And very often the school nurse and the parent have never spoken. And I think it's so important that your child, of course, is more than a piece of paper that's faxed to me in some office someplace to fill out. So that individual thing, and the individual thing is not just meeting with the school nurse. Sometimes it's meeting with other school personnel, and a shout out to someone I know here. Sometimes it's going to the school board meeting to make sure that they know your child too. And then we look at the systemic approach, and this is sometimes where we can improve. And that is, you're not the only parent. I'm not the only nurse practitioner dealing with this. And I think it's easy sometimes for me to feel that way, and obviously for parents. But gather with other parents that you know, that you meet through the Epilepsy Foundation, that you meet because your children are in school together. Because when a group of parents comes together and says, county-wide, we need a standardized action plan. We need all schools to be on the same page. We need to all talk about risks and benefits. And while schools are very often ready to talk about the risks of rescue medications, the theoretical risks of respiratory depression, it's on us to bring up the actual known risk of prolonged seizures, which can result in emergency room visits, hospitalizations, even intubations in the ICU. So that would be my response.
Maureen, thank you. And I want to now open this up for having the larger audience have questions, because this is being streamed not only in this room, another room, and as well all over the internet. I'd appreciate if you could please come to the microphone so we can kind of start the question, and we can kind of go from there. And I don't know if anyone would want to start us off. Do you have a question? Yes, please.
Yes, I do. I'd like to ask Dr. Chung. My son, Kevin, had epilepsy, but my older son has high-functioning autism, Asperger's, which I guess is not a diagnosis anymore. But do you have any indication of medical marijuana being helpful for autism?
I'm actually not too familiar with that. I do know that people are trying to see if it helps with some of the anxiety components to it. And again, it would be the high CBD variants that I think they're engaging in. But I don't know that much. Does anyone else?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
yes.
you do? Wait,
oh,
wait,
I'm
we
sorry.
do.
Go ahead.
We
We
do.
have, please.
I have heard about a lot of people who are using the high CBD with their children. A lot of children who are autistic are also epileptic, and many of them have self-injurious behaviors. And I've heard from people that it's helping at least that aspect of it in addition to seizures.
Thank you. Over here, yes.
Maureen, I just wanted to thank you for your comments on the school system. It certainly is a challenge for families. And I just wanted to share, I'm in Virginia, so it's a little bit different there, but I wanted to share that one of the things we've done in working with schools is just try to be really active with everyone in the school, the county nurse, the clinic aide. We don't have nurse in the school, but we've been able to get rescue meds in by working with those people. I know there have been challenges with that in California. And one of the things we also did is we have an IEP for our son, and we fight really hard to keep that IEP because it's just more powerful than a 504, and it gives us so much more support, and really it gives the school the capability to have offer more support. And when we were talking about what was going to be best for our son, we requested that they put in the IEP that there would be a seizure training prior to school starting every year, and every person in the school who had access to Evan would be in that meeting. And they all said, yeah, that's a great idea, because they're terrified of Evan having a seizure. And but what we didn't realize at the time is we'd put it in the IEP, which made it a legal requirement. And we just wanted what was best for Evan, but what we did was we held the school accountable, and they were a partner in that accountability, and that first meeting was 30 people. So it was, and we do it every year. It's in the IEP every year, and it's really made a difference in awareness for the school, the teachers, the administrators, as well as making them feel safer, and our son is safer. So I just wanted to share that, and thank you so much for sharing what you did.
And thank you for sharing with us as well. Yes, please.
My question is for Elizabeth. Our stories, you basically told my story. I'm 7 years behind you, and I have a son and not a daughter, but Brock had infantile spasms, has Lennox-Gastaut, hasn't had a day without seizures in 12 years. And I guess, do you have any concerns as a parent that people are getting too MMJ focused and losing sight of the big picture? You know, for us, I'm trying not to use the word miracle, saying over and over in my head, our miracle was the corpus callosotomy. For Brock, he went from 2 or 3 drop seizures a day to none after that. And, you know, seizures that would knock teeth out. He went from wearing a helmet to not wearing a helmet after that surgery. And I just get concerned, you know, on message boards, everywhere you read, everybody's just, it seems, losing focus. And, you know, we've got to do this. And, you know, we've got to a good place through some of these therapies that are currently available. And I'm not opposed to medical marijuana, but I just fear parents are losing the big picture and getting this picture.
I'm not really sure what you mean by losing focus. I get what you're saying. I don't think it's losing focus. I mean, most of the people who are trying medical marijuana have been on multiple drugs, and in fact, they try medical marijuana and then they're stuck with trying to get rid of multiple drugs. So I don't quite understand.
I read a story recently that said a family with a 1-year-old was moving to Colorado because that was their last hope. That's sad for me. I have a son that's 12 and been on multiple medications, had multiple brain surgeries. He has the VNS. He's done the keto. Right. I don't feel like we've been through his last hope. That just concerns me. That
I guess I would say that as a person, I mean, I'm thankful that I'm a meditator, because when Sophie stopped having seizures with the medical marijuana, there was a part of me that was pissed, angry. Like, what the heck? Like, really? Medical marijuana after all the stuff that we've been pouring down our throat for 20 years? And so I don't, I think if I had a child who was 1, I guess it's hard to say in hindsight. I mean, her life was wrecked by seizures and drugs, wrecked. And if I could back up when she was 1 year old and try medical marijuana, I mean, what's the downside? It doesn't work. Then you don't do it. What if it works? I mean, you're still going to have, and people are concerned about like the long-term cognitive effects. Well, what do you think happened in the last 19 years with 22 drugs? So I don't think it doesn't concern me. I mean, I'm sure, like, if I were a medical professional, and also if my baby was a year old and I'd be all worried about, I would worry. But looking back in hindsight, oh my God, I wish that I would have been that 1 year. I would have, because if it doesn't work, then you don't do it. If it does work, you're going to avoid brain surgery, VNS surgery, 22 drugs, side effects, aplastic anemia, SUDEP, a dulled person who can't walk straight, who can't drive, the cost is so huge, I think. So no, I don't think that people are jumping the gun. I think it's the first exciting thing to happen since the ketogenic diet, and Jim I opened the People magazine that day in 1995 and read about his son, who was about my daughter's age, and I was on the next train to do the ketogenic diet. So, and at the same time, people were saying the same kind of thing. Oh no, we can't do it. Oh no, it's, So I disagree.
And we have 2 more panelists. I want to actually address that. I'm going to Jackie and then Maureen. I didn't see you, Dirk, but why don't you go, Jackie?
So I totally get where people are coming from, and I think that if they want to try medical marijuana or cannabidiol, they by all means should. The reason why, as a medical professional, I think we still need studies while you're trying it as necessary, is because we need to know the order of things. So with all of the drugs that I mentioned, there are miracle cases. But if we didn't know how many non-miracle cases there were, we would presume it was a miracle drug. So, it may be that medical marijuana is going to be 100% effective for 100% of people. It may be that it'll be 10% effective in 100% of people. People need to know that as they're making decisions. So it really is a question of, yes, it's a miracle, but for how many and for whom? Who is it going to benefit? Who is it not going to benefit? Are there risks? And believe me, without doing, comparison studies, we wouldn't know the risks of a lot of things. We would only know the benefits. We know, for example, the ketogenic diet is incredibly effective, but it does have risks, and we know what to look for. So, that's why, at the same time, I totally get, I saw Dallas Buyers Club, and it impacted me. I totally get that we need access now in order to, help people who are suffering now, but at the same time, we need the information to know the order of things. That's what I would say.
So I'll turn to Derek and then Maureen, and then we'll go to another question.
There are costs involved if you don't live in Colorado and California. To be able to get CBD anywhere else is illegal, and you can try to import hemp oil, which is actually legal, but the quantity of CBD in there is so little that you need to buy about $300 a day worth to be able to get the equivalent amount that you get here. And people have done that in the Northeast. We've had patients get CBD from some, there's also some alternate shady individuals who are able to get oil for our patients, and it hasn't worked for everybody. So they did try it. They spent a lot of money to give it a try, and it didn't work. But yeah, the order of when you would use that is very important. And I think Paige Fiji was very clear yesterday, saying that she doesn't want people to have false expectations. It's probably not going to work for everybody. And so you don't necessarily want to move your entire family until you kind of at least have some sort of trial basis where you've kind of figured out that it does work. So I kind of understand both perspectives, and our goal really is to be able to get it to the market so that everyone can give it a try without having to go to extraordinary measures. But unfortunately, that's a few years away.
Maureen, one final word on this, and we'll go over here.
Just very quickly, I think this discussion really points to the whole idea of risk and benefit, and that's a very individual thing for every child, every person with epilepsy, and every family, so that the risk of one seizure every 3 months is quite a bit different for a typically developing 17-year-old who's driving, going off to college, and playing ice hockey than a seizure every 3 months is for a baby who's being cared for constantly. And the long-term effects, risk and benefit ratio, also has to be taken into account. And it applies not just to schools, but to individual treatment decisions too.
Thank you for that very thought-provoking question. Let's go over to this side.
I have a question for Ms. French. You talked about different medications and how, we're really lucky, a lot of different ones are coming out. How many medications would you suggest until you consider a different method? Because I've now done 11 medications. I'm on 3, and it depends if you consider short-term and long-term.
It's an excellent question. There are many, many medicines, and somebody worked out how many years it would take to try them all in all combinations, and it's longer than your lifetime. So unfortunately, we can't try them all in all combinations. We tend to think that if somebody has failed, well, we now have a definition of treatment resistant, what we call, and if somebody has tried 2 drugs in good, concentrations at good doses and it hasn't worked, then we call them treatment resistant. And at that point, we suggest that everybody be evaluated to see whether there is something other than a medication that can work, because at that point, once you are treatment resistant, the chances, we know this too from studies, the chances of getting seizure-free completely from trying medicine after medicine after medicine is 5% per year. And 5% per year, you can look at it one of 2 ways, glass half empty, half full.
I'm 22.
So, but it takes a lot of years to get a lot of people seizure-free. So at that point, it definitely is worth going to a specialized epilepsy center and seeing whether there are things other than drugs that can help you. For some people, there will be. For other people, there won't be, at which point the 5% per year starts to look better.
Great question there. Why don't you go over to this side?
Dr. Cloyd, I just appreciate you presenting on the rescue meds, and wanted to know that we were able to use that with my son when he was quite a bit younger, so thank you for that. And I'm from Minnesota, and hard to argue with success in medical marijuana, so that was very nice to hear about your story also with your daughter. I look at that also with caution. My son is 36, he has LGS. Be really nice to be able to try medical marijuana, but as you know, Dr. Cloyd, in Minnesota, that's not possible yet. I just wanted your perspective on what you see for that happening in Minnesota as far as that new bill that Governor Dayton has signed, and whether or not there's going to be, time-wise, some research going on there with medical marijuana.
Thank you. So we are now another state which will permit the use of medical marijuana for eligible patients. That law was enacted last month, signed by the governor. There will take some time to set up the distribution system. There's going to be some efforts to ensure quality of product that's dispensed. There's going to be some cost to patients and families. There will be some effort at record keeping. I don't know whether it rises to the level of research, but there will be some effort to try to understand the benefits of it. And I don't have an exact timetable, but I'm guessing by early 2015, people living in Minnesota will have access to medical marijuana.
Thank you. We're going to go to this side for a question. And just to remind folks, we do have several more panels, so we have 5 more minutes of questions. I'm going to shut up right now so we can get to some of them, and then we will realize there'll be other panels to ask questions to. So, ma'am, please.
Hi. I have a child. She's now 33, and she has intractable epilepsy and has used multiple drugs and surgery and VNSs and such. And I wonder why there are no studies being done for medical marijuana with adults. I just find that kind of mind-boggling, actually.
Well, a lot of it has to do with the ability to do a small study in what we call orphan drug approval. So the company that's funding the study only has to do one smaller study to be able to get it approved. When you start doing it, and so like you could do it in the Dravet or the pediatric catastrophic epilepsies, if we're still allowed to use that term. And once it's available, then we would presumably be able to use it off label for other types, just like Onfi. Onfi or clobazam is really only approved for children with Lennox-Gastaut, but we kind of use it for a lot of other patient populations now.
Also,
sure.
I haven't heard it said yet, but marijuana is a Schedule I drug with cocaine and heroin, which prohibits the free testing of it, which means that universities, am I right? Public universities, they get no money to do tests. It's as long as it's prohibited by the federal government as a Schedule I drug, there can't be tests. So one of the great imperatives is to remove it from the Schedule I and put it in a lower schedule drug so that kind of research can then commence.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to the question in the center to this gentleman.
It isn't? Well,
but that's okay.
Hi, my name is Dimitri Furman. I have a son who has a very strange lesion in his insula that we've had a hard time figuring out how to operate on, and so we haven't done any surgeries. Failed, I guess, somewhat failed 3 drugs and had a better success with ketogenic diet, but also not seizure-free. He has 1 seizure a day. I had a couple of questions for Dr. French, actually. So the first question that I have a hard time figuring out is like, so the diet had some success, and then the drugs had the side effects. I actually would like to compliment you first and foremost for saying that some of these side effects that are displayed on the label are not necessarily everything. And so like once the drug, even a well-known drug like Trileptal or Keppra goes into rotation, things happen that are not known. And I guess we've been getting a lot of resistance as a family, and we're a family of engineers and a family of a lot of data and charts and everything like that. And so we've been getting a lot of resistance from the medical community, at least doctors that we've interacted with, as to side effects that we noticed, and they're like, well, it's not possible. Well, this is happening. This is the data. It's not. I'm not being. This is objective data. And so Trileptal introduced the day seizures for us, and Keppra introduced all sorts of other craziness. But the question that I have is, why, in the medical profession, we're not trying things that are more isolated first, meaning and easier to get in and out of. And so like, for example, we all established here the ketogenic diet or all sorts of other dietary therapies have success in some ways, right? They have actually a very high level of success compared to even some of these medications. Why not try those type of medications, those therapies first, because it's easy to get on and off of them, so you at least don't mix the data with other medications in the picture. Why do doctors resist to do something like that first before we try the medications very hard to get on and off of, and then once you mix them all together, then who knows what's going on?
It gets back to what I was talking about before. By the way, I just wanted to comment on your excellent comments about you have to listen to people when they tell you about side effects, just like the blue fingernails, right? Sometimes they're very striking, and eventually we get enough reports, and I'm going to say this on behalf of the FDA, when there are unusual side effects, it's really important to report them to the FDA so that there can be more information from a number of people to say this isn't just one person, this is several people. And I'm going to give you just one example. When topiramate had been out, Topamax had been out for maybe a decade, a patient of mine came and said, you know, when I take this stuff, I don't sweat. And I'm like, really? You know, you don't sweat and you notice this and you just noticed this now? But I'm like, okay. Well, it turns out that that is a very important side effect, and some children stopped sweating and were getting heat stroke because they couldn't sweat and release their heat. So it's very important to listen to people. Very similarly, I had a patient very early on a drug called vigabatrin or Sabril who told me, I started this drug and I was bumping into things, and first I thought he was unsteady, and then I realized that his vision was not good to the sides, and it turns out that a third of people who get put on this drug lost their vision to the side, but because they didn't lose the vision to the front, it wasn't noticed until 100,000 people had taken the drug. So we have to listen to our patients. We absolutely have to. So thank you for that.
And thanks. And we have time for just one more question, and I'm going to go right there.
And so I'm not a question. I'm actually just wanted to respond to the woman who was asking about adult epilepsy. My name is Nicole Foreman. I'm the medical director at Insys Therapeutics. And we are in the pre-IND stage, as Dr. Porter was helping you to understand, for pharmaceutical CBD. And I just wanted to let the woman know that we are pursuing research in adult epilepsy as well as orphan-designated pediatric epilepsies. And we do have a booth out there. We could engage you and talk more about that. So I just wanted to respond.
Thank you so much. And please join me for giving a round of applause for our wonderful session here. I'm going to now turn this over to Patty Schaefer to carry us through lunch.
Okay, so lots of good information here. If you are standing up, please write down your question. We'll get to you first on the next panel. And to all of our people in internet land, please respond to the questions on the Epilepsy Pipeline page or write your questions in. We're now going to break for lunch. You can please visit some of the exhibits. You can bring your lunch back in here as well to eat. And at 12:30, we're going to be having Dr. Jan Bulow and Brandy Fuhrman talking about engaging in research. So those of you who are really interested in that, please come back in at 12:30 with your lunch. And we all start off right at 1 again. Thank you.
I hope not. I think you're... You did fine. So you got... I did for anyone, I got a 10-minute left, a 5-minute left. Time. And your schedule. So whoever's there... As always, thank you for being such a great director. You're magnificent, but I'm sitting there and I'm like, this reminds me when I do little pieces sometime for NPR or NBC, because at the end I'm like, any other question? They always go, and they turn it off, and I'm like, sorry. So I'm watching that, I'm like, I look at the daggers, I'm like, you're doing, this is great. I think your time right
You all set? Now where did Jan go? Calling Dr. Bulow. Okay. I hope everyone had a good bite to eat, has had a chance to wander a few minutes. We're going to get going to talk about patient engagement and research. Because as we're talking about new therapies, the always question is, you know, well, what's next? And the only thing about what's next is that research continues on this. And it's more than just kind of participating in research. There's all different ways that people can participate in different phases. So that's the purpose of having a few minutes to hear today. We're going to start off with, could you fix the slide? We're going to start off with Dr. Janice Bulow. She is the Vice President for Programs and Research in the Epilepsy Foundation. She started off as an epilepsy nurse specialist and has been an instructor at nursing schools, and now we're lucky to have her at the Epilepsy Foundation. She's going to start by talking about the Rare Epilepsy Network. Following that, I'm going to be having Dr. Brandy Fuhrman. She's a PhD from the National Institute of Neurological Diseases and Stroke at the NIH. She's a director of some of the epilepsy research there. So she's going to talk about some of the variety of ways that people can become engaged. Dr. Bulow?
Hi, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch, and thanks for coming. This has been a lot of fun. So I'm going to spend just a few minutes talking about, do I change my own slides? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to spend a few minutes just talking about what it looks like for patient engagement, and I'm going to give you the example that we have from the Epilepsy Foundation. And the example we have is called the Rare Epilepsy Network, and so I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about that. And just sort of give you an overview about how patient engagement and research has really sort of changed the face of how we're doing research in this particular project. So we have what's called the Rare Epilepsy Network, and I'm the PI on that, the principal investigator, and Barbara Kroner, who is a senior research epidemiologist from Research Triangle Institute, and who is with us here today, so she might chime in if she has anything really smart to say, and then, or smarter than what I'm saying, which probably wouldn't be that hard. And then Dr. Dale Hestorfer. But in general, what you need to know is that the Rare Epilepsy Network was an initiative that is created by and for patients and their families with rare epilepsies. And so the Rare Epilepsy Network was funded by an organization called PCORI. That's the acronym for Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute, and it is a federally funded foundation, essentially, that grew out of the Health Reform Act. And the beauty of PCORI is that it is truly about patient-centered outcomes. And so they've done a lot of different kinds of projects, and what you need to know about it is that at PCORI, they have patients who are a part of the review panel. They have patients on their advisory boards. So there's a lot of patient-driven activities at this PCORI Institute. So the grant that we are a part of is a program that is actually huge, and it's made up of 18 smaller groups, which we are one of, and they're called patient-powered research networks. And so it is typically, mostly what it is just like ours, they are small little groups or smaller groups that represent mostly a disease entity is what it's looking like. So there's 18 of these smaller groups. But then also, as part of this very large research project, there's the Clinical Data Research Network. And those are systems organizations, so it's multiple hospital systems working together. The beauty of of this idea is building systems of research where there could be commonalities overlapping between disease processes, but also there's a way to identify and look across organizations and these different groups to really essentially increase the power of research. But it's all patient-driven. So the Rare Epilepsy Network was an initiative that was really created by patients and their families, and it was designed to provide patients and their families an opportunity to participate in research. So you can see what the goals are. It's patient-centered and patient-driven, and the goal is to improve lives and quality of care of people with rare epilepsies. But what happened was the call for this research grant came out, and Vision 2020, which is an organization that grew out of the Institute of Medicine's report, Vision 2020 is made up of multiple smaller organizations. So the Dravet Institute, Lennox-Gastaut, Epilepsy Foundation, so multiple smaller organizations, and the Epilepsy Foundation is part of it, and the Cure is part of it, and American Epilepsy Society is part of it, so it's this multiple organizations. But these smaller groups like Dravet and Epilepsy decided that they wanted to go for this patient-powered research network. And so what they did was they recruited us. They recruited the Epilepsy Foundation, they recruited Dr. Kroner, they recruited Dr. Hesdorfer, and brought us in to build this research program. So they drove patients or family members, drove the development of the program, the proposal. They have been actively involved in every aspect of this project. And these are the initial 7. We're up to 10 now, I think, or maybe 11. Can't remember. But these were the original 7 groups, the rare epilepsy disorders, that really drove the initiation of this project. And so I'll explain to you in just a few minutes what it looks like, but I just want you to see the patient engagement in this research process. And it's very important because patients are deciding what kinds of questions we should be asking. Patients are driving, they're beginning to drive what IRBs are going to look like and what kinds of IRB applications we have to do and what informed consent is going to look like. So it's kind of changing the face of what research might be looking like. So we have a governing board which is made up of the executive committee, and that would be Barbara, Dale, and myself, and a representative from these small organizations. And then there's a steering committee that is made up of one member of each one of these organizations. And these are the groups that make all of the decisions about what's going to happen in this activity. And then we have working groups that look at things like recruitment and engagement, research topics, privacy and sharing, etc. So all of these groups are involved in all of these activities. What we're building is a database. And the database is, again, it consists of patient-related outcomes or patient-related outcomes that are important to the people who are helping us to build this database. And so the database is being built at Research Triangle Institute. We are going to use NIH's common data elements, and so NIH has come up with sort of identified questions that if we use the same set of questions across all studies, then we can begin to compare studies so that we can get better and more important data. But we're going to be, PCORI is also identifying their own data elements. So, and the other important key piece to this is that we probably, sometime in the future, will be importing electronic health records. So when you go to the doctor, you have health records that are filled out, And we would be putting this in only with patients' permission, so these informations would go in. And the reason this is important is because we'll be able to take all of this data across these rare epilepsies. Now remember, I mean, sometimes there's only, there's maybe 200 or 300 patients in each one of these rare groups. And so if we just did it with one group, we wouldn't have enough data. But across all of these rare epilepsies, we're going to begin to gather enough data to get important information. So these are some of the features of the Rare Epilepsy Network. In the future, we're going to be working on continued funding from PCORI, and we're going to be building a sustainability plan that, from the Epilepsy Foundation that will look like a Rare Epilepsy Institute, which will have education, social networking, and other research. And then we hope to endow that and partner with all the relevant organizations in that endeavor. So in conclusion, the Rare Epilepsy Network project is critically important for patients and their family, and it's critically important because it's patient and family driven, and that it's going to provide data to do research in a time frame that's useful to patients and families. We're going to be able to answer questions we weren't able to answer before. I actually think that PCORI and this particular project, which is called PCORNet, is visionary. It is the first time that we've been able to begin to look across systems in a patient-driven manner that will increase the ability for systems to talk to one another and the potential for more research opportunities. And by the way, if you would look at the kind of research they're doing overseas, because they already have these systems in place broadly across countries, especially in like in Sweden, they can do all of this kind of important research and answer these questions, which we haven't been able to really do here. But I just wanted to say one last quick thing, and that is that research isn't important if it's not about patients and their families. If it doesn't have some relevance to the people that we are trying to do the research for. Research has to be patient-driven. It can't be researcher-driven. Now, I'm not saying that researchers shouldn't have a huge key piece in that, because they get the process, and it's not an easy process, it's really hard. But what I'm saying is the patients and their families always have to be at the center of everything we do and everything that we're thinking about when we're doing research. And so the only way we can do that is to continuously engage people like you, to ask questions, to come forward, to talk about. So I just want to put that in your head, because it's critical. And this is one way that it can happen, and I'm done. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Buelow. Dr. Furman? Slides for Dr. Furman?
Thank you. So Jan, that was a perfect introduction to what I'd like to talk about, which is what are the tools that we have available to get people involved, to get patients and their families, people with epilepsy involved in research in a systematic way across the whole process. So those are not my slides. Those are my slides. Thank you. And I have to say, at this point in the program, the title of my talk seems really silly, because I think everybody in this room by now can answer the question about why clinical research matters. And I think that we've heard clearly the pieces of the pipeline that are moving forward today are not going to advance into the marketplace, into your hands, unless we can complete those clinical research studies. And that's why they're so critically important. I work at the National Institutes of Health in the Neurology Department, Neurology Institute, and we spend about $130 million in the last year on epilepsy research. That's research from the very basic end of the spectrum, trying to understand how those ion channels work and how we might manipulate them and turn those targets into therapies, into translational research to try to move basic science findings into the realm of clinical studies and clinical research. And we also support clinical trials, large phase 3 kinds of studies comparing the effects of different available medications, testing new approaches to treating seizures and their consequences. And we are joined in this funding by money coming from pharmaceutical companies, biotech companies, device companies, all being poured into funds for clinical research, clinical trials, to try to get answers to these questions. But again, as I said, none of that matters unless we have partners from the community of people with epilepsy who will engage with us in those clinical research projects to get the answers we need. So how many people in the audience have participated in a clinical research project? Thank you. Thank you. And my goal is to, if we can, get that number to 100%. And not just 100% in this room, but 100% of people with epilepsy, caregivers, considering how they might get involved in clinical research studies or in the clinical research process. Because there are more than one way, there's more than one way to get involved in a research study beyond enrollment. A study develops from idea all the way through, the final publication, the paper, and the implementation into clinical practice. And there are places all along that process where the voice of people with epilepsy can have a huge impact. So I want to go through a few of those places with you. Just to be clear, we're not only talking about clinical trials. Clinical trials are critically important to get new therapies to the marketplace, but observational studies, simply observing what happens over time, given one kind of intervention or another, given one genetic composition or another, can be really important to helping to understand how to tackle this problem. And so observational studies are another way that you can contribute to the knowledge we have about epilepsy. NIH has put together a really nice set of web pages to give information about clinical research and about clinical trials. If you are interested in learning more about the process and the questions to ask before you get involved, I would suggest that you take a look at that website. And so I have to give you this quick list. I actually stole this from a friend of mine at NINDS who is the recruitment specialist. And she puts this list at the bottom of every email message that she sends. And I think it's priceless because it reminds us of so many of the therapies and approaches that we almost take for granted at this point that have only come to us because people were willing to enroll in research studies to find out these answers. So, you have to thank research if you and everyone you know has never had smallpox. Think about that. And there are many others on this list that I think are priceless. But that's the kind of attitude that I think we need to start to bring to clinical research in epilepsy, that it's a partnership between the scientists, the funders, and the community of people with epilepsy to get these answers out there. So this is the long version of the slide, so I'll skip through these just but the idea was to help give an example of how clinical research and basic research and observational studies can all work together to help us get to new answers. And if anybody's interested in some of these, I'd be happy to talk with you after the session. So how can you get involved? The middle circle is a description of how a clinical research project evolves. So someone has an idea, they develop that idea into a protocol, they determine which patients and which participants will need to be part of this study in order to answer this question. That's the selection arrow. They then go out and try to recruit people to participate in the study. And I can tell you from my experience in working with clinical trials and from what I have heard from others in the audience who are part of this process, it can be extremely difficult to recruit people into clinical trials. What that means is the time of the trial gets longer, the cost of the trial gets bigger, the perceived difficulty in answering a question in an epilepsy population gets harder. So it just sets the bar that much higher for funders and pharmaceutical companies, device companies, to want to invest in new therapies in this area. Because if they think they can enroll in clinical trials to answer the question, their money has gone to waste. So as part of that process, then, you actually have to implement the trial. You have to not only enroll people in the trial, but you have to convince them to stay in the trial. You have to retain them so that you can collect the data points that you need to answer your question. And for some studies, that period of time can be years. And so making the commitment to be part of a clinical study is a serious one. People should think real long and hard about whether they can maintain it. But once you're enrolled in a clinical trial, you're part of that team. You're part of the team that's needed to answer the question. And it's critically important. So I'm going to go quickly into some of the other ways that you can get involved in the clinical research process. So I've put around the outside of this circle a couple points, which is we would love to have more engagement of people with epilepsy and their family members in the review of ideas for clinical research. NINDS has set up a clinical research network called NeuroNext, and one of the requirements of that NeuroNext network, in order to do a project through that network, you have to have a representative of the disease community as part of your design team. And that's one way that we're trying to increase the significance of the kinds of projects we choose to fund and choose to do. There's a role for people in the community to go out and educate other people about what clinical research is, why it's important, how you can get involved, and I think that's a piece that we could really do some important work, the education of the entire community. There are committees that Dr. Bulow mentioned, excuse me, institutional review committees that approve a protocol to go forward. They look at the risks and the benefits of the proposed study, and they make a decision about whether that study can go forward or not. Every IRB is required to have a member of a patient community as part of that review group. That's one place where you can get involved in making a decision about whether the risks and benefits of a particular project are appropriate, whether the potential benefit is worth the risk that we think might be inherent. So once a study is started, we also have committees called data and safety monitoring boards. There again is a place where a patient representative, person with epilepsy or family member can sit on that committee and help monitor the safety and the effect of the treatment as it's going on in the clinical trial. It's, I think, a critically important role. We haven't used people with epilepsy in that role enough, and we would love to be able to incorporate more of you on our data and safety monitoring boards. So then finally, once the study's completed, once we have an answer, I think there's a role for folks to really help us get that education out there, help us transmit what is a clinical research finding into clinical practice. And so those are a few examples of places where I think we need partnership between the community of people with epilepsy, and the research community, and the funders. We would love to have your participation. So I stuck my contact information. Oh, and just before we leave, I want to mention a tool to help you identify trials that you might be eligible to participate in. So this is a new tool developed by a very broad collection of voluntary organizations to help make it easier for people with epilepsy to find a clinical trial that they might want to participate in. And if you're interested in any of those other opportunities I talked about, institutional review boards, data safety monitoring boards, being part of a design team for a clinical project, please contact me. I'm happy to talk with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have that? Sorry. All right. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Catherine Keeney up from the Epilepsy Foundation of Northern California. Come right up here. All right. I'm not going to do
Northern California.
All right. She's going to, I want to thank her very much and her affiliate for helping to kind of get the word out to everybody here and for being here to support everybody with epilepsy in Northern California. So we want to make sure everyone knows about the resources here. So she's going to take a couple minutes to talk to them.
And thank you, National, for allowing us this time. And we're thrilled to have everyone here in San Francisco. So raise your hand if you live in the area between Fresno, Monterey, and the Oregon border. We have? Okay, quite a few people. So I just have to say, your affiliate is there to help you and to provide hands-on support in your area. So if you're not in our area, please contact the affiliate in your area. Okay, I was going to say our office is 6 blocks from here. I want to tell you something. My motto is to talk about it. I have epilepsy. I got it when I was 48. I got it 10 years ago. Actually, it was 12 years ago. For the first 10 years, I knew 3 people that had epilepsy. Okay, I was one of them. So, because I was afraid to talk to people about it. And when I started working with the Epilepsy Foundation, I found, obviously, all these people, and I think that's one of our jobs is to normalize epilepsy, to teach seizure recognition and first aid, and to get people to realize, yeah, you know, people can have seizures and it's no big deal. It doesn't mean I should, you know, fire them from their job. You know, one of our big advocates is Tony Coelho. He's from the Central Valley here in California. He's one of 3 authors of the ADA. So we have some good support behind us. You know, just like the motto on the new logo for the Epilepsy Foundation, it's we're stronger together. And so if you're in Northern California, please come with us. We have some wonderful volunteers here. And in fact, I've got a couple sitting in the room. Hi, Charlie. And a couple out front. Here's our purpose. Our purpose is to help patients and families, as I said, to teach seizure recognition and first aid, to support research. We do advocacy in the Capitol, and we have a wonderful summer camp, and we're now going to be starting a new basketball summer camp. I just got a volunteer who's going to organize it today. Yay! And our goal is that every physician, when they see a patient who is first diagnosed with epilepsy or seizures, they should be giving them information about the Epilepsy Foundation of Northern California. So I just want to say thank you. I hope you're having a little fun while you're here, too. It's a great city, and appreciate the Epilepsy Foundation giving us a chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Thank you, Dr. Vilo, Dr. Fuhrman. We're getting ready for the afternoon, the rest of the afternoon here. On this slide, what you'll see now is also the web address if you're from the greater Los Angeles area or from San Diego. So please write those down or go to epilepsy.com and you can click on Find an Affiliate and find the closest Epilepsy Foundation affiliate wherever you live. And that's for our internet audience too. Really connect with them. I'd like the next panel that's talking about surgery and devices and when medicines don't work to please come up here. And while they're coming up, I want to introduce Patricia Dean. Pat is an epilepsy nurse practitioner, works with children and families at Miami Children's Hospital in their Brain Institute. She's been one of my epilepsy colleagues for a few years, knows her work here. So she's going to be the moderator of our session as we start looking at other advances. So,
you want us to sit up here through all the talks?
Yes, actually. Hold on. Could you put on the first slide for the introductions here?
I'm glad I didn't show up just at the time of my talk.
Okay, and I have been giving my marching orders that I am to keep the time. So anyway, I am very happy to be in San Francisco. I wish I was outside, but I'm happy to be in here with you. Anyway, this session is on surgery and devices. So we have a number of different speakers and different perspectives. And we are going to start with Lisa. Let me get my glasses on. My glasses. I don't know. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, yes, I do. All right. Lisa Moore, Lisa Moss, who is the, let me see, she's going to give us a, right here. Oh, thank you. All right, Lisa Moss, first of all, her most important position is the mother of Evan, who lives with tuberous sclerosis. She's the co-founder of seizuretracker.com, and she's the director of donor relations at the TS Alliance. So she's going to give us the personal perspective.
Thank you. How do I move the slides? Will they just move? Is there a green arrow? I don't see a green arrow. I don't see a green arrow. I'll just start talking. There's
this.
Oh, thank you. Okay, that helps. Thank you very much. Sorry, a little technical difficulty. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm really honored to be here to share our personal story and our journey with epilepsy. My son, Evan Moss, is pictured here, and he really is has changed my life in ways I would have never expected. Before we had Evan, I have a degree in photography. I was a photo editor, and now 10 years into his life, I really live my life as a full-time advocate, working with families with seizure tracker and trying to help people with TSC through the TS Alliance, and it's really because of him. And I know it's really interesting to me because there's times when things are really hard with living with seizures in our household, and it's you never really know how it's going to go. It's different year from year, and sometimes it really brings me down, as I'm sure everybody can relate. And Evan is this amazing kid. He's spirited and funny and really upbeat. He's never met a stranger in his life. He's very sociable, and he has the most positive attitude of anybody I know. And with everything he's gone through, he still maintains this. And so when things aren't really going well in our house, I'm sort of overwhelmed because of a bad seizure or something, I sort of look at Evan and I try to take his lead because he knows how to live with this much better than I do, many times. So Evan came into this world, and not long after this photo was taken, he started having seizures. This was his very first day of life, and that's my daughter kissing him. That was the first thing she did when she met him, and she just jumped up and gave him a big kiss, and it really set the tone for their relationship. He started having seizures pretty much right away. They were simple partial seizures, and we went to our doctor and got referred to a neurologist who did some testing, EEG, MRI, and found a mass. He was diagnosed with cortical dysplasia, and she said, "Don't worry. This could be, no big deal. Here's some medicine, we'll monitor it, and you're on your way." So we left, and a year later, we had a follow-up MRI and found that he had 3 masses, and actually, ultimately 4. He was born with all 4 of them, but his brain wasn't developed enough to be able to identify them all at the time. So as we got subsequent MRIs, they were able to see them all, and they started suspecting that he had tuberous sclerosis complex, or TSC for short. And for those of you who don't know, it causes tumors to grow in vital organs. It It can affect the brain, eyes, skin, kidneys, lungs, heart, pretty much any organ. I heard someone say anywhere you have a cell, you could grow a tumor, and that's pretty much true. It's the leading known genetic cause for epilepsy and autism. And it's a variable disease. People don't have all of these problems and all of these symptoms. It's different for everyone. So for Evan, our biggest challenge has always been epilepsy. He went through many, many different medications, lots of testing, trying to figure out what was going to be the best thing for him. And my husband and I really started looking at solutions. How do we find solutions? You know, our first attempts at solutions were medications. They weren't that successful in our situation. And we were trying to figure out, how do you manage the constant changes with increasing one medication as you go on to it, decreasing another, and then if there's success or if there's challenges, figuring out which one is giving you a good result, which one's giving you a bad result. And we were just looking for ways that we could help Evan and sort all of this out. So we were given this piece of paper, and this is to track 365 boxes on this piece of paper. It's to track a year's worth of seizures. Well, Evan was having, you know, multiple seizures every day, and he was on multiple medications, and clearly this is not an effective way to do this. So we were looking at a way that we could solve this, so we could see, is there, okay, medications aren't working. People are talking about brain surgery. Can we avoid brain surgery? Can we find something that'll give a 20% increase in effectiveness? We launched Seizure Tracker, as was mentioned, and as a free resource to families. So we found it to help ourselves and then put it out there to hopefully help other people. And we're able to produce images like this to show our physicians, to really show better if the drugs are working or not working. And now it's also available mobily, so we can record seizures live, video as they're happening, time them, and have it all sync up to the website. We don't have to do those miserable paper products anymore to try to keep track of everything. But with Evan, and I say this because we had brain surgery, and we actually launched the website from NYU Hospital. We were there for a month in the ICU with going through brain surgery, and that's where we launched Seizure Tracker. It's such a part, everything is such a part of our story, and everything focuses around Evan. He was there for, you know, it was a series of 3 surgeries, 1 week apart, to do the full surgery. They removed 3 tumors, and it was such a daunting thing to go through. You know, you think you've prepared for it, you read, you talk to families to find out what they deal with preparing for brain surgery, and you think you've prepared for it, and then you walk through the door of the hospital and you just check your lives at the door. It challenges you in ways you'll never know. Our family really had a crazy experience there, but ultimately we knew that it was the right choice for him because he had started to really decline. He was losing weight, he was zoned out, he had bags under his eyes, he looked sickly, and he wasn't really smiling anymore. So we knew that this was the choice we made, the right choice to make. He left the hospital seizure-free. It was the first time he'd been seizure-free in the longest time, you know, since he was really, really little. But because of where the tumors were, it wasn't without some challenges afterwards. He was not left with a permanent deficit, but when we left the hospital, he took 6 steps and was very wobbly. He could not, if we set him down on the floor, he could not stand up from a seated position. He didn't know how to crawl anymore. He couldn't go upstairs or run or ride his bike. And so he had to go through all of these basic baby milestones all over again. And he did this through very rigorous physical therapy 3 times a week. And everything was about playing, everything was about fun, and he was able to really astound his doctors and his physical therapists, and 9 months later he was rock climbing. So it was just a really phenomenal thing to witness and be part of. I would be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about our daughter Aria. Aria and Evan are very close. She's one of his strongest supporters. She's become an advocate in her own right. She's doing public speaking. She talked to the principal at her school to do an epilepsy awareness day on Purple Day, and the whole school, got involved and wore purple. And she spoke on the little, little news thing they have at the school. And it's been really amazing to watch her and how she's focusing this experience in our home. I will say that sometimes we worry more about Aria than Evan and how this life is impacting her. I've heard again and again from families with older kids that you really have to pay attention to the siblings, and we've taken that to heart, and hopefully we're not screwing her up too bad. We're really trying to make sure that we keep the focus on her as well and her needs. And in our most recent search for solutions, Evan has started having seizures again. He was seizure-free for a couple years. I don't want to say they came back because we got a totally different seizure type, but now he's having seizures that happen in his sleep, and they're complex partial clusters that go to status. They last upwards of 10 minutes. We're always giving rescue meds, and he has one every 10 days. So it's, it's still serious, and our most recent solution was a service dog, and this is Evan and Mindy, and she's trained as a seizure response dog, and she also helps with anxiety issues, anything, she's with him all the time, and she's been a really great four-legged addition to our family. She goes to school with Evan. She's been embraced by our school system, which is phenomenal. I know a lot of families really struggle with that. They're inseparable. She'll put up with pretty much anything. And we just feel very fortunate to have this new solution. And what's next on the horizon, we don't really know yet. We're looking at a potential surgery again. We've talked about visual aids, we've talked about neuropace, we've talked about CBD. What's next, we don't know, but we're definitely in that searching period for what the next solution is. And I came across this quote that I really liked, and I feel like it's so apropos for what our lives are like. Life's not about waiting for the storm to pass, it's about learning to dance in the rain. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Lisa. That was truly a wonderful patient perspective, and now we're going to have kind of the physician perspective on how physicians come to the decision on how to treat patients with the severe epilepsy. So our next speaker is Dr. Paul Garcia. He's a professor of clinical neurology from the University of California in San Francisco, and he's going to talk about what to do when medicines aren't working.
Thanks, and that was just such a fantastic lead-in to this session, and it really gets to the point of how personal this is as opposed to the way we kind of sometimes like to want to make, we want to think that we can figure this all out, as a person refractory by looking at charts or whatever, and it really ends up being a very personal thing. So when I started fellowship, this is a slide that I had in my collection, and I had to remake it because when I did my fellowship, we actually had slides that were slides. And now, I didn't have anything in PowerPoint. But I think this points out exactly why it's so much more important to think of the personal. This is what we sort of said, well, this is what our goal should be when we come into treating a person who has seizures. No seizures, no side effects. That's really simple. That sounds great. But how realistic is it? Well, for the longest time, doctors couldn't even agree on how realistic this was. When you talk to community neurologists, they say, well, actually, most of my patients have good seizure control. I think most people have good seizure control. The reason you doctors at the epilepsy centers think that no one has good seizure control is because that's the only people that go to see you there, right? So it's, what you get to see a very biased you have a very biased perspective. And we were finally able to answer that to in a better way when you had a couple of researchers from Glasgow, Scotland, look at all the people in an area. So they looked at all the people that came in who just started having seizures for the first time. And they looked at how their seizure control was when they had the first medicine added on. If that didn't work, then when the next medicine was tried. And they found that, in fact, it wasn't all as great as we thought. It turns out that when they had almost close to 500 people come in, and these are just all comers, not people that had been referred into the Epilepsy Center because they were the Epilepsy Center. They were it for the whole city. And they had over half of the people that started the first medicine continued to have seizures. When that group of people, got treated, and you looked at how many people overall had stopped having seizures, well, it was up to about 60% had stopped having seizures, but 40% still had seizures after the first 2 medicines had been tried. And then when you tried another medicine or combination of medicines, it was down to you got a whole nother 4%, and in fact, 36% were still having seizures. So you can see that there's just diminishing returns, and that's something that's already been talked about, and that's why you can get the situation where people get up to having their 9th medicine and seizures are persisting. So I think that this slide is kind of, for so many people, unrealistic, and what it boils down to is over half of people just aren't so fortunate to be in this good situation where they have no seizures and no side effects. So then questions arise, and you may have heard all these kinds of questions. You may have had these questions. Are my seizures controlled? Are my seizures refractory? I think these things depend on who you talk to. Sometimes the person says, well, I talked to my doctor and they said that my seizures are controlled. Or somebody says, well, I feel like my seizures are controlled because they were better than they were before I started taking medicines, which is hopefully true. But still, I think controlled ends up being in the eye of the beholder, and that's why personal stories like the entry story here are just so important. What are breakthrough seizures? Is that just a word that doctors make up? Breakthrough seizures seem like maybe they're just seizures, right? I don't know what a breakthrough seizure is because it seems like it's just a seizure and it can make you fall down just the same way that a regular seizure can, and it interferes with your life just as much as well. So why do I have somebody on this side of the room who's having 3 seizures a month who says, well, you know what, I think my seizures are pretty controlled. I'm okay here. Why would you ever talk to me about surgery? And somebody on this side of the room who has 3 seizures a month who says, oh man, this is really affecting my life. I hate this. My seizures are not controlled. Don't tell me my seizures are controlled. Well, I think it's because there are a lot of factors that go into this, and some of them are personal and just the way people think about the world, but some of them are that you can't just sort of look at the chart and sort of say, are there seizures? You have to really think, are all seizures equal? Are some seizures different from each other in how they affect a person and how they affect a person's life? And how might that be? Well, I think the first thing we can do is just ask a real basic question. How do the seizures affect my health? How do they affect my life? And as far as the side effects that come from trying to treat the seizures, can I maintain seizure control without the side effects? And if not, are the side effects acceptable? Is it something that I can live with? What are some seizure factors that might change your mind about how controlled a person's epilepsy is? Well, I think one thing that maybe patients don't think about sometimes as much as doctors think about, although I think families definitely think about it, and it's not that patients don't think about it at all, they definitely think about it. It's just the physical risk that comes from seizures, right? And the biggest physical risk is the risk from dying from a seizure. That's something that's really, really important. And I think that we have to at least include in the calculation about whether or not it's important to go into a more aggressive treatment, whether or not there are risk factors for having a seizure be a lethal situation. And there are some risk factors that go with seizures that might tell you that you would be at higher risk, like having tonic-clonic seizures. You know, the old word wasn't grand mal, big bad for nothing. And even though sometimes the person that experiences a tonic-clonic seizure who's kind of out of it may not sort of have full recollection of exactly how bad it is, they'll certainly remember how bad they feel afterwards. And their loved ones usually can speak to how scary it is. Having long duration seizures is not a good thing. And the tendency to cluster or have one after the other also makes them much more dangerous. But also, and I think this is something that patients will definitely focus on because this is where it is, this is where you live, is quality of life. And different kinds of seizures might well affect your quality of life in different ways. What if you don't lose consciousness during a seizure? Well, if you don't lose consciousness at all and it doesn't affect your coordination, you might be allowed to drive, right? That's a pretty big thing in the United States. You don't have to worry as much about having it get you in an accident. You're not going to walk out into traffic in the middle of a seizure if you don't have a loss of consciousness. So a person isn't going to value that kind of a seizure the exact same as a tonic-clonic seizure. And a person could be having one kind and feel very differently about moving on towards surgery than if they're having another kind, right? Finally, the patient experience is going to make a difference too. And this is something that I think that doctors, including myself, just have a heck of a time with. One of the things that we consider after surgery, at least the older classification system for how well a person has done after surgery is called the Engel classification for seizure control. And the class 1 outcome was if people had no seizures after surgery, right? So seizure-free after surgery. But there were various gradations of that. And it sort of said, well, maybe it's still seizure-free if a person only has their aura after surgery because if you only have your aura, then you don't lose consciousness and you'd be able to drive, and that seems like you'd have a great quality of life. And so for years, people were sort of told, look, you had a great outcome. You still have auras, but you don't have seizures anymore, so this is super. And in fact, it did probably reduce the risk for seizures quite a bit. But when neuropsychologists did quality of life surveys in folks, they found that actually people who had auras continued after seizure surgery had quality of life that looked a lot more like the people that continued having seizures rather than the people that were completely seizure-free. So even though doctors were sort of saying, look, you're seizure-free, you're doing great, patients were saying, I'm not so sure, I don't really like what I've got left. How predictable seizures are might change how you feel about it, right? If you have a really long aura before the seizure, that might make it more predictable. You could make yourself safer. Seizures that are reflex seizures or in response that only occur in a certain setting might make you want to sort of say it's more predictable, so it's not so bad. And finally, nocturnal seizures, where they only occur during sleep, might be so predictable that it would be something that a person would say, well, I can still drive, right? Because I can go swimming. I don't have to worry about having drowning during swimming because I only have them when I'm asleep. And I guess the way I would look at that is nocturnal seizures would make the quality of life much better, but you have to still consider that there's a significant seizure risk because especially if they're tonic-clonic seizures at night or if they tend to cluster at night, you still have the risk factor from the bad physical things happening. And you have to balance that in the whole equation. So in answering the question, it's a lot more than just sort of saying, do I have no seizures, no side effects? It extends to what kind of seizures, how are the seizures affecting my life? And are my seizures bad enough to consider surgery? Most people achieve seizure control with medical treatment, but a lot don't. And if you don't, it's not just the presence or absence of seizures, it's also these other considerations. So what do we do if it's not good enough? If you decide, you know what, for me it's just not good enough. And I think that I only want to mention the very first steps in the evaluation for surgery. And those two steps are inpatient video EEG monitoring, where you have the seizures recorded with EEG and video, and MRI. And those two are very important because EEG sort of establishes the functional activity of the brain and shows where the seizures are most likely coming from. And the MRI can show what the cause underlying the seizures might be. And those two things give you the information to know how likely it is that surgery would be able to help you with stopping the seizures. Okay. So to conclude, again, a lot of people are going to have ongoing seizures. People are going to feel very differently about whether or not they should move towards surgery. Some of the things that make a person consider whether or not they're a candidate for surgery would be the physical risks associated with their seizures and the loss of quality of life from the seizures, as well as from the medicine. If there's an inkling that surgery might be a good option, it's a good idea to go through the initial evaluation, because the initial evaluation can tell you how likely it is that surgery can help. And when you have all that information together, then you can sort of put it all together and balance whether for you or for your child it makes sense to move towards surgery. Thanks.
Found my glasses. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Curtis Augusti. He's the Director of Pediatric Neurosurgery at the University of California, San Francisco at Benioff's Children's Hospital, and he's going to talk to us about new approaches to surgery.
Thank you. Well, I think the organizing committee thought it's a really great idea to have me talk about the opening of your skull and cutting out of big chunks of brain right after lunch. But I found out that the slides that had pictures of the brain were removed for editorial purposes. So I thought, man, how am I going to impress these people without pictures of the brain? But you know, I joke about it, but what we're talking about here is what I do every day, and these are very large procedures. And in many ways, and in the pictures we're going to show you, it's kind of barbaric. It's just an abomination. And it goes against everything that we learn when we're training to be epilepsy surgeons. We're trying to protect brain, and here we are going in there, exposing lots of tissue and removing anatomy. It goes against everything innate to us. And so what I want to talk about today is ways that we're moving past that, and how the horizon looks and how the landscape is changing for epilepsy surgery. So what we do now for treating epilepsy is typically open surgery. There are many different ways to do this. And what you're left with sometimes are very disfiguring things. And you heard Lisa and Evan's story about how aggressive and how invasive and how frankly frightening this experience can be. And I work with kids all the time, and it's a big ordeal for families and for kids to go through such a thing. And how can we avoid things like this? And this is often what my patients are left with. They do great, and we help a lot of kids, and we cure a lot of epilepsy. But is there a way to do it without being quite so invasive? So something that we're employing already, something that's already in my practice, is a gamma knife. And for those of you who aren't familiar with it, I kind of walk you through your gamma knife day. It's something that happens in one day. You come in the morning, and you have this head frame placed on your head. It touches your head in 4 points, so it's fixated in the skull. Get an MRI, and we can see that frame on the MRI pictures. And the patient's placed in this machine. While they're being ready for the machine, we are taking the images, the MRI images, and using a computer program to generate a treatment field. The patient is wheeled into the machine. Their head is placed into kind of a helmet, and in the helmet are very small columns of cobalt, which is a radiation source. And not all of them are firing at the same time, just a certain sequence of them to generate a target field, a three-dimensional target field. And these beams meet in the middle at your target. This is what the pictures look like, and from the middle picture you can see yellow and green lines. That's our treatment field. But what this software and what these programs allow us to do is not only target the bad, or the place that we think the epilepsy is coming from, but also shield and protect the good. So on the left-hand side, you see some purple lines. We've told this computer program, whatever you do not allow any radiation to come to these structures. So we're able to kind of pinpoint and precisely deliver this, this treatment. And depending on who you ask and what literature you read, the seizure control rates are, there's a bit of a variability, but what I tend to quote from my patients is somewhere between 65 and 85% of patients with temporal lobe epilepsy who get gamma knife for this disorder are going to have seizure control. Another type of epilepsy that I treat very frequently are hypothalamic hamartomas. It's a very, very small lesion. You can barely see it on this scan, but these are really deep-seated lesions. And the classic story of a patient with a hypothalamic hamartoma is one of either precocious puberty or behavioral problems and something called gelastic seizures, where they're inappropriately laughing. And they can have weight gain and all these things that kids can struggle with in very subtle ways, and then they go undiagnosed for many, many years. When we finally find the lesion, however, this is right in the center of the brain. This is not a very hospitable place to be operating. And so my stomach always sinks when I meet with a lot of families who have hypothalamic hamartomas, because this is a very daunting surgical task. And so gamma knife is a way to approach that without an actual knife. And so similarly, we're able to define our anatomy for treatment and also define anatomy for protection. And seizure control rates are in the order of 60% for patients with this disorder. The next is laser ablation, and it's also now currently being employed. It is currently the thing that has the most buzz amongst all adult and pediatric epilepsy surgeons. And what it is instead of actually doing a full-on craniotomy and a very large exposure, we're using a very small fiber with a laser at the end. You can see it on the right here. And it's delivered with a little cannula that has a coolant around it to protect the structures on the way down. And everything is controlled by a panel on a mobile computer system that you see there. This is FDA approved for laser ablation in the brain. A head frame is typically placed that's MRI compatible, an MRI is obtained, and those pictures with the head frame in place are used to target, to create our target lesion. And the patient is brought back to a procedural room or an OR, and a little twist drill is placed on the scalp and skull to hold this laser in place. They're brought back to the MRI, and in real time we watch the ablation happening, and I'm going to show you some pictures as well. Afterwards we get a new MRI, and the head frame is removed, and it's, again, a one-day thing, kind of like the gamma knife, a one-day thing. The patient typically spends the night or goes home the next day. We at UCSF have many different ways that we deliver these fibers, depending on where the lesion is. And on the left is this device called the ClearPoint Smart Frame. It allows us to get very, very precise locations deep down in the brain. A more traditional frame is called the Lexel, which is the same kind of Lexel that we use for the gamma knife. There are also frameless techniques. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, we use something in the operating room called neuronavigation. And what I'm holding in my hand is a little wand that has 4 little gray balls in them. And there's a camera that sees those gray balls. As I'm moving this wand in three-dimensional space, all those pictures on that TV screen are moving with me. So I know where I am at all times. If you have a target on an MRI, and you can see it on that MRI, and I place my wand right where I need to, I can find my spot, and I don't need a frame for that purpose. This is just the machine that sees the wand. And this is what holds the fiber in place. Now, this is very, very different, obviously, than that first slide I showed you, where I had a patient who had to have a large craniotomy. Little nick incision in the scalp, at the end of which we just twist it out and place a little stitch or not. There's some folks that don't even put a little stitch. No shaving of the hair, nothing disfiguring. And as I mentioned, patients go home either the next day or sometimes the same day. This fiber is actually placed into the target, floated down under MRI guidance so you know where you are at all time. In this case, this is a case of a hypothalamic hamartoma down deep at the very tip of the fiber. What this technology allows you to do is up on the upper right-hand side, I place some little red X's on kind of boundaries. These are thermal safeguards. Lasers firing, the tissue's heating. I'm telling this device and this software, do not allow the heat to get past a certain amount in this area, because beyond that is important stuff. So the MRI allows us to actually watch in real time the heating up of the tissue. And the software on the far right-hand side, is quantifying approximately how much tissue have you actually ablated. Okay, and this, again, is all done through a little tiny twist drill hole in the skull. And then we get a post-op MRI afterwards, and so in this case we had a really nice result where we were able to ablate this hematoma from within. And as of kind of the middle of last month, over 700 cases have been done. Now, this technology is not just specifically for epilepsy, and so this large table of numbers is all comers, so tumors, epilepsy, vascular lesions. But quite a lot of work has been done. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of buzz about this. It's very early. We're not going to know the very long-term results for quite some time, but I can tell you the preliminary results are very, very encouraging. For temporal lobe epilepsy, a very recent publication showed that in their experience, 77% of patients are seizure-free with this technique. Another series out of Texas, 86% of hypothalamic hamartoma patients are seizure-free. Now, these are early. Sometimes when you have these early, I want to be the first to publish series, these are the best. You know, they're kind of selecting out to get the best outcomes. But I think that the real numbers are going to be in this neighborhood, and we're all very excited about this technique. So the next few things, this one's kind of on the horizon and just about to branch out, and the next few things are kind of, again, on the horizon, and we hope will be available soon. So responsive stimulation, or the NeuroPace device, which I actually was able to see outside, is a device that it's kind of like a babysitter, all right? And it's sitting and it's waiting for a seizure to happen. And when that spot in the brain cries out for attention, it soothes that spot, okay? The way it works is there's a stimulator that's placed, actually seated in the skull on this cartoon here, and connected to it are up to 2 strips, or 2 depth electrodes, 2 electrodes. And these are for patients who have had, so far, the indications are, failed 2 meds, have had greater than 3 seizures per month, and have had at least one seizure focus visible on MRI, up to 2 seizure focus foci visible on MRI. So when you have these foci in mind, you can place your depth electrode, you can place your strip electrode over them, and connect them to the stimulator. And what they're doing is they're waiting for these seizures to happen, and when they do occur, they can stimulate and kind of halt the seizure in its tracks. And so this is very different in thinking, the way that we have been thinking of finding that focus, that seizure focus, and going after it. This is a means of locating it, yes, but also just leaving it in place, and instead of removing it, just kind of modulating it. And this recent publication showed that there was a 21% reduction in seizures compared to their control group. This is the device it's fitting. This is actually my hand. So it fits in my hand, but it's right now the first iteration of it, and we pediatric specialists are hoping that smaller iterations are available. But there's a whole category of patients who are not candidates for resection. When we do our work, when Paul and I are working up patients and we're looking for bad brain and good brain, we're going to go and remove that bad brain. We're going to leave the good brain. But what if they're overlapping and we can't take that good brain out? Well, this is a means of potentially modulating that tissue in place without removing it. Deep brain stimulation, I'm actually really not going to go into much detail. I believe Dr. Fisher is going to talk more about it. I just mean to say that there are devices that will be coming down the pike where we can place stimulators in different nuclei of the brain, collections of specialized nuclei, neurons in the brain, and these are just some of the targets that will be potentials for deep brain stimulation to control epilepsy in patients. Focal cerebral cooling, they utilize a device called a Peltier device that delivers basically a focal spot of cool temperature to the surface of the brain in a way that's somewhat similar to the way the NeuroPace is working, where you have to know where those seizures are coming from, and when that spot is identified, you can cool it and stop a seizure in its tracks. These are pretty thin. These are, again, the first iterations. They can be very, very small. That's 1 on a dime, and they can get very, very cold. And this is a bit further down the line. And the last thing I'll talk about is it's very experimental in this, at this stage in the game. In rat models, they are able to show that in the setting of continuous EEG, when you induce a seizure pharmacologically in rats, you can pulse their brains with some ultrasound and either interrupt their seizures or stop them, and the ultimate goal being we can potentially use this in a way that modulates brain like our NeuroPace and Peltier devices, or to actually lesion targets of seizure foci. So this is my whole bag of tricks as it's developing. You can see the theme being we're moving away from this really invasive approach to treating patients, moving more towards being more conservative. We're going to stop using terms like excision and resection. And by the end of my career, we're going to be using words like modulation much more frequently. There's even possibly a time where we're going to look back and say, my God, what were we doing? And we wouldn't have to do open surgery, and that would be a good thing. So thank you.
Well, these are really exciting times we live in. I have to admit something. I was first involved in epilepsy surgery some 32, 33 years ago, probably before you were born. And we used CAT scans to figure out where the, to use those were our guides, and we used these kind of frames during intraoperatively. We didn't have subdurals, we didn't have any of that stuff. So I just look very young, but I've been around for a while. Anyway, we're coming more to all the new devices and the exciting things that are happening in epilepsy today. We have with us, very luckily, Dr. Robert Fisher from Stanford University, and he's going to talk to us about the pipeline and all the other new devices coming down for epilepsy therapy.
Thank you. If we take a step back for the moment and ask, what are the ways we can treat epilepsy? Medications are probably 95% of it practically. If you have a place in the brain where your seizures originate and it can be safely removed, then surgery may be curative. And as you have heard, there are new methods, but we're not ready to discourage or give up on the usual method of epilepsy surgery, which is time-honored. We just have additional alternatives. You can do ketogenic diet. It's more for kids, but adults use modified Atkins, and that's sometimes helpful. There are occasional other treatments that are not so evidence-based, like biofeedback, but some people might say they help, or relaxation methods, or complementary medicines. And do tell your doctors when you're taking complementary medicines, because sometimes they're interactive with other treatments, and we learn that we only find out about them about half the time. But increasingly, if your meds don't work, you're not a candidate for a type of curative surgery, the diet isn't for you, then devices are going to become an increasingly big thing. And there are devices that are like EEGs or MRIs that we use to diagnose epilepsy, and then there are devices that are therapeutic, and there are devices that are kind of halfway between diagnostic and therapeutic. So that's the big picture that I think of when I see someone in clinic who's having seizures that aren't responding to medications. What are some other alternative directions in which to go? So I've been asked to reprise my talk of a couple of days ago at the pipeline for the Family Day. So I will do that. It won't be precisely the same talk, but apologies to those who sat through the first talk, because it will be very overlapping and similar. I should let you know that I have conflicts of interest, which means that I consult with some of these companies that make the devices that we're talking about. So you should know that. That's part of disclosure. There are these different systems. I'll highlight a few, and then I think I'll try to go through pretty quickly to make up a little bit of the time, but also to leave time for questions. The first thing is seizure alert or prediction devices. One of these is the watch that you've heard about. There are a couple of different kinds of watches that pick up shaking from seizures. And there was a device written by just a very cute 13-year-old kid and his dad last night that we heard about in the Shark Tank competition, which uses the smartphone itself, which has an accelerator built in that can pick up shaking and signal a seizure. So we have ways, if you, for example, have a child or a loved one who's having a seizure, and you can't sleep at night because you're afraid they're going to have a seizure in their bed and you won't know about it, you can put one of these shake devices on them, one of the watches, one of the iPhone or Android smartphone programs. There's even one that you can attach to your bed that will pick up the bed shaking. Probably a little bit better than, say, baby monitors just to hear the shaking, but some people use that as well. And this can be an alert device, so you can go in and give help to people when they're having the seizures. The Cyberonics, which makes the vagus nerve stimulator, is coming out with a chest patch that will pick up shaking and changes in the pulse rate. You'd wear it around your chest mostly at night, and Lori Groven of Cyberonics talked about it in the conference here. One of the problems with the shake detectors is they don't pick up the smaller seizures, the complex partial seizures, and those can have some consequences as well. For example, you might walk down a flight of stairs without realizing it or out into traffic, but there's no shaking involved with those unless they become generalized tonic-clonic seizures. So I was enthused to learn that there's an old measurement that is newly applied to epilepsy called the electrodermal response, the EDR. And most of you will say, never heard of it. But you have, because it used to be called the galvanic skin response, which was the basis of the lie detector test. It just picks up a change in skin conductance, skin resistance, in other words, that happens when you're getting kind of nervous and getting a little bit sweaty about things. Now, this device won't do lie detection, but it turns out that it does show increases in the EDR, the electrodermal response, with at least some tonic-clonic, which is grand mal seizures, and also some complex partial seizures, which do not show up on, say, the smartwatch for shake detection. So this could be an interesting advance, and I just bought 6 of these, and we're starting to test them out and see if it holds water, but it could be interesting. It's possible to measure the muscle, to put a patch on the muscle called a surface EMG, and to detect the shaking from the muscle without the brain itself having to be monitored. Again, that will just pick up fairly big seizures. This is another seizure that can be applied, another seizure measuring device that can be applied to children at night. It's heart rate based, and it picks up heart rate changes that happen during seizures. So you can see that we're getting a lot of different devices that can notify of seizures once a seizure is underway. Of course, it would be even better if you could predict a seizure before it started. I mean, how different would your life be if you could remove the uncertainty from when a seizure was going to occur? If you could have a device that would tell you you're in the clear for the next hour, you're not likely to have a seizure, or alternatively, you're at high risk for having a seizure, don't go out. Stay home, stay safe. Well, it turns out that this kind of science fiction sounding occurrence is potentially coming to pass. There exists a device which is invasive because you can't yet paste it just on the skin, you have to slip it under the bone, not into the brain, but between bone and brain. And then you run a connection to a pacemaker, rather like the vagus nerve stimulator, all under the skin, and that constantly monitors your EEG pattern and gives a signal when it looks like a seizure is likely to occur in the next minutes to hour. It broadcasts it to a belt pager, which turns red, shows a red color when you're in danger of a seizure coming up. And if it's showing blue, I guess they did red and blue rather than red and green because 6% of American males are red-green colorblind. So it shows blue if you're in the clear. And here's how that device looks. And this looks like a complicated graph, but it really isn't. It's one patient, one person, and every line is a day. So you can see day after day the periods that are blue or red, and white is indeterminate. The machine's not sure. And the 3 red arrows, the one at the bottom is just a legend marker. The 3 arrows show where there really were seizures, and they all fall in a period when the red warning was on. But you also see there are 4 or 5 other red warnings that didn't turn into seizures. Maybe those were seizures that were about to happen but didn't fully develop, but we're not sure about that. So, of course, when you publish a paper, and this is not my paper, this is a paper from the study that was done in Australia on this and published in the Lancet Neurology, you always publish your best patient, prettiest picture. So I think probably they didn't all work this well, but about 6 of them out of 13 or so did work that well. So how different will this be if we can tell when our next seizure is going to occur and get safe? The company that developed this technology went out of business. Having a good idea and having a good business plan are not the same thing in this line of work. But the technology was acquired by Cyberonics, that's publicly known now, and I hope that they will carry it forward to develop not a seizure detector that notifies after the fact, but a seizure predictor that talks to us before a seizure occurs. When we have that, we'll be able to not only ask you to get yourself safe, but maybe it will be a time when we could deliver a stimulation to the devices that you just heard about, or maybe you can spray something in your nose or take some treatment that will stop the seizures. So let me move much more quickly now through the rest. Adherence, which used to be compliance monitors. I'm not preaching or complaining, but it's really hard to remember to take your pills properly, especially if you have to take them 3 or 4 times per day, and especially if there are different pills you have to take at different times. So sticking to the regimen the way it's supposed to be done is called adherence. It used to be called compliance. And we're getting better at tracking that. So there are pill boxes, and I recommend ordinary pill boxes for everyone, but there are pill boxes which will keep track of each time they're open for you to take the pills. It's useful to the doctors, but people tend not to want to spend money on a box that's designed to spy on them. So probably no one in this room is using the electronic pill box. There are methods developed now that can implant chips under your skin that will beam your blood levels continuously to a readout device. And then there are pills, like those little green pills on the right, that have tiny little radio transmitters in them that when it hits the stomach acid and the pill dissolves and that transmitter gets to that acidic pH, it broadcasts a message, "I've been eaten," to some other. So if you think the government is spying on you, wait until your own pills are spying on you. I think that one of the biggest changes in the way we will manage patients in the future will involve better information. My problem as a clinician is that I don't get good information. You try. Don't raise your hands, but how many of you really do a good job of keeping a seizure diary? And she's probably not typical for for this. So you heard about better ways of doing it, and there are 3 diaries being used right now. Seizure Tracker. I guess I should have said Rob and Lisa Moss. Forgive me for that. My Epilepsy Diary, which was the Epilepsy Therapy Project Diary, and Patients Like Me has a diary, although not so specialized to epilepsy. Plus, others are being developed. It'd kind of be nice if there were only one, it'd be simpler. But the important thing is to make it as easy as possible for you to keep track of your seizures and report them. So I see this possible future, which I based on a cartoon by T. McCracken. We're going to run a few tests to pin down the cause of your seizures. I can see that people will not have to write in a paper book. They will not have to call up an application on their smartphone and punch a button, but they'll have some sort of biosensor that will signal when they have a seizure automatically to a recorder up in the cloud on the internet. And of course, there are always going to be privacy concerns and reliability concerns that we have to worry about when you do this. So it always has to be in consideration when we make those systems. And therefore, there'd be automatic seizure tracking. You wouldn't have to keep a log. There'd also be some sort of automatic tracking of how and when you're taking your pills and what your blood or body levels are. For example, I'm interested in using saliva lately to track levels of drugs. To get that side of the equation in, and then you would get feedback from this internet cloud on what to do about the situation that you're in. It would not only be better information, but what we need is a way to get you all information to keep you or your kids from having seizures before they have them, to keep them from having toxicity. How stupid is it of us to wait until you have a seizure and then get a drug level and then adjust something? Isn't there a way we can get ahead of this curve and prevent those seizures from happening? There'll be new ways of drug delivery. 3 companies that I know of are developing nasal sprays to use if you're having a cluster of seizures. Right now, well, you heard earlier from Dr. Cloyd, who's been a pioneer in this area. Right now, we have rectal diastat, but that's obviously not the most convenient or suitable method to use in a given circumstance. Nose sprays are there, and I think they will come into play, but they're not easy because there's just barely enough surface area in the nostrils to get the stuff in time. Now, we smoke a lot of substances here in San Francisco, and one of them soon may be your seizure medicine. There are 2 companies that are working to inhale drugs, and the lungs are a big surface area that gets to the bloodstream very quickly. So this is different from spraying it in your nose, where it has to be absorbed in your nostrils. We're talking about someone breathing it in. And that's a novel new technique, and I'm hopeful that that will be able to deliver drug quickly. When would you use this? Well, some people get auras, which are little seizures that are warnings. And if you pop an Ativan or a lorazepam or a Klonopin, maybe it will help, but most of the time it doesn't get into your system fast enough. So we hope that the nasal spray or the inhaled sprays may make a difference here. You'll see at some points in the future putting drugs directly into the brain. It's not something that most of you would have done, but occasionally in very severe circumstances, this technology is going to be developed. It will just drip drugs in through a pump directly to the brain. I won't repeat too much from the last 2 items because you've heard a bit about them already, but there's a category called focal energy, 3 things that were mentioned, plus the vagus nerve stimulation itself. And the 3 things were the laser, the focused radiation, and the focused ultrasound. You all, I think, know a bit about the vagus nerve stimulator, which is I almost said it's the only approved neurostimulation, but I have to change that because recently the NeuroPace responsive neurostimulation is also approved in the US, and the deep brain thalamic stimulation is approved in over 30 countries around the world, and hopefully will soon be approved in the US. So we have these new methods of stimulation. The vagus nerve stimulator is about to come out with a new model, which is being tested now, that not only cycles with stimulation, say every 5 minutes as you program it, but automatically stimulates if it senses a heart rate increase with your seizure. So that may add a little effectiveness to people who have benefit, like the ones who think swiping the magnet helps. This is like an automatic magnet swipe built on your heart rate. And then I'm happy to answer questions about the neurostimulation protocols. Just please be clear that there are these 2 flavors that we have now. One is the responsive neurostimulation, which is sponsored by NeuroPace. That is the one that had the implantation in the skull of the box. And in order to do that, you have to know where your seizures come from, because you have to put 1 or 2 wires over the seizure focus, so you have to know where they are. And then it senses the seizure and counter shocks. I think babysitter was the phrase that was used. It's probably appropriate. Whereas the other neurostimulation protocol is kind of like the vagus nerve stimulation in that it just stimulates ongoing. It's not sensing. And for that one, you don't have to know where your seizures come from in the brain. So I think these two different stimulation technologies are complementary, but right now in the United States, only the NeuroPace responsive stimulation is available. For example, in Canada, the other one is available. So I think I'll stop now, and I believe we probably have some questions and comments. And may I, since I'm standing at the podium, take the opportunity to ask the first question of one of my panelists? Would you say there's no more value to temporal lobectomy, or were you just talking about what's next?
No, it's still my favorite surgery to do. No, you know, I guess when I was putting my slides together, I probably should have assured my surgical colleagues that we are not going out of business anytime soon. There's always, I think for a very long time, there's going to be a role for open cranial surgery until the other techniques we've had experience with and we can advocate for them and we can attest to their safety and their efficacy and all those kinds of things. We're still going to be using those techniques. It's just that, for example, the same group that published the preliminary series on the laser ablation technique for temporal lobe epilepsy, one of the associated findings that they were looking at was neuropsychologic testing for these patients. And there's a lot of lateral temporal lobe cortex that is taken away. Sorry. Is this on still?
Microphone not working.
Yeah, sorry.
Working.
For a temporal lobectomy, a standard temporal lobectomy, a lot of that tissue goes away. For ablation, it's left in place. And so we are going to start to tease out which patients are appropriate for which techniques, and are we really fully understanding the cost of some of the big open cranial surgeries. But I think in terms of our experience as practitioners and being honest with our families and our patients about what do we expect for these treatments, we just have so much vastly more experience with the open procedures that I think for a long time we're still going to rely on those. And only when it's proven to us to be more efficacious and safer would we start to really fully shift wholesale as a group. But no, it's not going away for a while.
All right, thank you. And in talking about open craniotomies, I want to introduce somebody else who has joined our panel, and she spoke a little this morning, but for those of you who aren't here, this is Christina Bertoldi. Did I say your name right? And she is a young lady who underwent successful surgery for her epilepsy, and I'd just like her to speak for a few minutes on her experience, how she decided to have surgery, what happened, and how she is now.
Originally, is this on? Okay. Originally, I got misdiagnosed with neurocysticercosis, and I got told I was inoperable and I wouldn't be able to have surgery. But then I switched from pediatric neurology to adult neurology, then found out that it's not that. It was actually a tumor, and it was operable. So it was November of my freshman year of college. Then I got told I had to have surgery right away to get removed to see what kind of tumor it was. So I was talking to my parents and figuring it out, and I was either going to take the semester off and do it then or wait, and I decided to wait because I didn't want to fall behind in school. So I did it in 2 weeks after I got out of school, after finals. I went to Stanford. I had my surgery. I had one surgery, and I had the map put on my head to see what kind of seizures I was having and to map out where they were going to go through and everything. And then a week later, I had they cut open my brain and pulled it out and got the area around it and everything. And
Beautifully put. Go ahead. That's what happens.
And then 3 days later, my doctor was like, okay, you can go home now. And I was like, okay. My mom didn't like it, but we did.
And now?
And now it's been 4 years, seizure-free. I had one seizure a couple months after my surgery, but nothing since that I know of, so, which is really good.
So you're glad you did it?
Yes, definitely glad.
So it works.
Yeah.
And I believe we have some people at the podium, at the microphone.
Yeah, so I guess my question is mostly for Dr. Garcia. And the question is kind of, in a world where there has been a published randomized control study documenting the efficacy of the ketogenic diet, in a world where the international medical guidelines for administering the ketogenic diet, in a consensus statement, the physicians all agree that a ketogenic diet should be strongly considered after the failure of 2 or 3 medications. In a world where there are thousands and thousands of cases, anecdotal evidence of the efficacy of the ketogenic diet, I wonder how you can give a talk entitled "When Seizures Don't Respond to Medications" and not even read a syllable of diet therapy.
As I pass the microphone to Dr. Garcia to answer, I'd like to indicate that for those of you who don't know, we're honored to have the famous Hollywood director Jim Abrams and the founder of the Charlie Foundation here at the mic.
Thanks. And that's actually an absolutely great question. I'll answer this in 2 parts. And one is, I'll start off by saying that the decision analysis would be different for children than for adults for the most part, because the ketogenic diet is powerfully effective for children and almost certainly less so for adults, although, as Dr. Fisher pointed out, dietary treatments for adults can certainly be as effective as a lot of different medicines. Yeah, the maybe less stringent kind of dietary treatments. So you're exactly right. The main reason I reference surgery in this is that's what I was asked to do. Oh. But you're right. This would apply. The decision analysis would apply to treatments like the ketogenic diet or to medical cannabis equally. It's the same kind of thought process. You try some of the standard medication. You don't have to try very many before you know if the seizures are going to come under complete control. If the seizures aren't under complete control, and that's sort of complete control in the eye of the beholder, the person who's experiencing the seizures, the person who's experiencing the seizure medicine side effects, if things are not satisfactory, one really should be looking for better treatments. And especially in children, the ketogenic diet can be a knockout, and it should be high on the list of things to be considered. There definitely are people for whom the ketogenic diet should be the first consideration before considering an operation.
Christina?
This question is related to the gamma knife surgery. Are there risks in damaging the healthy tissue surrounding the foci when you're performing this surgery?
Yeah, that's kind of where the planning comes into play. I downplayed how long it takes to actually generate these target plans, the treatment plans, but there's a lot of hemming and hawing, and it's actually a several-person team who huddles around the screen and says, "But what about this?" And then the other person's saying, "Well, we got to get this treated," back and forth. And it's only when we are all satisfied, and we're satisfied that we're not hurting eloquent or important tissue that we proceed. So a lot of it comes down to us planning out how do we shield good things. Yeah, I think it's totally possible. It's just you run the risk of not being as efficacious with your treatment. When I counsel my families, I also tell them that sometimes we can see immediate results, but the more likely story is that it's going to be quite some time before we see the end result. And so during that waiting game, this frustrating waiting game, you're wondering, did you not treat it enough? Is it really going to work? And it doesn't really pan out for almost a year sometimes, what we got. And so that's going on in our heads as well as we're walking that fine line between being efficacious and being safe.
And what is the recovery time in comparison, if you were to compare the Gamma knife to visual ACE in comparison to a resective surgery?
Well, the Gamma knife and the visual ACE should be in their own category compared to open cranial surgery. Most of my standard craniotomies go home in about 3-4 days, but they're still home with a wound, and they're still sore, and their hair has to grow back, so there's the psychological component of things, and so they're not totally back to normal and feeling normal for quite some time, weeks, versus Gamma knife and visual ACE. Those are typically they're one-day treatments. The Gamma knives always go home the same day. Visual ACE, because it's so new and because I work with kids, we're still getting comfortable ourselves, less about the patients. It's more we don't want to hurt anybody, so we end up letting them go the next day. And as far as we can tell, and any of these kids are telling us what they can feel, it's just a little nick incision, and they barely feel it by the time they wake up from their anesthesia, because the kids do it under anesthesia. The adults tend to be awake for the Gamma knife and asleep for the visual ACE. Little nick incisions, they're not very sore, and the Gamma knife is just 4 points of fixation, and those are off by the time the kids wake up. So in terms of pain and recovery, there's really not much of an element of that for recovery for Gamma knife and visual ACE.
Well, Lisa, how long did it take Evan to recover from his open craniotomy?
It did take Evan quite a while to recover, but I do have to stress that the tumors that were being removed were very close to the motor strip, and so there were a lot of concerns going in that there would be damage to the motor strip. The surgeon was able to not hit the motor strip, but because they were working so close, we knew that there would be increased physical therapy needed. So it really took probably 6 months to get close. By 9 months, when he was rock climbing, he was really back to where he was. But he was he was in preschool at the time. He had the surgery in November, pretty much all of November. We were at the hospital, and then it was he was out of school all of December, all of January, and most of February as well, before he even went back to preschool, but still continued PT for 3 days a week for the next few months. So it was a different recovery. But I also would say the surgery is different also than what was being discussed, because this isn't a surgery where you go in and then 3 days later you go home. This was a series of 3 surgeries. So the first surgery was invasive monitoring for a week. The second surgery was a resection, so they removed part of the bad tissue, and they replaced the monitoring. And then the third surgery was to remove additional tissue and close them up. So, and those surgeries were spaced about a week apart. So it's a very, it's probably one of the most intense ways to do brain surgery. So.
And what about you, Christine? And when did you feel you were recovered?
Once I actually got my pain under control, I was fine at home with my family, because I had my family and my friends and the support and all their love to help me. But I didn't like going outside the house until I had my hair back. I was very self-conscious. I had a lot of bad experiences going out with no hair. So I kind of just only went out when I needed to, until my mom and dad got me a wig to make me feel a little bit better. So then I was better after that. But once I went back to school in August, I always had a hat on, or I was wearing my wig. I never had my head not covered, because I have a huge scar on my head, and I don't want people staring. And so, but I'd say a couple weeks, once I got the pain under control, I felt like myself. But then I felt like my 100% self once I actually had my hair back. So that probably 6 months.
Fair enough. Question?
One of the challenges for people, some of the challenges with people who have epilepsy and their families are the mood issues, the depression, the sleep issues that go along with having epilepsy or an epilepsy disorder disease. There was some discussion on Thursday that the transgeminal nerve stimulation approach or device, patients showed an increase in mood even prior to a reduction in seizures. Is that also true with the deep brain stimulator or the other nerve stimulator, the trigeminal?
Trigeminal.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trigeminal nerve is a nerve that covers sensation to the face. The trigeminal nerve stimulation, which is not an approved treatment yet, is kind of like vagus nerve stimulation, except the vagus nerve stimulator is implanted, so it takes an operation, whereas the trigeminal nerve stimulator being developed by a team down at UCLA just puts a patch on the nerve near the eye, a branch of the trigeminal nerve, and people will have that on for a couple hours a day, receiving the stimulation. It's in preliminary trials. It hasn't had the definitive trials yet, and it's certainly not approved, but it's looking like it might be effective for improving depression and also for improving epilepsy or improving seizure frequency. And you said something that is so important, which is that we worry a lot about seizures and counting seizures, but what seems to affect some people's lives even more than the seizure count is what we call the comorbidities of epilepsy. And the most important of those, in my opinion, is whether or not someone's happy or depressed. And then you've got the whole question, are they driving or not driving? Is there a lot of anxiety? There are all these other things that really play on the quality of life. So epilepsy is not just seizures, and treating epilepsy is not just getting the seizure count down.
Thank you for saying that, because that's really one of the challenges of being a family member of a person with epilepsy. They have the fear, but so do you. You have the stress and the worry, and am I doing the right things? Am I finding the right treatment? But are they also going to be okay? Are they in a good frame of mind to be compliant with their medication? Are they depressed, or are they hopeful about their future or their present?
Thank you. Yes?
Hi, my name is Megan Kennedy, and I'm an adult with epilepsy. And like you, I was diagnosed November of my freshman year in college, so maybe we need to do a study about that next, hey? But actually, I have a comment versus a question, and it ties in not just what y'all have been talking about, but as well as some of the earlier panelists. And that is in regards to the fact that, like many people with epilepsy, I had my downtimes. In fact, I was considering brain surgery at one point because I tried pretty much every first-gen AED that had been out there, and we did not have the devices that are available today. So I am so glad to see all of this out there, and to everyone listening here as well as on the internet, my thing is, first of all, do not give up. It took 12 years for me to find the right drug cocktail, and now I'm living life, and my quality of life is much better. Also, what was my turning point was going on a clinical trial. And even though my mom and my doctor were pushing me, it took me that little bit of saying, even though you're going on a clinical trial, no matter what you go on, even though it's been approved by the FDA, your body is different than anyone else's. So if that's what's holding you back, please get out there and consider doing that, because you're going to make life so much better, perhaps for yourself, but for so many others down the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
The question is for Dr. Garcia. No, actually, sorry. The surgeon's name. I guess I messed it up.
Dietary Gusty.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So my question relates to, can you describe your thought process as you're going through this decision chart, where you decide, open brain surgery, gamma knife, or visualase. And I guess second part of that question is, between the gamma knife and visualase, how do you decide between those two?
Yeah. Well, first I'll say that it's never a surgeon alone, or it shouldn't just be a surgeon alone. At a minimum, it's the surgeon and the patient. But in our cases, we are part of a team, and we eventually may arrive at a procedure, whether it's gamma knife or visualase or surgery, but arriving at that point has usually been weeks and months of workup and collaboration. Everybody's a bit different, and I wish it was just as easy as just like Plinko, you put the coin at the top and it kind of falls down into, open surgery. There's actually a lot of gray area, and there are sometimes options. And that's, again, where it comes back to the family and to the patients to say, well, of these options that are available to you, here are the pros and here are the cons. It's too bewildering, I think, to go through that long list, and I could then spend a whole nother hour on all the open cranial surgery that I do and different kinds, 1-step, 2-step, 3-step. It's such this group, epilepsy patients, this group is so diverse, and it's unfair to that diverse group to try and cubbyhole. So it absolutely requires a very detailed review of their clinical history, their medications, what their EEGs look like, what their MRIs look like, potentially PET, MEG. All these things go into that equation, that formula, and then at the end of it is what generates the... So I wish there was an easy way to say, oh, well, if it looks like this, you do surgery. If it looks like this, it's never like that. Before gamma knife and visualase, they're both kind of in their infancy. Maybe visualase more so than gamma knife. Gamma knife's been around a little bit longer. I tend to elect for those that are not easily surgically accessible, and I'm very worried. Like the surgeon's butterflies in the stomach start to fly a little bit and flutter a little bit. If we're working in a place that's very delicate and fragile, I might consider something relatively non-invasive. The problem with gamma knife is that you sometimes have to wait for the result, and the problem with visualase is that it's so new that we're still really learning what it's capable of. So.
I also read, just to follow up, every time I looked at the gamma knife, it was always about risk of radiation, risk of increased cancer type of activity down the road. I'm not sure how valid that is, but that's why I read against that. Yeah. And I've spoken to quite a few neurosurgeons before. My son has a lesion in the insular area, and it's right next to the all sorts of motor functions, like Lisa's, and it's like a spectrum of opinion. On one side, the doctor would say, well, at least I'm going to see what I'm cutting, and the other doctor would say, well, it's so delicate that it's almost inoperable, and if we won't consider that, then there has to be the low invasive type of a surgery. So I haven't been able to quite even put my finger on this because it seems to be quite spread out. It's a very risky tumor or dysplasia, but because nobody exactly knows what it is, it's people are having a hard time figuring out what's the best approach for it.
These are very tough decisions, and we work together and hopefully arrive at something that feels good for all of us.
All right, thank you.
Can I add something to that? We've gone through these same decisions, and we're actually looking at these decisions again, and we've been evaluated for both craniotomy and a visualase surgery, so we sort of are going through something very similar to you. And whenever we've been faced with these, we've always gone to second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth opinions, and it's not unusual in our family to seek out multiple experts' opinions, because ultimately we have to be the ones to make the decision, but we have to be well advised to do so. So, right. I can't say enough how important I think additional opinions are from very skilled individuals, and you make sure that you're choosing the right surgeons and hospitals to talk to that have the experience in the types of surgeries you're looking at.
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I hope, I don't know if Dr. Fisher is the one who's best positioned to answer this or not. It's a question that relates to the potential ability and or desirability of identifying a seizure focus. This is a case of complex partial seizures that generalize to grand mal. Some other factors of developmental disability and PTSD are also involved. After a number of medications and grand mal seizures that were secondarily generalized, there's now, for 3 years, complete seizure control on high-dose AEDs. The individual himself is dependent on others to administer medication, to monitor and interpret side effects. I'm wondering if the seizures are completely controlled, but there is sort of a risky side effect profile that can't really be effectively controlled by the individual or really informed by the individual. Is it advisable to try to determine the actual locus of the seizure? How possible is it to do that if the seizures are controlled by medication? Are there particular types of MRIs that are more sensitive than others? Thank you.
I wouldn't do anything at all risky to track down a seizure focus in someone who had good seizure control. As Dr. Garcia said, different people's definitions of good seizure control would vary,
right,
but everybody would say someone who hasn't had a seizure for 3 years is in good control. So that would not be someone I would look to admit to an epilepsy monitoring unit, stop medicines to provoke seizures, and then pick them up again.
That's why I was asking specifically about MRI as opposed to, video EEG monitoring where you would want to see seizure activity.
Right.
Is there some imaging that's becoming more sensitive?
Well, I don't think more sensitive imaging is what's necessary in this situation, because the one circumstance where you might possibly consider an operation in somebody like this is somebody who needs to have the operation because of what the underlying cause of the seizures is. So somebody that has a tumor growing, or somebody who has a blood vessel malformation that has the potential to burst, that would be the kind of thing where, well, maybe you would do the operation just because you needed it anyway, and maybe that would make the person's seizures easier to control with medicine. But as Dr. Fisher said, 100% is 100%. If you've got complete seizure control, you can't do better than that with an operation. And in fact, our operations rarely provide enough ability to control seizures so that a person doesn't have to take seizure medicine at all. And if we sort of start marketing epilepsy surgery as a good way to get off of medicine, we're going to have a lot of unsatisfied customers.
But you can get the medicine down a lot of times.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think Dr. Garcia just answered my question. We all know that surgery and individuals are different, and I was wondering if there is a percentage of people who continue taking AEDs after surgery, and if so, if there comes a time when they can stop taking those AEDs safely.
It's a great question, and I think it varies a little bit probably in the adult and pediatric populations, because we end up trying a lot harder for children. You can well imagine that folks that have had seizures for so long and finally gain seizure control are not so anxious to rock the boat when they come out after surgery not having seizures. So we don't have good controlled trials of comparing people that come off to people that don't come off, because people decide for themselves whether or not they're going to come off, and a lot of people decide, heck, I don't want to even try. I think the minority of people can come off medicine altogether. As Dr. Fisher has mentioned here, quite a few can have their medicines adjusted so that they are more comfortable with the medicine. But really, what seizure surgery is good at doing is changing so that the seizures can now be, quote, controlled, so that they aren't happening after the operation.
Thank you.
Well, okay. I want to thank the panel for two things: for presenting brilliant information and for keeping it on time. So anyway, let's give my panel a big round of applause. Thank you.
Ditto from me here, too. Thank you very much. We're going to have a break, and 3 o'clock we're going to start and be talking about dietary therapies for epilepsy exercise and activity and wellness. So, you know, stretch, use this time, get the blood flowing, and come right back in. Can you move to the first slide? Great. Okay, I got it from here. Okay, as everyone's coming in, my name's Patty Osborne Schaefer again. I'm here to kind of help us get rolling for the afternoon. And I know we're going to be here talking about dietary therapies, but there were awesome looking, brownies and cupcakes out there. So anyway, we will still make it here and let people roll back in after their snacks. I'm pleased to have Beth Zupek-Kenya here, a registered dietitian nutritionist, right? She is from the Charlie Foundation and the Ketogenic Diet LLC, correct? All right. So she's been intimately involved with dietary therapies for epilepsy for many years. So she's here to talk to us about how it's used in epilepsy. Beth?
Thank you. All right, they always put me after lunch because, yes.
Next time I put her before lunch, so we'll all feel guilty when we go out and eat.
Okay, I'm controlling the slides here, so let me move forward. These are the most frequently asked questions that I thought you all would appreciate hearing the answers to. One is, does what I eat affect my epilepsy? What nutrients can affect epilepsy? What is the ketogenic diet? Where did it come from? How does it work? And who is it for? So let's start off. Does what I eat affect my epilepsy? And this is a conversation I have with everybody that I talk to, because I know they want to know about the ketogenic diet, but I want to start off by just explaining to them that what they put in their mouth does affect their epilepsy, whether it's the ketogenic diet or their regular diet. So let's talk just a little bit about that. There's this thing called the gut-brain connection. And I love this quote from a Harvard physician. The brain and the gastrointestinal system are intimately connected, so intimately that they should be viewed as one system. How many of you kind of had a feeling that they were connected? A feeling, a sense that your gut, your digestive system is connected to your brain and can affect epilepsy. Most of you sense that already, and I think a lot of people that I talk to say, yeah, I kind of got the feeling it did, but no one really ever explained this to me. So it does. Believe me, it does. Whoops. Okay, what nutrients can affect epilepsy? And so I'm just going to give you some examples. Food allergies can affect epilepsy. One example is gluten sensitivity. And there's actually a couple publications about this of cases in the UK. I haven't seen anything from the US, but in the UK, I've had a couple people, and I've worked with a couple thousand people with epilepsy, but I've had a few people who we've actually identified were really gluten sensitive. Interestingly, the ketogenic diet, which is the therapy that I've been working with for 20 years, is a gluten-free diet. So who knows if some of these people that are on the ketogenic diet do well because it's gluten-free or because of the ketosis. We don't know. But I think gluten is something that maybe we should think of taking out of the diet initially before going full-blown ketogenic. So I'm going to come back to that near the end of my presentation. Vitamins and minerals can affect epilepsy, in particular B6, sodium, magnesium, and calcium. I don't have time today to go into each of these. I was really asked here to speak about the macronutrients in regards to ketogenic diet therapies, because that's what the interest is today, okay? So what is the ketogenic diet? Well, hold on to your hats, because some of you won't believe this, but it's mainly a diet rich in fat. And it takes a while for a lot of people to kind of wrap their brain around that, because most of us have been taught that fat is bad, and high-fat diet causes high cholesterol levels, and it makes you fat. So we have all these myths about fat that I like to break. Fat is actually really healthy for the brain. In fact, the brain is about 60% lipid itself. So The diet is actually rich in fats. For children, we tend to use a lot of dairy fat. For adults, we get away from dairy, using more oils like olive oil and seed oils. We have protein in the diet, so it's a moderate protein diet, and very low in carbohydrate. And that seems to be the hardest part for a lot of people, is the carbohydrate restriction, but it's necessary to make it work. And if you come to me as your nutritionist, I preach vegetables as sources of carb. I don't like people to use other sources of carbohydrate. Vegetables are nutrient dense. They have fiber, they have vitamins and minerals. They're really the best source of carbs. So you get that lecture from me if you're coming to me. We also can use berries. And a lot of people say, well, this is kind of like a paleo diet, right? You say you can use berries and vegetables and meat and fish and poultry. Yeah, I guess that's one way to explain it, is kind of like a paleo diet or an ancestral diet with a lot of fat. Okay, just another way to look at it or describe it. Where did the ketogenic diet come from? And I'm only bringing this up because it's really fascinating. The first mention of ketogenic therapy was actually from Hippocrates, and he wrote that fasting was used to cure an epileptic. And so how does fasting relate to the ketogenic diet? They're very similar in some senses. When you fast, what happens? Your body uses up glucose that is stored. That's called glycogen, and our liver has a big storage area for glycogen. So you first use that up, and then when you use that up, which is in a few days, then your body starts looking for adipose, which is fat. And when it burns that adipose tissue, it makes something called ketones. Okay? You can check them in your breath. If any of you were here yesterday, you heard about a meter that can check ketones in a breathalyzer. You can check them in your blood, and you can check them in the urine. The diet is also mentioned in the Bible, in both Mark and Matthew. Jesus heals a possessed child by fasting and prayer. And the diet was actually invented in the 1920s by Dr. Wilder at the Mayo Clinic, after he connected the dots between his patients telling him they had fewer seizures when they were fasting for procedures, and how do we sustain this type of a situation? We can't fast people forever. He figured out that a high-fat diet would have the same or similar results. So the diet was invented in the 1920s, and here we are 90 years later. So it has a very long track record. In the 1960s, after World War II, there was an emergence of many new anti-epileptic drugs, and the diet really fell out of fashion. It was just much easier to prescribe drugs than it was to use the diet. But there were hundreds of people that were put on the diet at several institutions in the 1930s and the 1940s. In the 1990s, the Charlie Foundation came about after a little boy named Charlie went through, you've heard Jim talk a little while ago. He had to leave to fly back, but he got up to the microphone a little while ago to contest something that was said and represent the ketogenic diet. But his son, Charlie, developed epilepsy at about age 1 and went through a year of horrific daily seizures and tried 7 different anti-seizure medications, many different combinations. He had a brain surgery, and then he just continued having seizures. So Jim found out about the ketogenic diet in a book that he found at a medical library on his own. And he went to his doctor and he said, "What about this ketogenic diet?" And his doctor said, "Well, we don't do that here." And he said, "Well, where can we do this?" And he said, "Well, you can go to Johns Hopkins." Right away, took the family to Johns Hopkins, put Charlie on the diet, and within days his seizures stopped. And within a month, he had been tapered off of 4 anti-seizure medications. Charlie's 22. He just received his certification for early childhood education. He lives on his own. He's doing very well, and he hasn't had a seizure since those days. He was on the diet longer than most people are. He was on for 5 years. Most kids are on it for 2 to 3 years, but he was on it a little bit longer. So Jim wrote a movie about this, not about his son, but about a family that had somewhat of a similar story. And His friend Meryl Streep agreed to play the mother in this film, and the film is called First Do No Harm. Some of you may have seen this. You can rent this from video stores or download it from whatever I don't even do this, but I know you can see this. You can get to it on the internet, and you can also get it from the Charlie Foundation. How does the diet work? Well, this is an explanation. I'm not going to go through this because it's way over my head, but point being is that it's a metabolic therapy, and just altering the macronutrients of your diet, fat, protein, and carbohydrate, on a consistent basis changes your body's metabolism, okay? And somehow prevents seizures and can actually have anti-epileptogenic effects. So how can somebody like Charlie, who was diagnosed by 3 different epileptologists with Lennox-Gastaut, no longer have seizures? Has he been cured of his epilepsy? We'd like to believe that, because he's not had a seizure since he was a little boy, and every doctor that saw him said, you probably are looking forward, to a life of disability, and seizures and control is very difficult to get in Lennox-Gastaut. So he's either an anomaly or he's just a really good case study for the scientists to figure out. But since then, of course, there are many, many anecdotal reports. There's a Class 1 study that was published in 2008 showing the efficacy of the ketogenic diet is, in fact, true, and it deserves to be used along with as a treatment option. So let me go a little bit more into this. Remember, fat's the main source of calories, protein is moderate, carbohydrate is restricted. So I just want to step back and talk about carbohydrate, because a lot of people are confused about carbohydrate. Have you ever heard of the glycemic index before? Okay, a few of you have. The glycemic index is a measure of how high your glucose rises after eating a food, okay? That's a very simplistic explanation, but good enough for us. So foods that are high in sugar are going to have a very high glycemic index. Does that make sense, right? Mm-hmm. You consume them, they get into your gut, and almost immediately get into the bloodstream and raise your glucose. So all these are sweets, and we know sweets are high in sugar, and therefore they have high glycemic index. Even the sports drink here, which is not something we think of as being high sugar, has a high glycemic index because it's intended to replete your electrolytes quickly, and the sugar helps to do that. So everybody gets this, but a lot of people are surprised. Well, here's my graph I meant to show you first. So this is a graph of glucose over time. You consume a high glycemic index food, and it raises your glucose, and then what happens is the glucose eventually comes back down. So that's a big mountain there of showing you what happens to your glucose level. Most people are surprised when I tell them these foods also have a high glycemic index, okay? And people tell me, geez, I ate these instead of sweets because I thought they were better because they don't have sugar. Not really. They really aren't any better. They're highly processed, they break down rapidly in the gut, and they raise your glucose, so they also have a high glycemic index. None of these are allowed on the ketogenic diet, of course. Even white rice. Okay, so there we are. That's the high glycemic index. So what happens when you go on the ketogenic diet is, again, you're getting this fat, and we use oils, dairy fats. We can use special oils. This is a special oil from coconut called medium-chain triglyceride oil. Carbohydrates, vegetables mostly, berries, sprouts. I'm really big on sprouts. Protein, okay, so we do this. High glycemic, ketogenic. Your blood sugar, because of the high fat, it slows down the absorption of food you're eating, so your glucose doesn't ever rise very much. It stays in this low level. And then fat is the main source of energy, so your body takes fat and uses it to make ketones, just like if you were fasting. So that's what happens when you're on the diet. We put children on the diet pretty quickly, in the hospital, when we do them in the hospital, we start them up real quickly, and we pretty much just feed them the diet. And over 3 days, they get into ketosis, and we usually send them home by the 3rd day after lunch. If we're doing this outpatient, and that's becoming more common, we usually start this much slower, much more gradually. It's just easier to catch things when you do it gradually at home rather than in the hospital where there's a lot of surveillance. So ketones rise pretty quickly in kids. Okay, who is this diet for? And you heard a little bit about this earlier today. Adults, kids, who is it really for? Well, we know that it's the best treatment for anybody with GLUT1 deficiency syndrome or PDH. These are 2 metabolic conditions, fairly rare. I don't think the first one is that rare. We have 6 kids in Milwaukee, where I'm from, who have GLUT1. And I go to some hospitals, because I teach in hospitals regularly, and they tell me they've never had a kid with GLUT1. Well, they have. They just haven't tested for it. They just don't know they have, because these kids are out there. It's just that it's right now there's a spinal test. Spinal tap is required to check for this, and it's not an easy test to do. Fortunately, there's genetic tests that are coming along that will make this easier to diagnose. It's also for people who continue to have seizures after trialing 2 to 3 medications, and you've heard about this earlier today. Okay, so if after the 2nd medication, the likelihood of getting seizure control on a subsequent medication goes down significantly, way down, below 5%. So why not think about the ketogenic diet? It's found to be effective in particular for certain epilepsy syndromes, infantile spasms, Deuce syndrome, Dravet syndrome, tuberous sclerosis, Rett syndrome, Lennox-Gastaut, and certain metabolic conditions. Now, there are different types of ketogenic diets. There's actually a spectrum, and I have a handout at our booth out here that explains this in more detail. The classic ketogenic is what we consider the diet that was designed in the 1920s. It's usually used for children. It's the highest fat diet, the least carbohydrate. There's modified ketogenic, which is just a modification of the classic. We really just kind of flex it to fit the need of the person. Modified Atkins was intended for adults and adolescents. It's more liberal in some ways, meant to be flexible for people. You don't weigh foods like you do with the above 2 diets. The above 2 diets, you actually have to weigh food on a gram scale regularly, so you're tied to this little scale and calculating out meals, so it's a little bit more laborious. Low glycemic index is another hybrid diet. It's not really intended to be a ketogenic diet, but for some people, they do have ketones. It's meant to be quite liberal, also an estimated diet. Sometimes people start off on the low glycemic index outpatient, and then if they aren't getting great seizure control or getting a little bit of seizure control, but maybe want to get better seizure control, they graduate into one of the other diets that are more restrictive. So there's this whole spectrum of therapies that we can individualize so that it works, because we're not just talking about a diet, we're talking about a person and their lifestyle. And you know how food is so important to all of us. Who doesn't like to eat? Who doesn't like to eat? It's such a personal practice. So we have to make this practice doable. And to do that, we have to be flexible. And I find that people are very willing to be flexible as long as they're getting some results from it. Okay, so a few more similarities and differences. So I have a more detailed chart of this out there. Do I have a pointer here? Oh, here's my laser. So let's look through the first column. Is there medical supervision required for these diets? Yes, there is, for all of them. How much fat? You can see here, ketogenic, about 70 to 90%. The MCT, a little bit less. The low GI, a little bit less. The MAD is about the same. How much carb? Percentage for ketogenic diet is quite low, 3%. MCT, 18. The low glycemic, 15. And the modified Atkins, 15. And who is it primarily for? The ketogenic diet we tend to use for infants, children, and people with feeding tubes. The MCT diet for all ages. The low glycemic diet can be used for all ages, and MAD tends to be used for adolescents and adults. So this is I should actually say this is where we start the therapy. Once we get on the therapy and start moving forward a month out or so, then we can start making adjustments, and we might move between diets and try to flex again to suit the individual so that it works for their lifestyle and for the results that they're getting. Whoop. How effective is the diet? Okay, so a little bit of research here. I was going to put all these citations in here, and I thought, no, we're just going to talk simply about the results. All of you may have heard by now that results in terms of efficacy for any type of seizure therapy is based on greater than 50% reduction in seizures. Okay, that is the standard that's used. So for the ketogenic diet, there's a class 1 trial that said 45% of the children had greater than 50% reduction in seizures. For the MCT oil diet, that was actually in the same class 1 trial, equal, same results. The low GI diet, this is a review, okay? So a review is not the same as a class 1 trial. A review is, can be biased, it can be one institution, so the results tend to be higher, right? There's not the rigors of a class 1 trial. So the review for the low GI in children was 66%, and for modified Atkins for children, 36%. And then the adults, we don't want to forget about our adults down here. We haven't had anything trialed except for the modified Atkins has been reviewed by several institutions, and 33% is the figure that most of them are reporting. Whoop. One thing you have to be cautious about when you're doing any of these therapies is that carbohydrate is in everything. Toothpaste, most toothpaste are 60% glycerin. And although you're not supposed to swallow toothpaste, kids do, right, when they brush their teeth. And you can absorb some of this glycerin, and glycerin is carbohydrate, through the capillaries of your mouth. So we have to be that cautious. We have to get rid of the stuff that has carb in it. Most elixirs, chew tabs, syrups are loaded with carbohydrates, so they simply have to be, have to find an alternative. And so we usually end up with capsules and swallow tabs, even for children. We're crushing up capsules and tablets and mixing them into butter or sugar-free Jell-O in a tiny amount to get that use that for a vehicle to get it into kids. But all of these words here are just different words for sugar, so we have to be very cautious. I have yet to find a mouthwash that doesn't have carbohydrate. Doesn't exist, so I have everybody using baking soda. People don't like that very much, but if we doctor it up with a couple drops of mint extract and a drop of stevia, that works. So, adverse effects. The diet does have adverse effects, and this is the main reason it needs to be medically supervised. Constipation, acidosis, and elevated lipids are effects that have been reported. All of these can be prevented or minimized. Johns Hopkins has done a nice review of people that were on the ketogenic diet. These are children, and called them up as adults and gone through their medical histories and asked if they've had anything unordinary, and the long-term adverse effects were not significant. They have no more heart disease or any other problem than any other American. And here's Charlie when he was 5 on the diet, and here's Charlie giving Meryl Streep recognition for playing in the movie. This is at our 2012 meeting in Chicago. And by the way, we are having another meeting. We plan a meeting every 4 years, and the alternating 2 years it's in Europe. So this year it's actually in Liverpool this October, but we're planning our 2016 meeting. We've actually started now to plan for the 2016 meeting. But before I close out, I wanted to say 2 more things, because now that I have you excited about this amazing therapy, and you're gonna, wonder, well, what do we do with this? What can we do now? What could I do this evening for dinner? I'm sure you're all just wondering, waiting there with your pen. What am I gonna eat for supper? the Charlie Foundation decided we have to help people that actually want to take some baby steps towards the therapy. We can't just say, you got to find a doctor and start doing this because it's going to take a couple weeks to get an appointment, right? So there are things you can do now. So we developed two different steps. The first one is called, Does What I Eat Affect My Epilepsy? And it's just about getting rid of sugar in your diet, in eating real food, getting rid of processed foods and eating real food. So don't expect to do this for 2 days and say, well, it didn't make any difference in my epilepsy. I'm not going to follow this. You got to give this a month of being consistent, okay, to see some effect. If you feel pretty good about that, or maybe you're already doing this and you want to take another step, we have something called pre-ketogenic diet. It's not enough to put you in ketosis, but it has some similarities of the ketogenic diet. It's a gluten-free, sugar-free, gluten-free, sugar-free, fat-inclusive diet that gets you to eat a healthy, whole food diet and get the processed foods out. So this is a second step. And a lot of people tell us that this alone has made them feel better and that they have less seizures. And one of the things that they tell me is that they're not constipated anymore. So that alone may be a reason why they're having less seizures and maybe making them feel better. But try this again for a month. Don't just say, I tried it for a week and it didn't make any difference. You've got to give it a month. So this is something, again, you can start right away. We have these at our website, and I have some of these out at the table if you want to pick them up.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's yours. Okay, hold on. Okay, so everyone put your hands up. Stretch, stretch. We got to get the blood flowing here. All right, we are going to be talking a little bit about exercise. This is always such the dilemma. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it good for me and myself? Is it good for my health? What does it do to my epilepsy? So to help us understand all of this, exercise and epilepsy, does it help or not? We have Allison Pack, who's a physician and has her master's in public health. She's associate professor of neurology at Columbia University Medical Center. She also is intimately involved and interested in women's health issues. So, she'll have a few points to probably add to that, and during the question and answer phase, if there's issues specific to kind of gender stuff, we might be able to get Dr. Pack to help us answer those. Right? Dr. Pack?
Here we are. Thank you very much. So this topic is very interesting, and I think it highlights the impact of this discussion. Will focus not only on the seizures, but as one of the people asked earlier, really overall general health. Because as we all know, exercise impacts one's general health. So we'll focus on that as we go through. This is an outline of what we're going to discuss today. We're going to talk about the historical perspective. It's very interesting, and we'll go through this to see the views towards exercise amongst individuals with epilepsy has actually very much changed over the years. We'll talk a little bit about some animal studies, because we've actually, those of us in the field, we learn a lot from animal studies. A lot of what we know about the epilepsies and their treatment come from animal studies. And there are actually a number of studies looking at the impact of exercise in animal models. But I promise you we won't spend a lot of time on that. We'll talk about some clinical studies. We'll also look at the impact on bone health. Exercise is intimately related to bone health, and individuals with epilepsy are actually at increased risk for adverse effects on bone health or poor bone health. And finally, I'll have some specific recommendations, some broad recommendations regarding specific exercises. So what we see here on this slide is an evolution of recommendations regarding exercise. And it's very interesting to look at some of the statements through our professional medical organizations over the years and what they have said about exercise. And it really does show, and as I say, an evolution of thought. In 1968, the American Medical Association had a statement that discouraged involvement in sports and physical activity for fear of injury or induction of seizure activity. Many individuals in this time period, if they had seizures, were discouraged for participating in any athletics, including physical education class. Not only I have had patients over the years who I haven't been doing this that long, but over the years, who would ask for notes to get out of gym. And clearly, there are physical ramifications of that, as well as social ramifications. The American Medical Association then revised their statement in 1974 a little bit. And you can see from this statement, there was a little bit of confusion in how they wrote it. Participation in contact sports was allowed if, quote, to do so is considered a major ameliorating factor in patients' adjustment to school, associates, and the seizure disorder. What does one do with that statement? It's a little bit out there. In 1983, the American Academy of Pediatrics had a statement that permitted involvement in supervised contact sports. But the key here is the end of the statement. Provided seizures were well controlled. What does that mean for the individual who doesn't, and who makes that decision? And as you've already discussed this morning, that is a very broad, there's many different opinions as to what that means. And then, more than 10 years later, the International League Against Epilepsy, an international organization, recommended to prohibit only skydiving and scuba diving. So as you can see here through all of these statements, there's a lot of confusion about this topic and what it means. And what does that mean for you, the family member or the patient with epilepsy? What do I do with this? So we'll talk about this. I'm sorry. What are the consequences of these early recommendations? What about that individual who did not participate in sports, who was given letters from their physician to sit out of PE class? Well, there are studies showing that persons with epilepsy may be less physically active than their peers. There may be health ramifications. And indeed, if you look at the recent Institute of Medicine report, it was one of the concerns that was brought up in that report is that individuals with epilepsy had overall poor general health, and certainly lack of exercise can contribute to that. For example, their BMI, their body mass index, may be increased, and certainly studies have shown that. They may have poor aerobic endurance, as well as poor muscle strength endurance and physical flexibility. Importantly, from the social or the psychological piece, their self-esteem may be affected, higher levels of anxiety and depression, and certainly, as was brought up earlier, the psychiatric comorbidities are very prevalent and an important thing to recognize for individuals with seizures. So let's ask the question, are persons with epilepsy as physically active as others? Many studies find that persons with epilepsy are less physically active. And there's a couple of studies on this slide here. A Norwegian study showed that exercise habits were similar to controls, but when you look at the percentage of people who had never exercised, it was much higher amongst the individuals with epilepsy when compared to the controls. There was an American study looking at teenagers with epilepsy compared to a great comparator group, that is siblings. What are they doing compared to their siblings? The teens with epilepsy were less likely to participate in sports, they were less active, and they had higher body mass indexes. So this is in individuals in the same family, controlling for genetics and all those other factors. An important factor in that study was that the individuals who were receiving 3 or more anti-seizure medications were less active. And of course, this may be a marker of more severe disease. More encouraging was a recent Canadian population study. And what that study showed, that there was no difference in this large population study of physical activity of greater than 15 minutes in duration when you looked at the epilepsy group compared to the control. This is the most recently published study in this area. It's also, as I said, a population study. And I think it's actually kind of encouraging and may go along with that evolution of thought as I was talking about earlier. Let's now ask the question, does exercise increase seizure activity? That was obviously the concern of the American Academy of Pediatrics back in the 70s, where they wrote that statement, only if seizures are well controlled. There was a very nice study that looked at seizure precipitants, that is, and they asked people with seizures, what brings on your seizures? What factors are more likely to bring on your seizures? And among 400 patients, only two identified exercise as a precipitant. Interestingly, the most common precipitant or factor resulting in seizures, does anyone know what it was? Stress, that's exactly right. And what does exercise do to stress? reduces stress. And there's actually a lot of, and I won't get into this, it's at the end of the day, physiologic explanations for that, including things that were included on that very complex metabolic pathway. Another study of Norwegian outpatients, 240 patients, amongst those, 2% had genuine exercise-induced seizures. And in this study, they defined that as having seizures in greater than 50% of training sessions. So you can see from these clinical studies that there's really no clear evidence to support that exercise increases seizure activity. Now, the animal studies. Animal studies do show a beneficial effect of two different kinds of exercise, aerobic exercise as well as strength exercise. And you can see on this slide here a schematic from a study that was published very recently. And hold on, where's my pointer? Okay. There was a group of rats who had seizures, and they had three groups: control group, a sham group, and a strength group. The control group, no exercise. The sham group, they were placed in a chamber, but they did not have exercise. And then the strength group, those animals went through a strength program. And they followed them for 2 distinct periods. And what you see here is that in the second period, the seizure frequency increased in the control group and the sham group, but it decreased in the strength group. So what this study would suggest is that in these animals, a strength exercise program decreased the frequency of seizures. And that when you look at those periods, it was significantly lower in the strength group compared to the others. So that's very interesting. Here we have a nice model showing us that there may be an effect of exercise. What about EEG? This is actually very interesting. What happens to your EEG when you exercise? You know, we know that abnormalities in EEG closely correlate with seizure susceptibility. So what happens to your EEG when you're exercising? Multiple studies find that the activity, the epileptiform activity, remains either unchanged or decreases during or immediately after exercise. And this has been shown for individuals who have partial or focal seizures as well as generalized seizures. Now, on my slide here, I have a schematic of 3 Hertz spike and wave. And I'm not sure if anyone in the audience here has absence seizures, but this is a very common, this is what you see in individuals who have absence epilepsy. And one of the ways that this is elicited is hyperventilation. So if any of you in the audience have ever had an EEG, you probably have been asked at some point to hyperventilate. And the reason for that is that can bring out these abnormalities or these findings, which are very strongly correlated with individuals at risk for the absence seizures. So you hyperventilate, it brings out this abnormality. Well, what happens when you're exercising? Does it do the same thing? And that's obviously one of the concerns that people would have years ago with those, you know, those statements, as I mentioned, from those different medical associations. No. Ironically enough, when the individual's exercising, you don't see any increase in those discharges. You see it either remains the same or decreases. So there's no EEG data to support that exercise makes that EEG more active. Let's look at some of the clinical studies now. There was a study in adults with refractory seizures. In that one study, 4 weeks of an aerobic program did not change seizure frequency. There was another study that looked at women who had uncontrolled seizures. That program did decrease their seizures. Another study was a prospective randomized study. So, you know, those of us, that's one of the best study designs that you can do. And it looked at the impact of a 12-week exercise program. There was no improvement in seizure frequency. But very importantly, there was an improvement in behavioral outcomes. And I think as a group, we could all agree here that even if we're not addressing or impacting the seizure frequency, by improving behavioral outcomes, we are making a difference. So the bottom line is, when you look at the exercise and the effects of seizures, exercise does not. It does not worsen seizure frequency. No studies have demonstrated that. And it may have some beneficial effects. Not a consistent finding in the studies, but it certainly may. It does, as shown in multiple studies, improve behavioral outcomes such as mood. Let's now talk about the benefits of exercise. I focused on this already multiple times, an improvement in mood. And as brought up earlier today, we all know that individuals who have seizures are at increased risk for higher percentages of depression and anxiety than the general population. This is not just a marker of chronic illness. Studies that have looked at this in terms of comparing individuals with diabetes and heart disease, individuals with epilepsy are at even greater increased risk. So there are benefits to exercising, as been shown in the general population and some of our studies, that it does improve mood. You can have increased aerobic activity, increased work capacity, reduced heart rate, and very importantly, weight reduction. As we talked about earlier, many of our patients, many of the people I take care of, are at risk for higher body mass index. And I don't need to tell you there's a lot of long-term health consequences associated with that beyond the epilepsy, cardiovascular disease, for example. And bone density. Exercise has been shown to impact bone density. Now, this is an area that I've done a fair amount of work on over the years. And individuals with epilepsy are at increased risk for poor bone health. And this has been demonstrated in multiple ways and in many different studies out there. So, for example, individuals with epilepsy have an increased risk of fracture. Studies would suggest a 2 to 6-fold increased risk when compared to the general population. Well, why is that? Why are we having an increased risk of fracture? One example, one potential effect is the direct effect of the medications. Some of the medications you or your family members may be taking may be directly affecting your bone health. What about the coordination issue? You know, that's something we often forget about. You know, if you're an individual who's taking a medication and your balance is not off, well, you may be more susceptible to falling, and that may increase your risk of fracture. And then, of course, if an individual has convulsive seizures, that individual is also at risk. Bone mineral density is the factor that is most closely associated, with increased fracture. You know, when you think of hip fracture, who do we think of? We think typically of that postmenopausal older woman who falls. Well, the reason for that is her bone mineral density is a lot less. So it's very important to know the impact of the epilepsy as well as a medication on bone mineral density. Studies, including ones that we've done at Columbia, would show that the measurements, bone mineral density measurements, are lower in individuals with epilepsy when compared to controls. And this isn't just for women. This is not just for adults. It's for children and men as well. You know, we often think of bone disease as a women's disease. This affects all different kinds of people. Factors in individuals with epilepsy associated with lower bone mineral density, older age, multiple medications, use of certain medications. There's some medications that we call enzyme-inducing medications. A lot of those are some of the older medications that we've used. Phenytoin, carbamazepine, phenobarbital, primidone, oxcarbazepine, potentially topiramate. All of these medications are in this class of medications called enzyme-inducing, and those have all been shown to reduce bone mineral density. Institutionalized persons, an individual who's in an institution, exercise. You know, they may not be exercising. Their diet is very important for bones. And so as I was saying, some of the medications we use negatively affect bone. I talked already about the enzyme-inducing, particularly phenytoin. Valproate also, in many studies, has been shown to negatively affect bone. So how do we take this into clinical practice? What do we do for individuals who have epilepsy and are potentially at risk for bone disease? Well, unfortunately, there's no specific guidelines that exist. I recommend screening of 25-hydroxyvitamin D. Vitamin D, for any of you who are in the know it's like the vitamin, the hormone, so to speak, that we're all following. But it's very important. And when you start measuring it, particularly in individuals who are on medications that can reduce the levels, it's surprising what you see. Consider bone density screening, which is done these days with the DEXA scan, particularly if the individual's been on prolonged treatment. So in patients in my practice, if they've been on medications for many years, I want to see what their bone density is. And particularly if they have risk factors. Keep in mind, if you have an older postmenopausal woman, or as somebody who has cerebral palsy, somebody who may not be exercising very well, somebody who's not very active, I'm very worried about that person's bones. So that is another individual that is an individual that I would particularly get a DEXA scan for. So you go ahead and you get your family member or you yourself get a bone density scan, and it's low. What do I do with that? Well, if you're on a medication that is known to be associated with low bone mineral density, talk to your neurologist. Should I still be on this medication? Are the risks now outweighing the potential benefits? Do we need to consider something else? You know, I have a patient who was treated initially in the 70s, and she was on phenobarbital and primidone, and she was doing well. And it was one of those, it's not broken, so I'm not going to fix it, right? So she was on this combination for 30 years, and she started fracturing. And there was no family history of bone loss, and she had terrible bone loss. And then they tried all the different agents to reverse that, and it didn't work. And it was only until I got her off those medications and onto something else that we were actually able to make an impact. So it's a silent disease and one that you definitely need to know about. And then you want to refer to a bone and mineral specialist. We're neurologists. Not everything is related to what we do, and there may be other bone diseases at play. So exercise, studies would suggest, there is not a clear precipitant for seizures. We talked a little bit about animal studies suggesting that exercise improves seizure frequency. Exercise may improve seizure frequency in persons with epilepsy, as well as other outcomes as seen in the multiple studies I reviewed with you. And exercise has many benefits, including reducing stress and other health benefits, such as not having an elevated body mass index. So what about specific exercises? So these are some recommendations. Now keep in mind, everyone, just like medications, everyone's an individual. And if there's any questions, absolutely, this is something that should be brought up and discussed with your physician. And if it's not brought up, you're not going to know the answers. So in terms of aerobic exercise, there's no risk or restrictions. In terms of contact and collision, there's insufficient data to say that these sports induce seizures. The American Medical Association, as well as American Academy of Pediatrics, and you'll see this is a very different statement than some of the ones I talked about earlier. Persons who want to play football, hockey, rugby, soccer should not be restricted on the basis of the epilepsy diagnosis. These are the current statements from these medical organizations. Boxing, it's certainly not promoted, certainly not by neurologists, but there is no literature supporting that boxing or martial arts are higher risk for persons with epilepsy. I'm not necessarily advocating particularly boxing, but anyway, that's the statement on that. Swimming and water sports, direct visual supervision should be present. This is a sport where if an individual has frequent seizures, it should be avoided. Scuba diving is not recommended in persons with uncontrolled seizures. And then sports from heights, it's a very individual discussion, and certainly avoid those in individuals who have uncontrolled seizures. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pack. So now we're going to hear it from the personal side. There we go. And can we put on Shanda's slides? We're next going to have Shanda Gunn. Shanda is a young woman with epilepsy, a mom, a athlete versus epilepsy for the Epilepsy Foundation, and she's been an Olympic medalist for women's hockey. I can't remember the year. We'll just say a couple years ago. So she's going to talk to us from her perspective of this, and then we're going to open up for questions and answers on this topic and anything else from the day. Come on, Shanda.
Where's my round of applause? There we go. A little shorter than me. Today, you guys have sat through everything So I give you a round of applause for that, for sure. Another one, a second one. So I am here to talk about my personal perspective on seizures and my experience. Where's the slide thing? Here we go. My personal experience with seizures is that I was diagnosed with epilepsy. Let's see. There we go. This is why I'm up here, because I was diagnosed with epilepsy when I was 13 years old. When I was 13 years old, and sorry, I'm a little nervous here. I was diagnosed with epilepsy when I was 13 years old, and I was diagnosed with epilepsy when I was 13 years old. You too. All right, there we go. So I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to get focused here. I was diagnosed with epilepsy when I was 13 years old, and sorry.
What was living with epilepsy like?
There we go.
So this was probably right before, wasn't it?
Yes, let's go back here. So I was diagnosed with epilepsy when I was 13 years old, and sorry, I keep losing my train of thought here, and sorry, I keep losing my train of thought. I was diagnosed with epilepsy when I was 13 years old, and at the time, 9 years old, when I was 9 years old, and I was, sorry.
That's okay. Let me take a seat a second.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm all right.
Why don't you just move right on?
Okay. And at the time, I was a swimmer, and when I was a swimmer, sorry. When I was a swimmer, sorry, everybody.
That's okay. That's okay. Take a seat. I'm going to ask you some questions.
No, it's okay. I got this. I got this. I got this.
All right. She pushes me around all the time.
Thank you. I'm kind of throwing myself under the bus here. Okay, so let's start over. I think I can use a round of applause here. Can I use a round of applause? There we go. There you go. All right, so let's start over. Everyone ready? Okay. You sure you're ready?
We're ready.
You're ready. Okay. So I was diagnosed with epilepsy when I was actually 9 years old. At the time, I was a swimmer, and I was told, this is why I'm up here, because I was diagnosed with epilepsy. I was told that I could not be a swimmer, and I could not be a swimmer because I had, sorry, I keep stuttering.
That's all right. You're doing fine. Just go right there.
Okay. Everyone's a friend here. Okay.
So what did you do after swimming?
Okay. I was diagnosed with epilepsy when I was 9 years old. Okay, here we go. I was diagnosed with epilepsy when I was 9 years old. When I was 9 years old, I'm really struggling.
I know. Let me ask you some things.
No, I got this. I got this.
So when she was 9 years old, though really, you were a swimmer, and the epilepsy was what kind of, they told you couldn't swim anymore. Is that when you got interested in hockey?
Yes, that is when I got interested in hockey. I got interested in hockey because sorry, now I'm really struggling here. I'm really struggling. Nope, I got this. Okay, so This is why I'm up here.
Make it easier for her.
This is why I was up here. I was up here because I was diagnosed with epilepsy, and when I was diagnosed with epilepsy, I'm gonna have to take a seat.
Yep.
I apologize, everybody.
No apologies needed. Shanda. Exactly.
My mouth is all dry and everything.
Grab some water. She had to switch from her love of swimming, and she said, well, they're not going to stop me, and she gets into hockey. Yes. So there goes the contact sports part, whatever that recommendation is. And I don't know all her history, but I just want to share with you that she went through and persevered through hockey despite having seizures. Right? And if I remember the story right, even during one of the Olympics, right before a game, she had a big seizure and came back and won that game. So she's the goalie. Despite having epilepsy, and how many of you in this room have looked like this at some point and had EEG wires on your head, or you've had a loved one that's had it. So despite, she's not just an Olympic athlete, she's not just a swimmer, she's a person with epilepsy, with good days, with bad days. Right? She's gone through all of the testing, she has to deal with all of the medicines, the side effects that so many people know about, and the complexity of managing with medicines day in and day out. She watches her diet. She went through a phase, if I'm not mistaken, of eating anything to trying to say, how can I clean up my diet and see how that can help me be healthy? And she's continued her love of sports. She's one of these, what we call the athletes versus epilepsy, to try to help really combat epilepsy. And we have a number around the country, but Shanda's been one of the first and has been persevered and gone around to schools and to all sorts of groups, really talking about epilepsy, not being afraid to talk about it, but also the importance of health and how exercise and activity and pursuing your dreams in epilepsy, how important that is for you. I believe one of these is her, climbing heights, probably also not the best recommended, but she didn't back down from anything. Participating in mutter runs, is that what they call them? Yeah. Tough mutters, eh? Going on to parks, and I'm not sure what we call this, the log flu, all right? So those are awesome fun, right? And I think what a lot of this tells me is that she hasn't let epilepsy stand in her way. Again, you might have some bad days, we all do, may have some great days, but despite it, she makes time to really live the life and do the kinds of things that she wants to do. So that's kind of led her to be very important to all of us in the epilepsy community, as well as obviously to her friends and family, because she's shown us that we can survive and that you can really participate in the chosen things that you really like to do. Right? So I want to give Shanda a round of applause. And I think this is a great way to kind of go into the question and answer side, because we'll have some questions for you, Shanda, but everyone just kind of relax with the water, and we can't get the brownies out there because that will throw our ketones off. But anyway, darn it, I want to. Let me turn right over to this woman.
Hi. This question's for Allison. My son, my whole family is very active. We all exercise regularly. And my son, who has epilepsy, Andy Smith, who was on the Shark Tank panel, has a seizure every time he exercises. And a lot of your data says that there's nothing that proves that exercise brings on seizures, but his definitely does. So what do you recommend for him?
I think you bring up a good point, and this was something that I heard earlier in the day. I presented to you studies, and I talk about this with my patients all the time. The studies would suggest, but at the end of the day, we're individuals, and individuals in terms of medications and whether they control it or not. And in this case, obviously your son, there's a clear association there, and so that is something that is clear for him. So despite all what those studies would say, that's different for him. But obviously, you know, you have to look at the benefits of exercise, and you have to look at that. Are there specific, and whether maybe there's specific kinds of exercise that bring it on, and maybe modify.
Aerobic.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and, you know, and maybe it's the severity of the, you know, there's been studies that have looked at, you know, intense aerobic, moderate aerobic, and so maybe look at the intensity of the aerobic activity and try and modify that. It may not be unreasonable to work through that in a more controlled setting, such as in a gym-like setting, where you have a trainer or somebody, if your means would allow that, to help you figure out what exercises in particular he could do. Because, you know, obviously, if it's, you know, he gets on a bike and he does intense aerobic, that could end up badly. So we would want to try and avoid that. But, you know, coming up with a regimen or a routine that works for him and modifying that. I'm not, so, you know, it's a little difficult to answer knowing the specifics, but I think you do have to look at the individual, and you have to, but including an exercise program would be very important, but you may have to modify that.
Yeah. The thing I would add, I've got a few people as well that running is a very specific trigger for them. So whether it's a form of a kind of a reflex epilepsy or the physiological changes in the body, but you know, it wouldn't happen all the time, but enough that it became a concern. So trying the alternative exercise plans was the first approach to do it. But also what you need to think about is that, okay, if I am at risk, what are the safety precautions I should be taking? Right. So we've heard things about seizure alerts and detection. So for one person I'm thinking of, we made sure they had the smartwatch monitor so that wherever he was exercising, that has if you get a certain version of it, it has a GPS on it. So if he was somewhere and had a seizure, that they could find him very easily for it. You know, and again, in changing up the exercise, types of exercise, but thinking about those kinds of things, also thinking about the kind of equipment. If you're a runner, a skateboarder, you know, a skier, obviously wear the kinds of protection that is recommended for that sport, but maybe over and above. Like, you know, think about some of the pads or the helmet if you're doing some of these things and have generalized seizures that fall. So it doesn't prevent you from doing some kind of exercise, but try to minimize the risk of injury if it should happen.
And, you know, there's other kinds of exercise as well. I mean, strength exercise. I think we're all realizing the benefits of strength exercises and using our own body to, like, push-ups, sit-ups, those kinds of things. And, you know, that's something that's very much in vogue, so to speak, in terms of exercise regimens. So that is something you might want to consider as well. But I definitely think focusing on trying to have a regimen for him would be very important, and it's just would be adapting that to his epilepsy.
Right over here.
Hi. I actually have questions to several of our panelists, I think. First of all, Beth, thank you for your advocacy. Shonda, again, thanks for standing up and showing us how it's done. I have a question for Dr. Peck, and the question relates to several things. Your presentation, at least in the program, started, you know, had stress part to it, and it was more focused on exercise. But I wanted to see, for many in the room, when you mention stress, everybody's like, yeah, stress, right? So for many in the room, obviously, either their loved ones or themselves, it's a major trigger. What I'm having a hard time with, and it's definitely for my son, it's like, I know I can predict the seizures like a seizure dog sometime when he is under stress. And so the question that I've been having a hard time was, how do you explain to children, or how do you make children do what adults would do to get the stress down? Talking about things like meditations and breathing and things like that. Children don't seem to quite correlate to that. And I also have another question after this, so I'll let you respond.
No, and it's a very good question, and it's very challenging because there's all different kinds of stress, and it's not just bad stress; it's good. I mean, there's a lot of, you know, right. I've unfortunately had many patients who've had seizures at very exciting or wonderful right. times of their lives, exactly. like, you know, the 16th birthday party, you know, or things like that prohibited that. And you know, I think it's challenging to know. First of all, there's the unpredictability of it, which is what many people would say is hard. And I think you really, in that case, you really have to know your child. And I don't think there's any clear answer, and I don't know that anyone could give you.
Children refuse to do things like meditations or pranayama
but you know, I mean,
or whatever.
I've become a real advocate in my practice, and I think it works for children as well. And there's a lot of yoga. And,
Right.
you know, I actually have a lot of my patients go to yoga, and I think it's very beneficial. And so, and they, you know, I've seen yoga being used more and more with children. So I think that could be a very positive thing that you could do if you saw your son getting into a situation where he was getting stressed. You know, let time out, so to speak. Let's do some yoga together and go through that as a way. I mean, no, I don't know. I have 3 boys. There's no way I could tell them to sit and meditate. This is not going to happen.
Right, exactly.
But at the same time, I could see turning it into a more positive, you know, activity that we do together. Okay, let's sit down and do some of these exercises, breathing exercises, some of the yoga poses and things like that. Do I have data to support that? No, that's not been done. But I have used that in my own practice a lot, and I have found that to be very helpful. Does anyone here have any other recommendations? I can open that up to you, especially those of you who live with epilepsy.
So I'm going to throw out a couple things on it. You know, one is I say that, you know, stress is part of life, but sometimes stress, you know, the way it interacts for a person with epilepsy, people might be more susceptible to stress. If you're having seizures coming from certain areas of the brain, they're involved with kind of motions and modulation and how we deal with stress. So when stress is a trigger, you need to go back and talk to your epilepsy team and kind of say, is there something physiologically going on? Am I having more seizures? Maybe are the medicines affecting my ability to cope with stress? And so we all need to kind of think of that part of it. The other thing you need to think about is this kind of typical normal stress that they're reacting to, you know, or are they having trouble coping with stress? Is there something else going on? Are they more anxious maybe than they should be? You know, is there more sadness or depression? Are they having attention troubles? So involving, you know, a psychiatrist to kind of make sure there's not something else going on underneath that might be affecting it, providing some counseling supports are also critical. And that's whether you are an adult with epilepsy, you are a kid with epilepsy, or you're a parent or a sibling that's just living with all of this. You need to kind of think about how we respond, and is the stress of all of this overcoming our ability to deal with that and then playing back and affecting our health. If you think about stress management stuff, yoga is a great thing. I think there are some smaller studies out there that are really finding some very positive results. I tend to be in martial arts, so my son got me into this. And I actually put him into this for the stress management and the focus part, because he had ADHD. Thank God he's not here right now. He's the Marine now. But he had ADHD and partial seizures. And so by putting him into karate, he learned the self-discipline, that focus, the mindfulness part, as well as the exercise that really helped. He was a busy kid, that helped him manage his stress by funneling his need for activity and stress in a safe way, and learning all these kind of mindfulness stuff that they don't want to hear from their parents. So there are different activities like that that I think can be a very helpful thing. And I think, Allison, what you said was by building in activity with it, you know, making it a different routine, you know, that they're involved with other things, whether it's taking walks and walking the dog or things that you can do together, provide some other ways of kind of managing the stress, and then thinking about and tracking, what's it doing with my seizures? Is what we're trying working, or is it not? And we got to kind of go back and reevaluate the epilepsy and what that might be doing. So those are a few things, the suggestions that I had. Anyone else want to throw out any ideas? Or on the panel here? Right here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate your question. And working with kids, I would find that, by the way, my name is Adrienne, that active mindfulness. So I'm also, besides being an epilepsy health coach, a mindfulness-based teacher. And for children, creating the right environment, and when you think about what is stress reducing for all of us, it's natural environments. So if we're having sirens, or we're in an environment where there's a lot of air fresheners going on, that's not a natural environment that, you know, our body's senses. So when we go for a walk or we pet an animal or things like this that are active mindfulness are very, the cortisol levels go down. It's a very therapeutic way to bring mindfulness into children, I found.
Yep.
Because I think overall there's two approaches. I mean, one is the dealing with the reasons for the stress. So whether that be comorbid depression, anxiety, a situation at school, or whatever that may be. So trying to create an environment, as you say. And then the other is the specific activity that you would do when in the stressful situation. And, if you think about it, it's really, as I tell all my patients in many ways, it's no different than individuals who don't have seizures. It's just that the ramifications or the reasons are different. And so think about yourself and, other things that you may do and, incorporate that in with your family.
I want to add one thing here is that I remember when I was young and had seizures, and I would do great except whenever they tried to take away my medicines or something. And the doctor, typical. And as a nurse, I think we said it. People always say, take your medicines on time, make sure you're getting 8 hours of sleep, avoid stress. Who's going to avoid stress? Yeah. And so whatever you do, don't make or encourage the person with seizures to avoid stress, but to try to identify the stressors and create the kind of ways to help better manage it, kind of be more resilient in it, because if we just say avoid it, we're not going to get through life, and we're going to be more anxious people. Chandra, do you have any thoughts on dealing with stress or any of these things here? I don't want to put you on the feet. Just say yes, no. What do you do?
What do I do to avoid stress? Well, right now I'm kind of stressed out, obviously.
I know. So we're going to do some nice, slow, deep breathing.
I actually have a question for her that might
what is
distress
it?
her, actually. But the question that I have for you, so my son wants to believe that he has nothing, right? And I'm fine with that. Actually, I think that's a good approach to life. He wants to live the life like there's nothing going on. He has this one seizure a day, but he doesn't want to think about it. The problem with that comes in that sometimes he feels like I want to climb an oak tree, and he's kind of getting big enough where catching him might not be very good for me, and so I am not quite sure. And we have this weird conversation. He's like, I want to climb the oak tree. I'm like, okay, don't climb beyond that thing so I can hold you. He's like, no, well, why is that? Why do you need to hold me? And from that point, I haven't been able to really figure out how to discuss this with him normally. Like if I start going, well, you should be scared because you have this condition and you're going to fall and then all these bad things might happen to you. I don't want to say that because I want him to live life. He skis, he bikes, he does all these things that you guys are describing. But on the other hand, I want him to be mindful and careful in some ways. So how do I achieve that as a parent? How do I present to him this balance where he needs to live his life fully without being scared? On the other hand, being aware that he does have a condition where he could fall, and he needs to be aware of that. So far I have had no luck explaining that to him. Just wondering, maybe you can help me.
I think that is a tricky problem because I think that's a tricky problem.
People can be ready to talk about it at different times, because I bet when sometimes you're ready to talk about it when you're, at 6, others at 10, others at 14, and maybe you talk about it at different phases over time. So, there's this element of wanting to, I hate using this term, but be normal, not have seizures. And you're right, you don't want to feel restricted by having seizures. At the same time, at some age, one needs to say that epilepsy is a part of me, and I don't want to live a life being afraid of it or feeling ashamed, because sometimes by not talking about it, people get that feeling of it's a bad thing, or it's something to be scared about, or I'm not okay. So the dilemma I think a lot of people have is, I know I need to talk about it, when and how. And if you're not sure when, get involved with some other parents that have kids with seizures, with some other kids that have seizures, contacting the Epilepsy Foundation, because they're really skilled at doing this. And sometimes we can't get through them, but somebody else who gets through it with them in a different way, or someone at their own age. Anyone have some thoughts here?
I was going to say, I work
Pat.
with I've worked with children with epilepsy for, like I told you all, a long time. I just look young. But, but sometimes it's the parent, you know? I mean, everybody here who has kids know the children don't always want to listen to their parents. And so sometimes, like I agree with Patty says, maybe you need to get somebody else to talk to him. Maybe, I don't know where you live or what's available to you, but if there's any kind of support group for kids with seizures or, you know, like a camp program for kids with seizures, a lot of times that's where, you know, they'll listen to, or a counselor, you know, take them to some counseling.
I live in Dallas. Just
I think they have a
some great epilepsy
foundation program in Dallas, and sometimes kids will listen to other people where they won't listen to their parents. I mean, that's the truth. Everybody, parents wants to believe their kid will listen to them and tell them everything, but that's not true. So.
Thank you very much, Pat. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't see you right behind here, so let me turn to you, and then we'll go here.
I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to excuse myself for right now, if that's okay with everybody. Thank you.
Okay, right here.
Hi. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been trying not to knock the camera over either. So, but first of all, just a quick comment. First of all, for sorry, Dr. Pack. There we go. Apologize. Names are my nemesis. But thank you for bringing up things regarding vitamin D and the DEXA scan, because it wasn't until about 10 years ago I learned about that. My doctor's been very proactive, but I'm sure there's many people who aren't aware of that. So thank you for bringing that up. And just people out there, if your doctor hasn't done it, it's something you should do. Don't be afraid to be proactive. And I had a question for Beth, and that was in regards to, we had a customer contact us just last week and wanted to know about the ketogenic diet, which of course I told them about the Charlie Foundation. But one of her questions is her daughter's only 2 years old. Is there a minimum age for the ketogenic diet?
The youngest patient, am I on? The youngest patient that I've worked with was 2 weeks of age.
Okay.
So if you, and the way I explain this to neonatologists is, now remember, mother's first milk is 60% fat. So that's in the direction of the ketogenic diet. So yes, we can do it. And in fact, it's the perfect age. 2 is the perfect age. Actually, the best age is anything under 5 years, because once they go off to school, they're out of parent control, and it gets trickier. So that if I could pick my patients, they would be between 0 and 5.
And where can people go to find hospitals that they can go to?
Our website actually has a hospital listing, and that's not all the hospitals, but it's a voluntary listing, but a lot of them are on there.
Okay.
And if you don't see one on there, you just email me, and I know a lot of people that aren't on there. I can give you an email or a phone number.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
And another resource for the dietary therapies is on epilepsy.com. We have Dr. Eric Kossoff, who writes for us on a regular basis with keto news, and they actually have a, they're currently updating, but a whole international directory of teams that specialize in dietary therapies. So for our internet audience, if you're looking for some even in other countries, if you go to epilepsy.com and follow for the dietary therapies, you'll find that, and that'll be another resource in addition to Charlie Foundation. Right? Right over here, and then we have a special closing I'd like to call up. So let's use this for the last question.
I just want to say that I was lucky enough to attend the first 2 days here, and one of the things I learned, and it was a huge light bulb for me, and it was on Thursday, that with epilepsy comes mood disorders, comes sleep issues, because what the slide said was 10 to 45% of people with epilepsy have seizures during sleep. And if you're having seizures during the night, you're not getting a good night's sleep. And it's really hard to have a good day if you haven't had a good night's sleep. And depression, those, attention. So mood, sleep, and attention, those things come with epilepsy. It was so enlightening. And it was in the ProGuardian presentation that was the first part of it. So if you have a chance to look at those slides, they're on the app. Very enlightening.
Yeah, I think as a community, we're really recognizing that it goes beyond, I mean, the seizure control is, you know, paramount. I mean, that's critical. But it goes beyond that for individuals. And, you know, in my practice, I certainly see that. And we're treating whole individuals. And along with that come the comorbidities and all the factors that go along with having epilepsy. And I think as a community, we're doing a lot better job in recognizing that there are a lot of comorbidities. A lot of it is not just a reaction to having epilepsy. We're understanding that there may be common pathways within the brain that result in seizures as well as mood disorders and other things. So I think we've made a lot of progress. We certainly have a lot of work to do, but I definitely think as a community it's one of our big light bulbs, as you would say, and there's a lot of research and interest generated in that area.
So what that also means, though, is that whoever is there, when you go to see your doctor, nurse, psychologist, whoever you go see, don't let the visit stop by saying, how are your seizures, or how many seizures you have, or are you having side effects? Tell them about your day. You know, you take an inventory of how you're doing. How's your eating? How's your sleep? How's your activity? How's your energy level? And make sure they know and say what might be related or what's going on here. Then they may not be able to, I mean, there might be other medical stuff going on, but you also need to let whoever's dealing with your seizures know so they can help look at, is this kind of something that's going on here, because you are the full person and we're working with the person, not an EEG. Right? So I want to thank our panelists here. Chandra stepped out. Oh, no one leave. Okay? Dr. Pack and Beth for being able to kind of round up this great day here. I do want to say good night and thank you to our internet audience. I don't want anyone else here, though, to leave. I'm so glad that you've been able to join with us today and that you'll be able to listen to these sessions on epilepsy.com and on our YouTube channel. Okay. So now I would like to invite Logan Wellborn up. She has a sister with epilepsy. And this girl right here, Logan, is an inspiration. And before I do any closing to it, I really kind of, I don't have anything else to add. I think what Logan can add for us all is so important. So I'm going to turn the mic right over to Logan.